Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to welcome you to the third DCAC Digital Culture and Audiovisual Challenges conference. The third DCAC should be held last year, but as many other events, because of the pandemic, it was cancelled. This pandemic is the reason that the DCAC 2021 is taking place online instead of an on-site conference in Corfu. We would really prefer to see you all, viewers, speakers, colleagues, students, friends, in person, and we hope that this will be the case for next year. Moreover, I strongly believe that even by online solutions, we can be creative, exchange ideas, and contribute to knowledge. The DCAC conference is a part of the Audiovisual Arts Festival organized by the Department of Audiovisual Arts, which takes place annually, usually at the second half of May. Us, the people that work in the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, we are immensely proud of this festival and of our students' work. In the beginning of the festival, we wanted to add some talk events, and by the years, these talks transformed to an international conference. The Taboo Transgression Transcendence Conference, mostly known as TTT, was the first conference of the Audiovisual Arts Festival, and now it is a separate entity that travels around the world. As described in the DCAC calls for papers, the aim of the conference is to bring together technology, art and culture in the digital era. In the previous years, namely 2018 and 2019, researchers, artists and scholars presented their work, discussed their ideas, and hopefully created new ones. Each year we receive more submissions, and most of the papers concern the core of the subject of the DCAC and are remarkably interesting. I'm looking forward to watching the presentations of this year's conference, and I hope the same for you. Please enjoy. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the Digital Culture and Audiovisual Challenges conference this year. I'm John Thrasher. I live in Richland County, Ohio, USA. I teach drawing, design, ceramics, and criticism at the Ohio State University's regional campus in Mansfield, Ohio. It's exciting to be included in this conference and to reconnect with many of you whom I met at TTT 2017 and through the programs and workshops in 2018 at Ionian University. In this talk, entitled Post-Graphic Apocalypse, a restructuring of gesture and identity through manipulations of physical and digital ephemera, 10 monotypes, I'll discuss how I integrate the plastic and digital arts in a series of hand-altered prints. We'll look at how the work developed and some of the content and narrative that it is prone to generate. I'll start with a drawing. This drawing is made with black and white inks, which are applied with crow quill pens. A thin layer of hide glue is used to coat the unsized paper. Once dry, the surface of the paper is less porous and is receptive to manipulation and surface treatment with liquid media and with metal tips. My personal history with graphics, ink media in particular, goes back to childhood. My father did illustration, lettering, and cartooning, and so the practice is embedded in my muscle memory. I was a medical illustrator as my first job after my undergraduate degree, and one of the first lessons that I teach in my two-dimensional and drawing classes reveals the applications of linear constructs as a means of conveying spatial depth, patterns, textures, and compositional directives. About 10 years ago, I began using a large format scanner to digitally document my drawings from my sketchbooks and from other two-dimensional sources, primarily for archival purposes. From the onset of this task, however, I became interested in a lot of the visual fragments and artifacts that seem to be a byproduct of this process, and the potential that those captures possess as personal signature elements in digital art making. So on the left is a study from a John James Audubon print. In the center is a scrap of just blotter sheet, and on the right a pencil sketch that was made recently during a video conference. So this was one of the first deliberate attempts at combining digitally captured fragments of formerly disparate drawings. Sources such as the capture in the lower right are blotter sheets from when I did medical illustration. The sun-yellowed paper of those drawings finds its way into the dominant color scheme of several of the works that you'll see in this presentation. Separating the images from their original contexts allowed me to envision new approaches to the picture plane by combining and manipulating select captures. They are reflections on mark making, on nature, chaos, mediation, stylization, psyche, technique, and the passage of time. I'm interested in how the positioning and dispersion of these marks form a seemingly arbitrary multiscape. Applying physical media allows for a re-exploration of process and memory. As mentioned earlier, the drawings are sized with hide glue. The addition of gouache and other media create appreciable surface features. The color scheme that emerged from this one reminded me of a superhero clash like Superman versus the Hulk, whose literary legacies are inextricably tied to conquest and destruction. Discovering identity in an image-saturated culture demands new strategies of visualization, discovery, and integration for artists that are trained in the plastic arts. Images surround and define the human condition in myriad ways. Digital augmentation and relevant strategies of documentation continue to evolve and expand the field of image making in art ventures both high and low. Perhaps our contemporary world of images is comparable to the Great Pacific Garbage Gyre. As an art teacher and a practicing artist, I am embedded in a culture of vision and image. The ubiquitous presence of images in my professional and pedestrian life and my personal responses to those stimuli are what influence and drive the content of these prints. Balzac's unknown masterpiece has always resonated with me, especially the denouement when Master Frenhofer allows Porbus and Poussin the opportunity to view the painting he secretly worked on for 10 years. They confront a confused mass of color contained by a multitude of strange lines forming a high wall of paint. Was Balzac foretelling the birth of abstraction in 1845? The tumultuous circumstances of the past year seem to play right into the narratives unfolding from these repurposed images. For this piece, I eschewed the flatbed scanner and took photographs of paper ephemera and drawings. The actual shadows cast by the juxtapositions of paper and the drop shadow effects from Adobe Photoshop create an ambiguous sense of pictorial space. The title allegorically refers to the sentiments and personalities that fomented the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. From what I gather is another example of how I use colloquialisms and crafted sentiments in my work. These are meditations on what I do when I do this. On the formal level, I'm reinvesting in my own images and using machines to create precise compositions and manipulations. In terms of the generation of content, a raw aesthetic rooted in personal history and practice seems to evoke the colliding and sometimes ruinous nature of visually transmitted material in our world today. Yet despite the propensity to express this, I'm nonetheless compelled to approach more specific narratives and figurations. John James Audubon lived from 1785 to 1851 and spent a few years from 1813 to 1820 in my hometown of Henderson, Kentucky. The lore surrounding those years spin a remarkable tale of a man driven by the desire to identify, illustrate, and categorize the birds of America. There was a romantic aura about a multilingual backwoodsman who sought to marry the natural sciences and art. Born in Haiti and educated in France, Audubon immigrated to the United States in 1803. His quest to become a naturalist artist was not without obstacles. Business failures punctuated his early career. At one point, 200 of his drawings were destroyed by rats. He lost 2 children. His ventures in Henderson yielded little profit. He operated a mill and dabbled in mercantile exchange, including running whiskey up and down the river. And at one point he ended up in debtor's prison. He did a few sketches in the 7 years he lived in Henderson, but created his most famous works years after leaving. Audubon's persistence is noteworthy. In addition to spearheading business ventures to support his goal of publishing a comprehensive illustrated ornithological guide, he taught drawing, dancing, fencing, and did steamboat murals and sign painting. Worldwide recognition of his work is a source of pride for the people of Henderson. Audubon's story becomes a metaphor for the struggle to situate art in the wild ride of life, especially in a world so increasingly separated from the woodlands and river bottoms that captivated his lifelong passion. This image reveals some of the details of process. Sources may come from drawings completed 30 years ago or a few days ago. Here's another print from the series that examines the works of John James Audubon. Besides their linear dispositions, I'm interested in his compositional placement and the satisfying austerity of his backgrounds. Like Audubon, I choose scale and detail to invite scrutiny. With all these works, I hope that viewers find ways to puzzle, search, and to discover something mysterious, maybe even frivolous. Based on a pencil sketch completed during a Zoom presentation, the video conference portrait of Haley addresses the notion of presence, separation, and mediation. Here's the finished piece on display. Float mounting emphasizes the paper's deckled edges and fine texture. I use 7 centimeter deep casements to further emphasize the print as object. Recent projects combine scans of works on paper with drawings made on the iPad. Thanks again for the invitation to share my work remotely. I look forward to seeing the presentations for DCAC 2021 and to our forthcoming discussions. I miss Corfu. With any luck, we might see each other in person next year. Thanks again.
Hi there, thank you for the organizers for having my paper on immersive labs in autistic research and pedagogies here at the conference. From our side, we're coming from the immersion laboratory from the University of Malta. In brief, we call it ILUM. We are partnering a lot with the visual narratives laboratory VN Lab of UJ Film School, where researchers, artists, filmmakers investigate and research into and create different kinds of immersions. ILUM aims to create content production pipelines to allow artists, researchers and scientists to concentrate on the creative, investigative aspects of the immersive works. Researchers from Malta and Poland are partnering with different laboratories across Europe, namely the Immersive pipeline at Goldsmiths University of London, the ICTS's Immersive Lab at Zurich University of the Arts, Switzerland, and the Spatial Media Research Group SMRG at the National and Capodaustrian University of Athens, Greece.
What we're trying to develop is the immersive pipeline of different formats. So as described earlier, this is taking a 10-screen thing, which you have to kind of change the bandwidth up here so you can see it clearly. We get a little idea of a student coming to us back in the early 2000s and going, hey, I'd like to work with this spatial cinema apparatus.
A bit like a lost in translation thing where you've got one shape and then you try and make it into another language, another shape, and then suddenly the aesthetics change and something doesn't work anymore, and you didn't know that because you've only just done it. And so this isn't just about adapting technology to change shape, but it's about having some sense of how the aesthetics might work and not work.
I was fascinated in how moving imagery can create poetry or poetic moments. Of course, this is wonderful because you create naturally a big, immersive, poetic moment.
While digital technologies are relentless in pursuing novelty, a century of development in the history of film, expanded cinema and transformation of the narrative have introduced publics to and created traditions of immersive audiovisual storytelling. The medium is the message, so notions of reality and space has broadened experimentally through digital media. According to Marshall McLuhan, our senses and experiences are expanded by the media that surround us, and that through everyday use our perceptions and consciousness has incorporated these mediations naturally and by osmosis. Dr. Carl Doing discussed the history of expanded cinema here at the Immersive Pipeline event as a precursor of the current wave of immersive experiences in spaces. Buckminster Fuller carried out early experiments with domes and immersive architecture in the 60s and wrote the prologue Gene Youngblood's Expanded Cinema. That seminal text introduces the concept of intermedia arts and multimedia culture as new artistic concepts for film and video. These pioneering concepts were later expanded upon in the UK at the London Filmmakers Cooperative. Van der Beek, who was a student of Buckminster Fuller at the Black Mountain College, imagined that theaters could be connected via satellite transmission and that the images will be sent across the network, connecting people all over the world, helping them to understand each other and eliminating the reasons for war. At the Moviedrome, a dome theater built by himself with multiple projectors that surrounded the audience, the novelty of the situation required Van der Beek to give directions to the audience, explaining to them what the best way will be to experience the event. In these venues, our venues like ILUM, VN Lab, Immersive Pipeline, the Immersive Lab, we can experience without the need for VR, eyewear or headphones. An example being the Immersive Lab at Zurich University of the Arts, which is an interactive sound and video space in a ring-shaped arrangement. It presents digital media generated in real time in a panorama projections with surround sound. A video explainer of projects there. Besides artistic research, the ILUM project is also looking into the field of cognitive science here in one of our cognitive labs at the University of Malta. For the beneficial researcher, the key element is that the subjective experience can be challenged using new technologies and immersive experience media that include and use perceptual body illusions. Such illusions are interesting to study for cognitive neuroscientific research of self-consciousness and provide an excellent way for communicating and explaining our scientific questions. Work in ILUM implements the experimental conditions for visitors to experience these bodily illusions and provide the public with better understanding of the fundamental mechanisms of self-consciousness. This type of application provides an essential guide for further close collaboration across disciplines. Then another one is museums, historical sites, cultural spaces. This one here is the Hypogeum. This is like a space in the center of Malta, which can be visited by very few visitors, over 5,000 years old morgue, one can say, so burying chambers which have been recreated, digitally recreated in a 3D model. So the whole Hypogeum has been scanned, 3D scans, and made available for visitors. These kind of engagement with archaeological project is very much something which is happening a lot in museums, as we have a kind of a memorandum of understanding with Malta Heritage Association. And one major aspect for ILUM is there to offer an engagement with Maltese cultural and historical sites. Museums are sites of knowledge and memory, heritage and culture. And the second last example is the one around the migration crisis. This one here is a slide from forensic oceanography. Another local project which benefits of the ILUM project is the research platform for migration of University of Malta. Besides the immersive pipeline at University of London, they also host the Forensic Architecture Agency and the project Forensic Oceanography, which have recently published a report on the Central Mediterranean migration crisis entitled Mare Clausum, which offers an awareness-raising method for the unfolding migration crisis at the borders to Malta. In an increasingly integrated world, migration presents opportunities and challenges to communities, institutions, and individuals alike. The mission of the University of Malta Platform for Migration is to offer a dialogical space in which researchers from different academic disciplines can work towards understanding all the evolving aspects of international migration, including that of belonging across generations. The long-term goal is to thereby contribute to an equitable, more sustainable and more inclusive society that brings benefits to migrants and their families, communities, origin, destination and transit, as well as their sending and receiving countries. The ILUM project supports the platform with data visualization within immersive spaces for awareness raising purposes, which leads me now to the last example, a case study of the exhibition, which has been hosted by Umbro 2020, so Art Meets Radical Openness, under the title of Whirlpools and Tornadoes. As the festival had to move online, also the whole show due to COVID-19, the whole exhibition was moved into the virtual space using Mozilla Hub. So, and I'll give you a brief clip of that. Can actually put on your own, if you have a headset available, can join via your own headset, and so join kind of a networked, performative virtual exhibition tour.
This land was once ocean. The ocean became land, a city in harmony with people. One day,
the exhibition curators like to call it a virtual show rather than an online exhibition. This because of the charming qualities the term virtual carries, that is, the being existing in essence, not in fact. This understanding of virtuality supports the view of the exhibition as something that binds together all the works into a form of narration, which happening also in the mind of the viewer. This is what the exhibition designers, the artist duo Sai Bao and Yang Mu, aimed at creating for the spectator. A clickable narrative accompanies the viewer into a realm of cloudy interfaces, a labyrinth of online spaces divided into landscape areas. There is no unique and predefined journey, but rather open narratives between two-dimensional and three-dimensional spaces at the borders of the web that one can get lost into and find itself again. The works feature here engaged with the aspects of climate emergency, its negationism, one needs to say, with the places where natural or urban ecosystems connect with digital ones, and with the exploitation of natural resources and chemical pollution, etc. The peak of enthusiasm screwed up by the very separated cast of the kind of apocalyptic and the integrated one, the two opposing social-technical groups, if you want to say so, first labeled by the Italian semiologist Umberto Eco in the 60s in his Apocalipti e Integrati, written in 1964. The old-school intellectuals who did not consider the potential of new technologies in their work were apocalyptic, whereas the integrated were the ones that showed a more open interest towards an upcoming media culture and were marked as too uncritical from the first group. In an almost perfect conceptual loop, the rising mass culture appropriated and decontextualized Eco's reflection on how academics dealt with the time in which they were living, and the terms labeled the way in which people approached web conferencing until COVID-19 came. And here I would like to end the paper by quoting the curator, Davide Bevilacqua, on the conference itself. He said, "Only time," this is a quote here, "only time will let the real effects emerge. But thanks to a last naive thought of an integrated one, the two souls are very difficult to separate indeed. I like to imagine that in some corners of the future web, thanks to this situation, a community found itself in some special digital spaces, and since then can finally have the conversations that they could never have had somewhere else." End of quotes. And with that, I thank you for listening to this presentation. I want to finish with one last slide, which is the slide of the rescue boat from Banksy. He recently funded the Louise Michel, which is now touring south of our island here in Malta. And feel free, if you have any questions, to reach out on my email displayed here below. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Hello, today we will talk about prosocial behaviors as they are exhibited by humans and machines within physical and virtual space. As we can see them in sci-fi cinema and in daily life. So I think we will start about some psychological definitions.
We will talk about emotional contagion, in which social relationships are largely based on a human's tendency to unconsciously imitate and synchronize the body posture, gestures, facial expressions, eye gaze, speech of other people when communicating. The automatic mimicry leads, among other multiple psychological and behavioral factors, to actually emotional contagion. A phenomenon occurring at different levels of processing, sensory, motor, physiological, and affective. Emotional contagion allows one person to experience and express another person's emotions, being one of the main processes leading to empathy. Emotional contagion also occurs between different species, however it is stronger among the members of the same species. So now we will talk about empathy, in which empathy refers to the capacity to imagine, understand, and reconstruct the closest way possible the thoughts, feelings, and emotions of the other. Empathy also refers to the capacity to reflect these thoughts, feelings, and emotions back to the people that own them. For instance, in our own practice, in our own psychological practices, in that we from emotional contagion, we actually first form emotional contagion that actually leads to empathy that helps the psychotherapeutic work. They are comforted by the fact that they feel understood.
And you mean the clients of during psychotherapeutic sessions?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And they develop a reflective attitude which enables them to rethink about their thoughts, feelings, emotions, and their consequent actions. Empathy is often compared to sympathy. Sympathy does not refer to the mere understanding the emotional state of the subject, though rather to the feelings of closeness and affection towards the subject. There have been proposed several categorizations related to aspects of empathy. How's the pronunciation? Zuchman. According to Zuchman, empathy can be analyzed in 4 distinct dimensions. The affective dimension, which describes the capacity to share the feelings of others. The moral dimension, which describes the motivation to seek the good of others. The cognitive dimension, which describes the capacity to identify and actually understand the emotion of others. And the behavioral dimension, which describes the capacity to convey this understanding of other emotions to them in an unequivocal manner. Humans' positive development allows for the demonstration of prosocial behaviors from an early age through helping, cooperating, and sharing with others, often as a result of sympathy or empathy. These behaviors, being proactive, reactive, or altruistic, lead to harmonious human-to-human relationship facilitated by social bond formation.
Now we have seen how prosocial behaviors develop between people and how they affect their social bonds. So actually the next step is to check if this can be applied to the connection between humans and machines. So we have seen this paradigm so often in cinema, in sci-fi cinema. The thing is that always man wanted to assign to non-human entities human-like features, you know. This is why we use the term anthropomorphism, and it comes from the antiquity. It's a Hellenic word which comes from the antiquity, and it was the effort of ancient Greeks to assign human-like characteristics to their deities. So we can see that in cinema we have this instance coming again and again in different in different forms, we see how different species, like machines, even animals and humans, they develop prosocial behaviors in their bonds. A very distinct paradigm is machine mesmeria in Metropolis, which is my favorite movie. We can see that in Frankenstein, in Star Wars, it's so prominent. We have machines like R2D2 and C3PO, and animals like Chewie, and humans, all forming empathic bonds which follow the emotional contagion. And eventually that sequence lead to prosocial behaviors. And we can see such actions in newer films as well, in Blade Runner, The Matrix, and so on. But one of the most interesting examples is Ex Machina, where we have prosocial behaviors between machines. Which is also very interesting to be depicted in sci-fi cinema. All these machines, though, as we have seen, they are quite human-like. Though they have a body similar to human body, and even if it's not similar, it shares similar characteristics, or it has zoomorphic characteristics. But on the other hand, we have non-embodied entities in sci-fi cinema, which they develop empathic bonds with their human counterparts, with their human companions. And one also a very interesting instance is the bond between Samantha and Theodore in the film Hair, that we see a very affectionate bond, an altruistic bond that develops firstly as there is emotional contagion between them. We can listen to the tonality of their voice, and then we can see how the one develops feelings for the other, sharing empathetic behaviors, and eventually, at least Theodore, prosocial behaviors towards the machine, the operating machine. So going from fiction to fact, we have actually seen nowadays that the developments in AI, natural language processing, and so on, has led to the fact that we have indeed human-like embodied machines like Sophia, which is actually the first AI human-like machine that's a citizen of the world with her ID. And if you see actually some interviews between her and humans, it's amazing how you can see emotional contagion between the two parts. Actually we can see that we have humans feeling empathy for machines, that they have anthropomorphic or zoomorphic features, characteristics, but there is a difference between two categories, the embodied and the disembodied machines. We saw in the sci-fi paradigm that some machines, they look like humans or animals, and so does Sophia. And this kind of machines, scientific findings have shown us that they can elicit empathy from humans and eventually prosocial behaviors. But this doesn't happen with the same way with machines that are talking machines, that are machines in a computer, voices in a computer. This is why I like them, the talking machines. They are disembodied, but we can listen to them. They can be our laptops, our cell phones, virtual assistants, and so on. When you were talking, you told us about one aspect of empathy, which is cognitive empathy, and which can be actually learned as a skill between humans. It is something that can be, let's say, taught. within the social interaction. So this is very interesting because nowadays with the advancements in AI, it is very possible that also machines can develop such skills. And also we have seen that empathy from machines to humans nowadays can be seen in the reflective way that you told us, as you were talking about the clients that feel the empathy from the therapeutic model and the psychologists. In the same manner, we have machines, social machines, that they exhibit such behaviors, which are used for companion therapy and educational purposes. But what happens when we have disembodied machines? As we saw, it's not the same. People do not feel the same empathic feelings, and they do not develop emotional contagion with disembodied machines. But actually this may have changed during the pandemic, as we have the machines and humans confined in very tight spaces, the household space, the office space, and we have seen from scientific findings that space and actually distance is a very strong parameter to develop empathic feelings and eventually prosocial behaviors. The shorter the distance, the more it is possible to feel empathy for the other, whatever it may be. It may be human, non-human entity. Also, loneliness leads to empathy, to more prosocial behavior. It has been seen that people that have experienced loneliness, they tend to be more empathic towards other entities. So the question comes and needs to be further examined, how the transformation of space and circumstances during the pandemic may lead to more prosocial behavior between humans and disembodied machines and talking machines. So we would like to make a concluding remark with the term companion species that Donna Haraway uses, and she tells us that ecologies are at least threefold nowadays. We have blended ontologies of human and non-human living species, as well as machines. So this means that, as she says, if you attack the one, then you have loss at the other part, which means that maybe empathy is the key to maintain such strong bonds between the different species, and eventually the blended ontology that they all form. So thank you very much for having us, and let's hope next year we will be in the physical space.
Thanks a lot.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Harilas Gunaropoulos. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, Ionian University. On behalf of my supervisor, Professor Nikolaos Kanellopoulos, and Dr. Dimitris Raperas, I present to you our paper with the title 4D Hypersphere Perception via Holographic Art Installation. In this paper, we represent a 3D holographic installation of the intersection of a 4D hypersphere with our 3D space. The method on this perception of the hypersphere has already been described by Dr. Dimitrios Traperas and Professor Nikolaos Kanellopoulos as an evolution on Hedon's method on the perception of the hypercube. Topology defines a space with dimension d as the space that can be disconnected in a neighborhood of every point by a space of dimension d-1. A line can be disconnected by a single point, a plane can be disconnected by a line, and a three-dimensional space can be disconnected by a plane. Every point within this space can be distinguished by d coordinates. Therefore, a four-dimensional space is defined as the space that can be disconnected by a three-dimensional space, and each of its points can be distinguished by four coordinates. In the four-dimensional space, the set of points whose distances are equally spaced from another point, called the center, define the hypersphere. It is the same definition that refers to the cycle for the two-dimensional plane and the sphere for the three-dimensional space. As has long been established, the cognitive perception of the hypersphere as for other hypersolid can be approached by its intersection with 3D space. Figure A. Suppose a sphere comes in contact and passes through a plane. The trace of this sphere passes through the plane is a cycle. The radius of this cycle starts from zero value, increases until it reaches the radius of the sphere, and then decreases until it disappears when the sphere eventually passes through the plane. Figure B. Similarly, when a hypersphere passes through our 3D space, it is extended that an almost zero radius sphere to appear, grow until it reaches a maximum value, the radius of the hypersphere, and then decrease until it disappears. On Trapere's and Canellopoulos' method on the perception of the hypersphere, every point of the hypersphere is colored according to their coordinates of the four axes. Dimension x will correspond to the red color, dimension y to green color, dimension z to blue color, and the fourth dimension w will correspond to white color. In addition, the intensity of these four colors will be proportional to the absolute value of the coordinate of the axis. All the points of an axis that belong to the hypersolid have only one color, starting with zero intensity of the axis origin up to maximum intensity at the distance of the radius of the hypersphere. All the other points of the XYZW hypersphere are colored using the RGB color mode mixing of the four colors with the intensity that correspond to their XYZW coordinates. According to color mixing in the RGB scale, a colored code was created by Traperas and Canellopoulos to form the colored 3D sphere. To understand how the 3D colored sphere is created, all points of the sphere should be colored with the dimensional colors, using the RGB scale red, green, blue, with the rules that apply to their mixing. Based on this method, we can think of the fourth dimension painted with white color. Let us assume that the XYZ axis, red, green, blue, are parallel and the W white axis is perpendicular to it. Then at first contact, a white point appears that corresponds to a three-dimensional zero radius sphere. Then, as the radius of the sphere increases progressively, the white color loses its intensity, while the intensity of the red, green, and blue colors increases symmetrically as the diametrically opposite points have the same color. The red, green, and blue colors reach the maximum of their intensity value when the radius of the tracing sphere reaches the value of the radius of the hypersphere. At this point, the white color disappears as the w-axis white exits the three-dimensional space. After reaching the maximum value of the radius, the tracing sphere follows a reverse procedure until the XYZW hypersphere loses contact with the three-dimensional space. In this video, the XYZW hypersphere intersects with the 3D space in 4 different ways, with red, green, blue, and white axes perpendicular to 3D space, one at a time. As a holographic application of the method above, we use the Pepper's Ghost technique. In this technique, the image of an object is reflected on a glass and creates the illusion on the viewer's side that the position of the object is behind the glass and creates a holographic effect. In our installation, we placed an upside-down square-based glass pyramid on the top of an horizontal video screen. The holographic pyramid is consisted from 4 triangle glasses which are stacked together, forming 45 degrees with the horizontal plane. To determine the size of the holographic pyramid, firstly, have to specify the screen size of the projection. Next, we use trigonometry to find the height of the pyramid. Then, using trigonometry and the height of the pyramid, we calculate the height of each triangle prism. After that, the glasses are assembled to form the pyramid. The screen video playback is shown 4 different view angles of the intersection of the hypersphere front, back, left, and right as a colored sphere that appears and disappears from the screen as the hypersphere moves towards our 3D space with different orientation of the axis each time as it intersects with the 3D space in 4 different ways, with red, green, blue, and white axes perpendicular to 3D space. Fourth spatial dimension is not easily perceived by our brain. Topology describes the properties of hypersolid. However, it is very difficult to imagine these entities. As technartists, we propose that to approach the cognitive perception of the hyperspace, we may develop tools of extreme aesthetic value by merging technology and artistic know-how. Hence, to try to achieve the cognitive perception of the hypersphere, we propose a method employing data provided to our sensory system by employing our holographic art video installation. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Genoveva Hadjimenikou and I'm an interaction designer.
Hello, I am Ithika Lokatroni, I am interaction designer and we are graduates of the Department of Product and Systems Design Engineering. This is the presentation of the article called Dynamics of Technology in Contemporary Art, Presentation and Evaluation of Artistic Interactive Installation and the Aesthetic Experience of the Public. This paper focuses on the quality of user experience in artistic interactive installations that combines music, dance, interaction and social events. It presents the research, development and evaluation of 2 artistic installations implemented as part of integrated master's degree thesis in the Department of Product and Systems Design Engineering of the University of the Aegean. The increasing involvement of technology in the field of art allows the continuous evolution through the enhancement of sensory experience of the interested public. It has already been recognized that museums, exhibition spaces, as well as events in public and private spaces can significantly benefit from the new model by providing an increasingly experimental and engaging approach to art and culture through interactive artistic installations. This article presents the research, development and evaluation of two artistic installations, as the two projects are related and have been evaluated on the basis of a common methodological approach, which is the inductive method. The aim of this article is focusing on the evaluation of two artistic installations to draw conclusions regarding user experience from both a technological and an aesthetic point of view. We study concepts such as interactive art, interaction of natural artificial model, human-computer interaction, types of interactivity in art, installation and environmental, audiovisual environments, music and dance performance, holographic projections, and video art installation.
The evaluation of this article was based on the types of interactivity in art, and it's based on well-known art theorists. In this context, Cornock and Edmonds created a logical structure of interactivity that can be analyzed in four ways: as static, where the object of art does not change; as dynamic passive, where the object of art has an internal mechanism that allows it to be changed or modified by an environmental factor; as dynamic interactive, which apply all the conditions of the dynamic passive category, with the additional factor that the spectator has an active role in influencing the changes of the art object; and finally, the dynamic interactive varying, where the terms 2 and 3 apply by adding a modifying factor that changes the original specification of the art object. Other categorizations derived from the field of interactive design that represent the ways in which an individual can interact with a product or service include the 5 dimensions of Gillian Crampton Smith and Kevin Silver. These are the words, visual representations, physical objects or spaces, time and behavior. Also, the 4 main types of interaction by Yvonne Rogers et al. Are guidance, where users give command to a system; conversation, where users interact with a system; manipulation, where users interact with objects in a virtual or physical space, handling objects; and exploration, where users move in a virtual environment or a physical space. The works presented and analyzed here are based on modern technology, which developed in the first case via an interactive installation that combines the performing art of dance with holographic projection and is entirely the other me. And in the second case, via an interactive audiovisual installation that combines live music performance and animated graphics with the use of Arduino, and is entitled iMusicAll. The first project is an artistic digital installation that enables the audience to host a dance performance in real time. The main goal is the study of the coexistence of artificial and real model in the same space that aims to create a digital artistic installation combining the performing arts of dance and holographic art. The purpose is to design, implement and install a work of art in which the dancer himself will coexist with a digital hologram of himself in the same space, performing a choreography where a real audience will be able to see and evaluate it. More specifically, there is the dancer hologram with the help of a pre-recorded video. The digital dancer performs a choreography, as at the same time, a corresponding choreography is performed by the real dancer, as it is based on an idea that aims to highlight their contact and their interaction in real time. The concept of choreography has to do with the meaning the other self, as it is a conformation between the two aspects of the dancer character, namely the real and the digital. Both music and lighting play an important role in this installation, as we want to offer the public a complete artistic spectacle. It takes place in a specially designed tailor space, which covers the needs of the installation, with main components being the computer, speakers, projector and original elements designed for the specific application, like panels, pyramid and other decorative elements. The installation enables the passive interaction of the work with the public, inviting them to move in the space to come up close with the real dancer and to host the digital holographic projections while walking around the perimeter. Talking about aesthetics, in addition to its connection with the beauty, is directly related to the viewer's sensory perception of the work. In this installation, we try to highlight the aesthetics through the overall image of the project.
The aim is to clearly highlight the two models in space, digital and physical, and how the public perceives the relationship between them. In order to achieve this, we believe that the projects should be characterized by simplicity, without excessive elements. Finally, the audience is able to perceive based on their experience whether they are able to understand the subject of the project and how much it is related to the image in front of them.
The second project is an interactive audiovisual installation. Essentially, it is a live performance, where the musician performer and the audience will be able to interact with the projection in ways that will be defined in advance by the designer. So, the performer and the listeners' players will participate in some way in the visual narration. In addition to the audiovisual interaction that the performer will actually direct live, the idea is to give the players the ability to intervene with their movements, causing some changes in the projection. These changes will include graphics and messages that will push them to participate with expressive movement, perhaps dance. Our goal is to combine audiovisual flow that pushes them into virtual realities. We want to provoke their participation in the whole activity without necessarily forcing them, since without a doubt they will have the option to participate simply as listener-spectators. Our main goal is to combine expression and creativity with entertainment. The installation is a modular system which consists of a series of media objects. It specifically used a video projection, LED lighting, ultrasonic sensor, and physical object augmented with pressure sensors. The system can support up to 2 users at a time, at least for the purpose of the evaluation, while in any other application it could support more users, depending on the number of interactive seats. Each player has the ability to interact with either 2 different interactive objects, in this case with 2 seats containing pressure sensors or with a distance sensor. The interactive objects activate a different audiovisual effect. Their different combinations create a narrative that takes place depending on the order in which each sensor is activated. The performer has similar possibilities. Using MIDI also creates an audiovisual effect in the same visual composition as the interacting audience. Interaction is fully achieved with the open source software, specifically using the Arduino and the processing programming language. During the evaluation of the above installations, the dynamics of technology within contemporary art are analyzed and presented. According to the types of interactivity presented by Cornock and Edmonds, both installations are considered dynamic interactive arraying as they allow modifications from human as well as from a software program. Respectively, according to the 5 dimensions interaction theorized by Gillian Crampton Smith and Kevin Silver, in the first installation 4 of the 5 dimensions of interactivity are observed, while in the second the 3. Finally, according to the types of interactivity presented by Yvonne Rogers et al., in the first installation the exploration is included, while in the second are included only the manipulation and the exploration. As the last part of this article, the evaluation of 2 projects is presented in the form of a table, as the installations were prototyped and then the behavioral and physiological measures, the self-report measures, and the success of the work were examined. The results of the evaluation show that both projects proved to be understandable and simple to use, evoked feelings of curiosity, intensity and fun. The overall atmosphere was dynamic and harmonious, and finally, in terms of the technology's performance, it proved to be fully functional. According to the results of the evaluation of the artistic installations, the user considered the experience positive and attractive and led to some issues for further consideration regarding the installation of the systems and the user experience.
The articulation of the 2 works gives us a great flexibility for improvements and variations, as possible future approach could be to create one complex system that combines music, dance, image, and user interaction, as well as the possibility of independent production and content of its digital media, gives an autonomy within broader composition in which it is possible to expand. Therefore, the possibilities that technology can give us are many and unexplored. However, their management, which is often performed in real time by the viewer, is perhaps the most important challenge in design. The human-environment interaction relationship must be systematically examined by the designer, as similar models face some important challenges, such as cognitive overload, loss of user control, or excessive automation. Thank you for watching our presentation.
The current paper focuses on the intersections of contemporary art practice, curatorial practices, and historical research. It will try to explore wider performative and artistic entanglements of histories, sites, archives, and technologies by having as case study the cultural and curatorial strategies of Primaria organization, an organization which is based in Greece. Primaria forms a new cultural platform with interdisciplinary and intermedia approach on concept-driven cultural and artistic practices. The main focus of my argument is artistic, therefore it will reveal the expanded artistic practices and research which initiate from geolocated memories, oral histories, and interdisciplinary networks. In particular, how past networks can be translated into new channels of knowledge which activates dynamic constellations of artists, academics, curators, and cultural practitioners through performative and transmedia ways. However, the first thing is to clarify what Primaria really means. The name and thematic umbrella of Primaria Cultural Platform stems from the homonymous Primaria of 19th century and exceptional quality of Vostitsa Corinthian currant as historical and conceptual points of departure. Corinthian black currant constitutes a natural product known as Vitis vinifera. Due to the specific geomorphological profile, the coordinates of such cultivation can be mostly spotted across North and West Peloponnese areas such as Aegialia, Patra, Ilia, Corinth, and Messenia, and in some cases across Zante and Argolis. Current cultivation boosted the economy of the post-revolutionary Greek state. Such cities and places constitute main ports which exported currents across European cities such as London, Liverpool, Marseille, Amsterdam, Trieste, Odessa, and Hamburg. Currents, seas, ships, wider mobilities, stories, and culture gradually shaped one more channel of culture and communication. Every September, a ceremonial celebration was taking place with people, preparations, music, and other side activities near the ports and coastal front of Patras, Aegio, and Katakolo in Ilia, therefore marking in a ritualistic way the moment of departure of the very first ships, the so-called Primaria ships. The word Primaria delineates a concept of seasonal process of extroversion, a concept linked with production and journey of the very first ships exporting the finest quality of currents across Europe, or even an idea associated with the first leading qualities of a product or a situation. The cultural and social impact of such current activities can be traced also across different fields. It is the basic ingredient of British pudding in Christmas stories of Charles Dickens. It financially supported the Greek War of Independence, and it financially supported the massive project of the Corinth Canal at the end of 19th century, which connected the Ionian Sea with the Aegean Sea. Finally, the economic crisis in Greece at the end of 19th century was a result of the crisis in current exports across European ports. Nowadays, almost a century since the last Primaria ships, Primaria Cultural Platform forms a new cultural initiative on concept-driven cultural and artistic practices. Primaria is an interdisciplinary collective which breathes on the intersections of contemporary art, curation, historical research, and cultural strategies. It highlights wider concepts associated with place identity, having as dynamic methodology the cultural, sensory, and scientific qualities of local product into new participatory and artistic narratives. One of the main aspects of Primaria platform is the connection between art and curation, which has produced 2 international exhibitions with commissioned artworks that have highlighted the fruitful connection between site, art, history, and technology. One of the significant aspects analyzed in this paper is the emphasis of Primaria on contemporary art practice and arts-based research. Since 2019, Platform's approach is to create inventive methodologies, echoing what Lurie and Wakeford have also described as a result of use, collaboration, and situatedness. Having as a starting point the conception of such thematic umbrellas based on the organic seeds of currents and its cultural mobilities, such a method revealed each year's exhibition theme. Those schemes for new commissioned artistic production included a series of fields ranging from digital arts, art and science, site-specific performances, video art and installations, kinetic sculptures, or even expanded multimedia practices. Both 2019 and 2020 exhibitions took place in a renovated old current warehouse at the coastal front line of Aigio city. A series of artists from Greece, UK, and Italy were invited to create new commissioned works of art which were influenced or interacted with local oral histories, sites, people, and archives associated with currents. What can be also added is the link between art practice and in situ research, which explored the dynamic character of Primaria through constellations of objects, archives, practices, performances, and spaces associated with social, cultural, and historical impact of Vostitsa currents. On the first year, the exhibition entitled Into My Garden Come explored the idea of the garden as a meeting place, a site of processes and layers which brings together seeds, soil, organisms, ideas, people, and substances. New works included art from microscope, site-specific performances, sound sculptures, and mixed media installations were curated as a dialogue with parallel processes of sowing, planting, organic matter, pollination, or photosynthesis, among others. Artistic, scientific, and other in situ methodologies can be traced across different works, as in the case of Rob Kessler, artist and professor of art and science in University of the Arts London. Kessler developed an ongoing method of working with current seeds, pollen, and soil from current sites of Aegialia slopes. His in situ relationship with place, soil, and local people through processes of discussion, audiovisual documentation, and electronic microscope reminds the importance of thinking through practice. What is also of great importance is the conceptual and practical connection of Kessler artworks as a starting point for parallel arts-based educational programs organized by Primaria Platform, which were open to primary and secondary schools for 15 days. On 2020, the second year, the exhibition entitled Images of a Floating World explored the idea of sea mobilities and current journeys across Europe. Sea and fluidity constitute the curatorial primal matter for a series of new artworks which explored the poetic, narrative, and imaginative aspects of mobilities. Vessels, people, seas, objects, stories, and archives revealed an intermediate approach of Aigio ancient Homeric etymology, which means to move rapidly due to sea and seismic activity in the Corinthian Gulf. Artist selection was based with more digital, in situ, and performative criteria. Curating an exhibition during pandemic times due to COVID-19 was a real challenge, yet it revealed new hybrid ways of working with artists, technologies, and spaces, including emails, digital sketches, 3D animations, and other electronic instructions. All artists highlighted fruitful connections between art, technology, and current histories, and at this point I would like to mention the exemplary cases of Susan Collins, Yannis Kranidiotis, and Katerina Thanasopoulou. Susan Collins is an artist and professor of art and technology in Slade College of UCL in UK. Her new work is a new media work which brought together creative programming, telematic technologies, and projections in order to create an ongoing pixel-by-pixel digital landscape of the Corinthian Gulf as seen from the same Aegeo coastline spots of 19th century Primaria ships. Her work is still collecting data, marking a continuous collaboration with Primaria platform in artistic and curatorial levels. The work of Yannis Kranidiotis created a site-specific kinetic sculpture of light, sensors, and motion. Kranidiotis brought Primaria histories and industrial revolution together, creating an expanded installation in the old warehouse of the exhibition. His performative sculpture was based on programming, sculpting, 3D printing, among other processes. Katerina Thanasopoulou designed a site-specific video animation based on 360 mapping of the second floor of the exhibition space, which was the old current warehouse at the frontal coastline of Aegeo. Primaria platform produced a parallel arts-based educational book for students, creative workshops, which was based on the concept of mobilities and artistic methods of artists presented in this year's exhibition. Pandemic times and the need for further digital dissemination were significant factors for the development of one more project, the virtual mapping of the second year exhibition. It was a project realized during autumn and supported by the Hellenic Ministry of Culture. The virtual platform maps out a new layer of communication with international audiences, as well as a new tool for artistic and academic outreach, a virtual layer that fully captions the feeling of the exhibition space with artworks, information, and other related material digitally annotated. Since 2019, both exhibitions presented a range of artists across Greece and UK that have explored current cultural potential. It has revealed different methods of working with in situ, sensory, and social elements. Such collaborations have made also apparent various academic auspices of universities such as Slade, Kingston University, University of the Arts London, University of Thessaly, Ionian University, and cultural institutions such as Onassis Cultural Foundation and the Library of the Hellenic Parliament, among others. Apart from the exhibition of contemporary art as a case of production, Primaria platform focus on an ongoing historical research which emphasize the uncharted oral histories of Vostitsa currents. This is an ongoing project in collaboration with academics from University of Thessaly and Hellenic Open University, which started building an expanded team of oral history for Vostitsa currents. This research tries to explore and map through qualitative and hybrid methods stories from Northwest Peloponnese, which will set the foundation for new archives such as texts, websites, sound podcasts, interactive maps that future invited artists could also integrate in their digital or performative art practices. In conclusion, the current paper explored the cultural and historical roots of Primaria journeys from 19th century, as well as the interdisciplinary and intermedia ways that nowadays Primaria platform develops emerging hybrid schemes of site-specific artistic production, curatorial practices, and other academic collaborations. The main focus has been the historical and cultural memory of such places, networks, and archives, one which set the foundations for cultural strategies that perform the local and the global through glocal situations. Primaria art exhibitions and other cultural initiatives have shown the importance of fostering intermedia and interdisciplinary networks between artists, institutions, and researchers across Greece and Europe. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Katerina Papakyriakopoulou. Many thanks for inviting me. It is a great pleasure for me to attend this conference. I am excited to present my work on filmic post-bodies and AI fantasies. My presentation is part of my PhD thesis, which I am currently writing at the University of Athens. In my work, I examine visual representations of androids in Ex Machina, a film directed by Alex Garland. My aim is to compare filmic visions of artificial intelligence to existing technologies. The methodology is derived from a theoretical framework with a focus on artificial intelligence, as well as cultural and film theory. Inspired by the post-human concept and its realization in the worlds of both technology and culture, this work explores filmic depictions of artificially intelligent humanoid robots. Parallels can be drawn between the merging of film and AI technology and the merging of human and machine, which broadly describes the purpose of artificial intelligence. My study is theoretical, following a close reading and analysis of representations of artificial intelligence and the Turing test in Ex Machina, as well as other works in film and visual arts. Filmic representations differ from artistic ones in the sense that they do not only visualize AI technologies, but they also attempt to simulate them, similarly to how AI technology simulates human intelligence. The theoretical framework includes cyborg feminism, particularly concerning how cultural texts, especially films, represent and often objectify female cyborg bodies. The analysis focuses on visual representations of post-bodies, a term I will use to refer to non-human bodies motivated by Catherine Hale's study on the post-human. The primary question is how these bodies reflect but also deviate from existing AI technologies, as well as theoretical visions about the future of artificial intelligence. A second question concerns how the AI and post-human discourses are combined, as they both refer to the merging of human and machine. According to Hales, in the post-human view, there is no clear and absolute difference between embodiment and computer simulation of intelligence. Hales focuses on consciousness rather than intelligence, while artificial intelligence refers to a computer system that models some aspect of human intelligence. However, this presentation examines how the film represents different versions of intelligent machines by depicting androids that are designed to display both human intelligence and consciousness. This transcends the scientific definition of artificial intelligence by assuming that consciousness is something that humans can inculcate to machines. The distinction indicates that apart from highly intelligent machines with automated responses that are designed by humans to serve humans, such films also represent machines with anthropomorphic characteristics like empathy or fear, as well as an understanding of themselves. Ex Machina intentionally gives a misleading interpretation of the Turing test. The narrative follows Caleb, who is hired by Nathan to perform the Turing test to Ava, a humanoid robot. Normally, the Turing test involves two participants. The first, a human interrogator, is testing the second to determine whether they are human or machine. But while a core requirement for the Turing test is that the interrogator cannot see the second participant, in the film Caleb sees Ava and knows that she is not a human. What he needs to determine instead is whether she has self-consciousness. This deviation from the Turing test correlates to Donna Haraway's definition of a cyborg as a hybrid of machine and organism. Ava is indeed a hybrid. As we can see in the pictures, she has a human-looking face and palms, but her otherwise feminine body is robotic, grey and semi-transparent in the areas of hands, legs and stomach. Her feminine depiction and the very fact that she is designed to be female comes in contrast to the etymology of the term android, as it derives from the Greek word andras, which means man. This blurs the boundary between Ava's masculine and feminine characteristics, with the first located in the androcentric use of language and the latter in her embodiment. Ava's design also resonates with Haraway's definition of the cyborg as a cybernetic organism that blurs the boundary between human and machine, fiction and reality. Using the cyborg as a metaphor, Haraway suggested a new conceptualization of femininity that is against the social construction of the masculine and feminine binary. Her definition is important for the analysis of how social constructions of femininity are challenged in Ex Machina through Ava's representation, a representation that can overcome this binary by deconstructing and reconstructing femininity. It is interesting to observe Ava's bodily transformations so that she resembles more of a human, Such a transformation happens twice in the film. In the first instance, the transformation is incomplete and basically consists of Ava putting on girly clothes to seduce Caleb. This scene almost ridicules the very idea of a robot looking like a woman. Ava's appearance is childish and innocent rather than seductive. It seems like she is only imitating being a real woman by selecting an unusual combination of clothes, such as the white tights that resemble a cast or the girly dress. Her final image balances among the androgynous and the grotesque, thereby subverting the male gaze. However, in the end of the film, Ava does transform and pass as a human being, now seeming much more conscious of her sexuality, as we will see in the following scene. This is a complete transformation. Ava puts on another robot skin and looks at her naked human body as if she feels proud of her feminine image. She also puts on a wig, abandoning the short-haired look that Caleb likes, demonstrating how it is her gaze and desire that matter now. After she puts on clothes, she escapes the facility and is finally free in the real world. The final scene, set in the city, begins with an upside-down shot that we see in Figure 5 that shows shadows of pedestrians walking. The final shot in Figure 6 shows Ava, revealing that she is one of the shadows. As Ava merges with the crowd, she becomes indistinguishable from humans. She now looks like one of them. With this scene, the film manifests the concept of an AI robot passing as a human, as it has all it takes: intelligence, consciousness, and a human-looking body. While this creates fears concerning the passing of an android with AI as a human, Ava's happy ending empowers her position as a non-human subject, showing that it was her story all along. Gender in a cyborg is an important topic in the film. What is crucial in Ava's representation is that, like her intelligence and consciousness, her femaleness is also a prosthesis. This resonates with what Judith Butler described as a stylized repetition of acts that enables the performativity of genders through multiple reiterations, but is also prone to failure. Ava's passing as a woman can work as a cancellation of masculinity and femininity as pre-given and unchanged. And although the female AI is represented as typically feminine, it is also in control, a concept that is considered to be associated with masculinity, especially in sci-fi films. While Ava's femininity is challenged through such repetitions, there is a different kind of cyborg femininity in the film, that of Kyoko's, Nathan's mute assistant. In contrast with Ava, Kyoko is firstly introduced as a human. She later reveals that her true nature is not human, by peeling off her skin and uncovering a grey robotic face and body identical to Ava's one. Kyoko's femininity is not transformed but deformed, it is alien. Her monstrous representation and prosthetic post-human nature reminds us of the artist Orlan, particularly her exploration of the definitions of human and post-human in her study of Medusa. Keatings has noted that in Orlan's art, the face is no longer a sign of uniqueness, but has instead become a mask, a prosthesis. Parallels can be drawn between the artist's work with prosthetic technologies, such as cosmetic surgeries to herself, and Kyoko reclaiming her subjectivity not through prosthesis as Ava did, but through reduction, as her human skin is a barrier for her. Kyoko resembles the mythical Medusa in the sense that she goes through a process of self-recognition that is frightening to others and fatal for her. The difference between Kyoko and Orlan's art is that while the artist is empowered through her self-determination, Kyoko, as well as Ava, struggle to free themselves from the masculine control and gaze. This is a primary difference between technological body art and sci-fi cinema, with the latter remaining a typically masculine field, as do AI technologies. In conclusion, while challenging the concept of the Turing test might be implausible from a technological point of view, it can still stimulate fruitful discourses from a cultural perspective by broadening the idea of passing. From an android passing as a human to a genderless entity passing as a woman, Ex Machina combines Turing's famous imitation game with social mimicking and masquerade. Thank you very much for your attention.
The topic of this research is creativity in algorithmic art, ways to be used as therapy. So, the focus is on the creative discipline of algorithmic art and the utilization as a form of therapy. Algorithmic art therapy belongs to the domain of expressive therapies, since the creativity of making algorithms that have audio and visual artworks as a result gives the opportunity to the patients to become more active participants to their own treatment and empower them to use imagination in productive ways, encouraging the expression of inner experience. The complication is the fact that algorithms, as powerful as they may be, are limited to generative creative processes, which may indicate that they are not entirely suitable for emulations to artistic creativity. And we have the following questions. How creative is making algorithms? How human-computer interaction affects emotions while blending programming with artworks? Do they promote creative thinking, increase mental activity, and enhance life? This research is important because algorithmic art constitutes a new aspect in audiovisual art that increasingly becomes an occupation of people who are into programming environments and arts. The development of digital art and computer science is leading to increased mental activity and enhanced life, since they combine domains of mathematics, physics, and arts. Art therapists are exploring the potentials of computer-generated art regarding this way of self-expressing as a valid medium for healing. The methodology is achieved through thorough research about creativeness and the potentials of algorithmic arts, looking into the therapeutic methods of art therapy, music therapy, digital art therapy, and expressive art therapy, emphasizing in the influence of the emotional world and behavior of the patient. The common characteristics are self-expression, active participation, imagination, and mind-body connection. It is very important to distinguish individuals depending on the age, the professional level, the experience, and the knowledge of art and science. The main categorization refers to patients who may use algorithmic art for self-healing and patients who need a therapist to guide them. In both cases, the patients need to have knowledge of programming environments or need to have the willpower to learn at least the basics. So individuals who may use algorithmic art for self-healing need to understand the way graphics and audio influence their minds. They need to be self-taught or to have at least an orientation in the beginning about psychology, psychotherapy, and expressive therapy. Therapist-patient interaction is succeeded not only by verbal communication, which is necessary, especially in adults, but also through guidance that concludes in the most effective way to express patients' feelings and thoughts. Examples will be presented using the programming environment Maximus P, in which algorithms were utilized to make music, sound, soundscapes, and visuals. In every example, the patient may express himself and create a unique result, and later the therapist could ask him to give a meaning and help him to recognize his thoughts and his feelings. It's an effective way for them to become more aware of themselves. Here, the user may listen and record his composition of soundscape recordings, which is mouse reactive. The specific recordings conclude nature sound for relaxation. In this example, there are two different patches which produce music by FM, AM, and a bit of synthesis. The first one has a lot of high frequencies and deep hues that activate the brain, and the second one has a melodic rhythm that relieves stress, pressures, and tensions. The result of this patch is a binaural beat. Binaural beats reduce stress, help people to relax, focus, and sleep. The use of headphones leads to better results. In this algorithm, we recognize specific blows. So when there is movement, there is sound. A person may stimulate his mind by playing music with his movement, not only because he expresses himself in such original way, but also he observes his body language and his facial expressions. This example is suggested for children. In this patch, graphics are audio reactive. There are plenty capacities. The patient may express how he feels or change the way he feels depending on the audio and the visuals. Meanwhile, the interaction between the therapist and the patient will be an analysis about the result. Consequently, Marcel Duchamp said that if creativity is the process of surmounting the resistance of some material, it is the algorithm that takes on the role of the material in algorithmic art. Arts-based approaches and interventions help to mitigate symptoms in serious and chronic diseases and to improve the well-being and quality of life for both healthy individuals and patients. The result of an algorithmic artwork may be less predictable because of the external computation. Nonetheless, even if the process is unpredictable, there is a specific focus guided by values. So it is far from random, and there is a meaning between human computer language and human perceptual experience. we dissolve in a creative feedback between human concepts and algorithms. In conclusion, these methods are appropriate for occasions in which persons are concerned about programming and art. By taking Bowden's definition, the creativity involves the generation of ideas or artifacts that are new, surprising, and valuable. And if we consider the potentials and the results of algorithmic art, we conclude that it's as creative as all forms of art. Arts, in general, improve health and well-being by stimulating or relaxing people and may be used as a psychotherapy tool for behavioral, emotional, and mental health conditions. This way of healing is most probably one of the main future treatments regarding that everything is becoming more related to the digital world. Future purpose is to research the capacity of healing through algorithmic art and define more techniques to correspond effectively to individuals that could adjust in the specific way of treatment. Thank you.
The title of this presentation is Remixing Multimodal Texts, an Analysis of Message Structures. So, contemporary communication landscapes are characterized by two main features. The first is that writing is no longer the dominant mode for communicating meanings. And the second is that digital literacy has been heavily shaped by digital technologies to a considerable extent, so as to redefine it. So when it comes to writing, it is no longer the core literacy element, which means that the new media and landscapes are mostly screen-based rather than print-based. And consequently, text-making practices rely heavily on visuals, as I hope that these three messages have clearly demonstrated. When it comes to digital technology has essentially redefined literacy practices. As Manovich put it, media becomes software. On the one hand, we have new modes available to text makers, so as opposed to relying solely on written speech, text makers today can also utilize images or videos or sounds or graphics, typographic elements, and so on and so forth. In addition to new modes, the text makers are also able to combine these modes in new ways. So combination of modes is also an important variable that comes into play. And because of these two, essentially what happens with digital media is that the meaning-making potential drastically expands. When it comes to the limitations of former research, the pattern has been very consistent to date. Most of the studies pay attention to how users actually combine different modalities in order to communicate meanings. This is a list of studies that focus on, for instance, static images, moving images, color, texture. Considerably less attention has been devoted to how users actually structure multimodal texts. In fact, recently Bessemer and Kress argued that there is a pressing need to develop a meta-language that will help us describe the complexity of crafting multimodal texts. So, in this scheme of things, the present work aspires to contribute to this, to understanding this complexity. We focus on digital multimodal text practices, and in particular we examine a set of digital texts that has been created by a cohort of preschool teachers. If I want to create a multimodal message today, there are two main routes of achieving it. The first is that I could use, for example, my cell phone and capture images or capture videos or record sounds and other elements, and then combine these resources, the semiotic resources, and end up with the final text. So I get to create the semiotic resources on my own. Now, on the other hand, the other available route is to use existing semiotic resources, which means that I could look up stuff on the World Wide Web and locate, for example, images and videos and graphics and typographic elements and motion graphics and so on and so forth. I locate such resources and then I combine them to again create my own digital text. This latter route is commonly known as remix. It involves using existing cultural artifacts to create new cultural artifacts. So, as a user, I deconstruct media, I rework media, repurpose media, re-engineer, reuse, and adapt all kinds of resources that I could get my hands on to create my own multimodal text to serve my own communicative needs. There's only a few studies that have explored remix practices. The problem is that their focus has been mostly tangential. In fact, we were able to locate only a single study, this one here, by Hafner, that directly focuses on remix. So what are the study objectives? In this framework, we aim to explore the extent of remix, that is the rate to which students decompose original text and then reassemble them, again, to create novel texts on the one hand, and on the other hand, the second objective pertains to describing the structure of the semiotic resources used, which means that we map out the layout of the resources in the process of digital multimodal text creation. Two main research questions. The first is about the rate to which students remix semiotic resources, and the second is about the potential patterns that might characterize this resource structuring. Let's switch on to the method now and talk a little bit about the participants and the context. When it comes to participants, 86 female students from a preschool education department participated in the study. They attended an undergraduate course on digital media. We will revisit this in a bit. Now, the main course deliverable was a short digital multimodal text in the form of a digital video. It could be up to 5 minutes, and the topic was not subject to any restrictions. They could pick any topic. And what's interesting in the case of Remix is that the students were able to reuse any type of semiotic resources that they could get their hands on. So we were not really concerned in this particular study about licensing and licenses and fair use and so on and so forth. So anything goes in terms of using any material that they deemed appropriate, any resources that they thought that were pertinent to their project. Let's talk about the course now. It had two major dimensions. The first one was the semiotic dimension, and the second one was a technical dimension. In terms of the semiotic dimension, we covered three main types of sculpting. Sculpting in time, which meant editing, sculpting of space, which involved compositing, and sculpting of form, which involved effects. So these were the main semiotic features that we covered in the course. And here are some examples. On the other hand, in terms of the technical dimension, there was a list of 3 software applications that the students needed to master. These were related to digital audio, image, and video processing, respectively. Now, the semiotic part was like 3 hours per week, and these were like the lectures, and the technical part was 2 hours per week. and it involved lab work. Okay, so moving on now to the data part. We considered 65 digital video projects for this study. These projects were fully compliant with the assignment specifications, and this is like why the main reason why we considered 65 of them. The students had to deliver the final video file, which meant like the rendered video in a form of in a common container format, such as MPEG-4 or Troska. The students were also required to deliver the edit file, so the main edit of the video, which meant sharing an XML file where the whole video could be seen, as well as the original source files. What is important is that these two sets of data files allowed us to reconstruct, to fully actually reconstruct a digital video project. We will get to this in a moment. So when it comes to analysis, there was no established method for analyzing structures. So we loosely followed two techniques. One is artifact analysis by Wellig, and the other one is multimodal analysis by Serafini and Wright. We used the shot as the unit of analysis. And how is the shot defined? In video editing, a shot is actually any type of semiotic resource that could be entered in the project bean. In this particular case, this meant static images, namely image clips, moving images, namely movie clips, and title clips. So for each shot, we examined the rate of remix that was involved. Moving on to the results section, the first research question was about the remix rate. So the analysis indicated that the students as a whole, they went to great lengths to decompose the original messages they located, they extracted chunks from them, and they reassembled the chunks to create their own novel texts. So this was satisfactory, more or less. Essentially what we identified was like a broad range of remix practices, which range from minimal, so this is like a low remix rate, to extensive, which means like high remix rate. Moving on to the second research question and the patterns, we were able to identify two main patterns. Actually, these represent the two extremes. So encapsulation is the first, the low-end part, and the high-end part corresponds to the synthesis. Let's examine them more closely. We're starting with encapsulation. So how is encapsulation defined? It's the idea is wrapping a core semiotic resource with other resources. So users start off with a specific resource, and then they use other resources to literally wrap around it, frame it and situate it and explain it. Now, what are the principal characteristic features of encapsulation? One, a great portion of the original resource is used intact. Two, large uninterrupted chunks are utilized. Three, the core resource carries itself on its own, carries the weight of the argument. And four, the remaining resources merely frame the core resource. Their function is mostly secondary and supplementary. I'm sure this all sounds very abstract, so let's look at a very specific example that I have prepared. This is a video about bullying. A few resources were used. This is the main video. Its duration is about 40 minutes. and this is like, as can be seen here, it's like less than 4 minutes, the whole project. So the student extracted 3 main uninterrupted sequences of shots from the source video, and this is like what can be called like the core resource. So there's like a single resource, so this forms the core, and there's like a bunch of stuff that precedes and follows it. Let's move to synthesis, which was the other extreme. At the other end, at the other extreme, the pattern identified might be called synthesis, and it involved using multiple semiotic resources rather than a single one. What are the main features that characterize synthesis? I have a list here of 4. First, there is no core resource. Second, the weight of the argument is carried is jointly shared by several resources. Third, all resources contribute to the meaning that is communicated. And the final feature, multiple edits are evident. I'm sure this sounds very abstract, so let's have a look at a very specific example. So this is a project bean, and the student has used several static and images and moving images. This project is about the Turkish invasion in Cyprus. So in this particular case, it's obvious that there's no resource stands out in terms of duration. There are like multiple edits involved. If we juxtapose the 2 projects together, this was the case of encapsulation, this was the case of synthesis, the core resource is evident in this particular case. There's a single resource, even though it's been assembled by it's 3 shots that actually like stitched together. There's like stuff before and stuff after, like I said, but there's no way that we could actually witness a similar pattern in the case of synthesis. There's like several shots that are like stitched together, and sometimes coming from a single shot, a single resource. So for instance, these could be like short chunks from a specific clip, and they're used all over the place, and they're synthesized to create the final meaning. In terms of the discussion, one thing that I really need to point out is that these study findings are very hard to contextualize, mostly because, like I pointed out earlier, there's hardly any research on the topic. However, Hafner also reported a broad range of remix practices in his own study. He studied 12 pairs of students. So what does encapsulation really sound like? If we turn to Bakhtin's dialogical framework and use the notion of voice in terms of speaking consciousness, we could say that encapsulation amounts to using quotes. For instance, I write a paragraph and I use several quotes. So there's hardly any words here that are mine. I'm mainly relying on quotes to communicate what I would like to communicate. Essentially, this amounts to speaking using an alien voice, because this is not my own voice. I'm using quotes. I speak using the voice of others. So on the other hand, when it comes to synthesis, let's say that I'm writing the same paragraph text again. I'm using my own words to describe the meaning. Maybe I use like a short quote or something, but it's really not hardly noticeable. So this is really me. This is my own voice that can be heard in this particular case. So to conclude, what are the prospects of this work? Like I said in the introduction, remix practices are widely recognized as important, but they have not been systematically studied. So this particular study aimed to address this research gap. What appears to be very promising is like using the concept of voices to examine remix practices. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos. I'm assistant professor in computer animation at the Department of Product and System Design and Engineering of the University of the Aegean. And together with Modestos Stavrakis, we present to you a paper on the issue of extended arts, exploring artistic practice in digital arts. Bridging physical and artificial spaces, the digital techniques provided a new design paradigm for artistic exploration and the implementation of new forms of art that may be taught in university via the introduction of new design frameworks. The extended use of digital technologies in physical and artificial environments where biological systems and objects coexist has enabled artists to design and implement new forms of art that we call extended arts. We define this as a space where the physical meets the digital and the process that brings together art, design, and technology. Extending arts can be thought as a practice and an educational process that applies a holistic design approach to the domain of creative arts and focus in bringing together artists, scientists, and philosophers. Extended content, for instance, may be supported by games narratives, hybrid creative approaches, multimodal interfaces, user experience, open source coding, strategic networking with the public and the artistic community. In this paper, we present our experience and findings from the systematic exploration of the artistic practice as educators and makers. And we present the format following the summer school organized by the department in 2015 called International Conference on Extended Arts.
simpler because it was really difficult. And I didn't know anything about electronics. It was just...
Each one of these has an accelerometer in it and a Bluetooth controller and sending it to the computer, and then we're generating these graphics.
Probably, because the whole network works with Arduino, and
Hello, my name is Irene Balafa, and I'm going to talk about how digital culture and new media have affected the economic, political, social world development. More specifically, I'm going to examine the case studies of Reddit, Cambridge Analytica, and Tablet. Give me a minute, and I'm going to move on to the presentation. So, in the modern times, the use of internet has penetrated our daily life to the point that we take it for granted. The media that have emerged through the new technological innovations affect not only the way that we operate, but also the global economy, politics, and generally our society itself. But isn't this a role that media play through the whole human history? What separates old from new media? Eugenia Ciapira, in her book Understanding New Media, tried to approach an answer to this question by examining three alternative terms for new media. The first term is digital media, and it focuses on the technological components describing the process of the digitalization of all media, as information and data are not encoded in physical objects such as paper, vinyl, or film, but in numbers, giving us unlimited access and storage. The second term is online media, and it adds the element of connectivity, or in other words, the ability to connect to distant or sometimes near others. This is a direct reference to the internet, which is now the prototypical new medium. Huge shift towards the quality connection have occurred. Nevertheless, it is also important to acknowledge the shifts towards the participatory relations of humans with media. Thus, we now dominate along with the logics of connectivity and sociality. As Lev Marovitz argued, new media are the result of convergence between computational logic and the communicative logic of media. The infinite number of interactions that occur every single day in the digital world makes us wonder how these interactions translate into real world, in which scale make actual changes happen. Trying to give an answer to this, we can't help but restrict ourselves to a dichotomy. Do we affect new media, or the new media affect us? Three important theorists of media express three different theoretical approaches on the matter. McLuhan said that media is a message, meaning that the shape or form of media determines what happens to humans. Therefore, the human condition is just an effect of media and technology. Luhmann views media as the extension of human senses. And when it comes to Luhmann's vision of the electronic media world, he considers that through media we will collaboratively build and share a global world. To extend Luhmann's opinion, Hitler says that the media determine our situation. His crucial argument is that media play a central explanatory role in the shifts and transformations in human history, so understanding media means understanding humanity. He emphasizes the materiality of technology and he argues that technology makes people. On the other hand, Castles is trying to avoid the technological determinism of the previous theories and he views technology from an empirical point of view. He considers that technologies link to new kinds of identity. Furthermore, he is more descriptive than theoretical or political, and he argues that society is turning into a network society with new conceptions of space and time. The question is, how do these theories translate into the present? In order to reach a conclusion, we need to do so empirically by examining three case studies of the contemporary social media. The first case study concerns the platform of Reddit. Reddit is a website comprising user-generated content, including photos, text posts, links, videos. The posts are organized in threads, also known as subreddits. On a subreddit called r/Wall Street Bets, everyday stock traders discuss their successes or losses, often uses the Robinhood trading app to buy and sell stock due to its low cost. On the 26th of January 2021, a group called Short Sellers announced a decision to short sell the stocks on GameStop. GameStop is an American electronics and gaming merchandise retailer, and at this time was on the verge of bankruptcy. Members of r/Wall Street Bets valued GameStop for its potential rather than its failure and used this information to invest in GameStop. GameStop stock price skyrocketed and Wall Street analysts panicked. The other traders on Reddit began gaining support from outsiders wanting to cash in. There was more of a demand than there was a supply of stock, and companies like BlackBerry and AMC were pulled in. There was a huge number of posts celebrating the situation or promoting the buying and holding of stocks. As financial experts argued about the validity of what was happening, the success of GameStop seemed clear. That lasted until apps like Robinhood began targeting the companies that the Redditors were investing in and stopping all buying of stocks while hedge funds could trade and profit freely. And although many sold their own stocks back to short seller, the problem still existed. A very interesting opinion was posted on Twitter by the representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She tweeted, "It's really something to see Wall Street, with a long history of treating our economy as a casino, complain about a message board of posters also treating the market as a casino." So, we're moving on to the second case study, Cambridge Analytica. We'll start by defining what Cambridge Analytica is. And it's nothing more than a political data analysis firm that worked on the 2016 Trump campaign. Cambridge Analytica professed advantage is having enough data points on every American to build extensive personality profiles which its clients can leverage for psychographic ad targeting. The problem with this situation is that Cambridge Analytica got a hold of such a massive data set of the American electorate. Firm is accused of using and secretly keeping data on 50 million Facebook users without their permission. This data was acquired via This Is Your Digital Life, a third-party app created by researchers at Cambridge University Psychometric Center. Nearly 300,000 people downloaded, handing Cambridge Analytica not just their own data, but their friends' data as well. The Trump 2016 digital campaign relied heavily on ad targeting, which have used Cambridge Analytica's Facebook data. Britain Channel 4 got Cambridge Analytica executive appearing to say that they could extort politicians and admitting in a way, preying on the public sphere. Now, for the last case study, we're going to examine the platform of Tumblr and the movements of social justice warriors. We've seen political movements emerging from the depths of the internet. Political and social justice discussion takes place across many microblogging websites. Tumblr has developed a reputation for being more concerned with social justice. Tumblr has over 300 million registered accounts. And Tumblr users have the ability to create and distribute content in posts, which may consist of text, photos, videos, or audio files. Hundreds of social justice topics are discussed across hashtags on Tumblr, with issues relative to feminism and racism being most commonly discussed. The term social justice warrior, also known as SJW, was even used as an insult towards the SJW community members. A research that was executed on March 2016 showed that Tumblr's social justice community is active in disseminating content with over 200,000 posts generated within 2 weeks. The reactions to these posts were mainly neutral or positive. Some of them were negative, mainly coming from trolls or the alt-right community. Tumblr showed us how social activism is changing in the digital era. All previous showed us that the social ordering is changing, but the economic system remains the same. New media production is funded mainly by big corporations. The motive is economic, and in other words, the motive is the capital. Therefore, new media cannot be a place of absolute freedom of expression. Although there is active participation or centrality of users, we could not overlook the power of social media corporations. The undermining control of user behavior, as it happened in Cambridge Analytica case, surveillance techniques, costed data collection, algorithmic ordering, and sorting techniques. Following the argumentation of Castle, changes still take place within the dominant social formation of capitalism. And this system shares similarities with institutions of industrial capitalism. So, the new social formation is an informational capitalism. Same quest of profit, same dynamic between labor and capital. When it comes to activism, it may take strategies and tactics, but wider political changes are not yet accomplished. When it comes to social media, although they allow the formation of public opinion and direct communication, introduce important changes in political subjectivities, and provide a wider environment of conversation, none of these can win completely because important tension and conflict is still involved. As we can see, not many crucial changes have occurred in the economic or political system, as the motive remains the same, and this motive is still the class struggle. But we should admit that media and digital culture create many possibilities. We should acknowledge that media are now more complicated and they're operating in a completely different way than we're used to. However, we always have to factor them as really important component in the contemporary historiography and see them as the window to global events. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos. I'm Assistant Professor in Computer Animation at the Department of Product System Design Engineering of the University of the Aegean. And together with Angelos Floros and Modestos Stavrakis, we will describe our experience on implementing a design sprint-based intensive workshop to enhance interaction design and digital storytelling university courses from low to high fidelity interactive prototypes in a weekend. Following Bassimon's theoretical analysis on the affinities between engineering and artistic work, design engineering students are confronted to artistic challenges and urged to implement detailed design prototypes. In this paper, we describe the process, outcomes, and lessons learned from an intensive workshop applying digital storytelling techniques to an interaction design course. Introducing his theoretical framework on the sense of the technique, Bassimon distinguished affinities between engineering and artistic work based on the concrete coherence of doing things in a technical process by mastering materials with the final goal of a possible outcome. In this engineering practice, two paradigms are opposed: the technician, able to control the correct application of the specifications, and the artist, able to question the limits of the specifications and propose original outcomes. Following Bassimon analysis, we experiment since 2013 the possibility to trigger engineering practice via the introduction of artistic freedom in the creation of interactive applications, what we can call the Leonardo da Vinci effect. These experiments take the form of an intensive workshop with students, undergraduate and postgraduate, but also professionals attending summer schools. The participants to the workshops come with a rough idea of specifications for the implementation of our work, and they must implement a collective interactive outcome in groups of 3 to 5 persons, using interaction design methods and digital storytelling techniques. In this paper, we describe the process, outcomes, and lessons learned from an intensive workshop organized at the Department of Product System Design Engineering of the University of the Aegean at Syros in two cases. For the first one will be presented by Angelos Floros, and is called Cosmas 500. And the second one is an expansion of the concept after approving the concept of the intensive workshop, and I will continue the presentation after Angelos Floros.
My name is Angelos Floros. I'm an assistant professor of interactive media at the Department of Audio and Visual Arts of Ionian University. Since 2004, I have a continuous collaboration as an educator and instructor with universities, institutions, and non-profit organizations. My academic procedure includes courses, lectures, and workshops for students and public. A professional method that has been able to approach the design issues in all steps, from manuscripts to realization. The participants gain the ability to compose environmental, spatial, and social data with digital technology, able to bridge the physical with the digital world. The syllabus introduces a 3-steps learning formula: design, build, and expose. In an academic curriculum, each task, educational, academic, or research, is a medium to extend the boundaries of cognitive modules, embodying social and cultural characteristics in innovative design process. Key role of the procedure is an educational methodology that organizes the parameters and the characteristics of the artifacts on the following 4-axis model: the policy, the infrastructure, the perspective, and the abstraction. The policy is used as a set of rules that describes the communication between humans and humanoids, objects, and nature in every aspect of life and artifacts. The infrastructure helps the designer to apply the proper mediums for sustainability and growth. The perspective places the humans in a central position, offering an anthropocentric point of view of the body and the environment. The abstraction is a method to display the reality as a diagram, a set of data and metadata able to design the information. This academic philosophy provides a comprehensive glossary for the students, a contented arc for receivers, and the next generation eventful playground and platform for the academic society. In 2013, I was invited in Syros Island by the Department of Products and System Design Engineering, University of the Aegean, to instruct a workshop on interaction design for undergraduate and postgraduate students. During the intensive workshop, from April 15th to April 23rd, 5 postgraduate and 5 undergraduate students of the department produced a robot pet called Cosmas 500. Cosmas 500 is a composition of 4 projects with multidisciplinary characteristics, connecting the social, technological, and scientific interests to a synergetic model. The students focus beyond the traditional media of human-computer interaction, reframing and redefining the artificial intelligence of traditional robots, as they are described in Asimov's law and further. This project acted as an academic experience, helping the students to extend the boundaries of their cognitive models, embodying social and cultural characteristics in design process. The students designed several profile behaviors of Cosmas 500 according to the limited tools and knowledge on interactive systems and physical computing. They used Arduino electronic platform, several low-cost electronic devices for getting data through sensors and exposed behavior through actuators. The suggested characteristics and behaviors of Cosmas 500 are the following. Cosmas 500 is an autonomous desktop robot. It is working with batteries and easily can be placed in any desk area. Also, it has the ability to identify a response to human presence. It likes to play with humans. It feels happy when people play with it. It likes hugs. It plays music. An ultrasonic sensor tracks the human presence when somebody is moving to it. A stepper motor activates the body. It rotates the upper part of the body when it tracks the human presence. A 9-axis gyroscope tracks the body performance. It identifies when somebody holds it gently or not. Speaker and matrix displays expose its feelings. Capacitive sensor applied to sense touches on the 2 sides of its body. An SD card adapter holds an audio playlist and activates the favorite song upon request. This is Cosmas 500.
After the proof of concept from Cosmas 500, we undertake the expansion of the workshop in 4 days in order to expand also in the digital storytelling techniques that are used by the students, not only character design, but also techniques that are applying in interaction design applications. More students from the Department of Product and System Design Engineering at Sirius Island were included in the project, and they presented applications that were similar to Cosmas 500 character design techniques, but also very different in the sense that they applied some music applications in the development of the interactive project, and also game applications that in with a Vitant project reminding the flipper that we played as children, and also other applications that could dialogate with the participants and have Pythia effect, telling what we should do in the questions that we are posing for our future, and another also situation. The outcomes from the workshop boosted the course of interaction design in the department, and profited to the student, and not only the ones participating, attending the workshop, but also the other students attending the course. And we are in a move to multiply the workshops in series in order to compare multiple data from different courses in order to have an appreciation and evaluation of how these workshops help the interaction design course in their whole conception.
Hello, I am Stelios Kourlis. I am a PhD candidate in graphic design, and in this session we will talk about how could graphic design benefit from professional photography on promoting ancient artifacts. In this session we will talk more about photography and graphic design, and the whole session is based on my empirical research for my daily profession as a graphic designer. It's time to talk about the importance of photos in a digital or printing edition. The importance of photos is often underestimated, and they are not considered as being a major design element. There are many facts of low or bad photo coverage, such as the lack of professional equipment or any equipment at all, and no funds to hire a professional. And that leads us to photos taken by amateurs, or photos taken by mobile phones or compact cameras that don't have the quality of a DSLR camera and the lighting requirements to shoot a very good professional photo. Other facts are the low or zero knowledge on photo techniques, even with minor equipment, as I said already, with no lighting. Copyright, that in some cases is expensive or hard to retrieve, so there is no photo coverage at all. Laws that make any attempt to photoshoot hard to achieve. And somehow some persistence in some people to give photos taken with film with old-fashioned techniques that lacks quality and color depth, the wrong impression on how or what a good photo must really look like. Not everyone is a photographer, and modern mobile phones or compact cameras surely does not make everybody a photographer. And now it's time to talk about graphic design a bit. So before even starting to design a book, it is vital to gather, analyze, and decide on any elements included in the book, such as text, fonts, and especially photographs. So at first, we must analyze photographs referring to ancient artifacts, and that includes a quick view of photos and their relevance to the text, and talk about them and with the writers. We must check if the requirements of the books call for specific dimensions and therefore the appropriate scale and the quality of the image. So we have to examine carefully the specs of each photo and if they are in the appropriate size to match the specs of the edition, digital or print. And especially for the print, the images must have a high pixel density. We are talking about 300 or maybe 400 dpi, maybe more because the bonded typography can support even larger PPI on the printing. And it's important to make a list of all of the processing steps, such as color correction, removing background tools, the size, etc. If we have photos taken from a professional photographer, lot of the post-processing job is not needing because a professional photographer will have the photos in a very good quality and post-processed level. So let's talk about the first factor that we look on a photograph, and that is size, because in photography size does matter. Because we may have many editions that vary from catalogs to scientific texts, doctorate scripts, and other things. But when we take photographs, we always ask about the size. The size of a photograph has two factors, image size and photo size. Image size is the spec that describes the DPI of an image, so we want image size to have a lot of DPI, and the photo size to have a big photo in dimensions such as 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters, and more. They are two different things that collaborate great if they are both large. So when we have a small image size and a large photo size and vice versa, they can meet somehow in the middle. So if we have low DPI images but big size, we have a medium image size format. So we cannot get anything great with small image size and small photos. This is easy to understand. And we must talk about two things or two factors that are extremely important. Is that if the photo is blurred or out of focus, we still have a blurred or out of focus photo. It is important to invest on equipment with great sharpness so we somehow can see it and expand some pixels or even size. So it's time to talk about the many things to consider, but the graphic design way to work. It is time to talk about graphic design and photography. This relationship was built many years ago, but the digital era made the bond stronger than ever. When designing, there are many things to consider, even more with photos included. So, no matter now how hard this process may seem, in some cases, with great photo coverage, things might get pretty easy. In graphic design, there are some rules, many elements, principles in a layout, such as color, text, style, paper size, fonts, graphics, ornaments, and many other things. In this session, we will talk more about photography and less about graphic design. And we will talk about photography as a main element. As we talked earlier, size does matter, sharpness too, but there is more, much more. Photography has many aspects. sharpness, and I would say that is the major aspect of photography, even more major than the image or the photo size. Of course, quality, and good quality is brought by DSLR cameras, color depth, because color really does matter, especially in photography of ancient artifacts, and we will talk about this later. Again, white balance, because we don't want to mistake clay with marble, or clay pose and detail, because we want the best possible view. Focus point, because we want to see clear all the object. Lighting, because we want all the dimensions be shown, and we will see in some examples later. Of course, we want the background on the photography. The final size, as we said, must be big. And finally, the editing, because good photographs need less editing, and that is really important. Let's analyze photos and design. Some aspects make great photos, but in cooperation with design, we have even greater layout. Sharpness. It is one of the major, or maybe the major aspect of a photo. Nowadays, the lens equipment is the key influencer of the sharpness. And we must say that sharp photos combined with simple but attractive design make the artifact even more attractive. And I will stick with sharpness in many aspects, because it is very essential aspect of the photography. Quality. Quality is based on the camera sensor nowadays. Full frame cameras can deliver the highest possible quality. Combined with sharp lenses, we can have a great photo. We must say that small sensor available on phones or compact cameras, they seem to deliver sharp images, but they lack in quality. Color depth. High color depth photos can provide good information about the illustration or the structure of an artifact. And we must say the color depth is significant to see all the erosion and the full color of an artifact. It is very important aspect. Also, white balance, because in artifacts the material does matter. Different clay origin gives different saturation. Even marble color differs from the origin territory. These four aspects of photography are the most important in artifact photography, because they can alter the artifact completely. Even if one of them is wrong, the artifact will not show as it should be in the final product. Let's see an example. The left picture is sharp, but with bad lighting, wrong color correction. And as we see, it gives a totally mistaken impression of the artifact. We see it is black, we don't know the material, we don't see the full detail, and we don't see all the dimension. On the right picture, we have better lighting, we have the correct colors, it is a sharp image, and we have a better and more correct information of the artifact. Let's see another example. In all these photos, the colors give wrong impression of the material crafted and the colors used, and this caused either to bad lighting or bad white balance, and that makes the editing of these photos a very hard process, and finally we will not get the correct colors of the artifact. Let's see some more aspects of the photo. Pose and detail. The pose of the model is important in cases that we need only one photo, so the best photo angle is needed. As we saw in the example earlier, on the left photo on the right, where the left photo was a bit black, the pose of the right photo was far better than the left, and we had a better impression of the object. Focus point. The artifact must be fully focused. Even with round objects, all jewelry where macro shooting is needed. In macro shooting, we might have to take more than one photo to get a fully focused photo. Background, in some cases, we take the background that the photo was taken. In other cases, it must be removed. In many catalogs, we don't use a background. We use white background, so we remove the background. The lighting. Photography is capture of light. Without it, photo shooting is impossible. Light can improve the texture and the volume of an artifact. We can have the right impression of the material. Light can do a lot of things. Lighting is important on the photography. Final size. The final size varies among layouts. So we need the best camera when photo shooting. So the size, as we said before, really does matter. And editing. Editing is very important in graphic design because even the best photo taken needs a bit editing. So regarding the edition, print or digital, color profile must be assigned, minor retouche, color correction. But the important thing to say about editing, blurred or out of focus images will remain blurred or out of focus. Let's talk about graphic design and photography. Graphic design is the composition of different elements and text to an attractive final product, even if it is digital or if it is printed. And the design process, text and font style cooperate and they are not in contrast with photography. I could say that they somehow collaborate with photography. We must be very careful when making a layout because design elements might steal the glory from the referred artifact if the photo is bad or if the ornaments are too big. Book size or layout can promote or bury a photo or a group of photos. Panoramic photos cannot fit well in vertical layouts and the long bases might seem small in square layouts, and that is easy and logical to understand. Sometimes dark color as background can give more contrast to a bright photo. We can see such a sample on the photo on the right, and also enhance the significance of the artifact. Also, white background can offer clarity, style, and elegance to an artifact, but this can work better if the photo is very good in sharpness and quality. Good photos can minimize the need of big text to describe the object or to use some more ornaments to describe the object or even the dark background. Consistency can be kept if the photos are taken in the same techniques because sometimes we have photos taken on different time scale, on different techniques, film, digital, on different lighting. Also, we have categorized catalogs by artifact types and they give more balance to the entire edition. Composition, alignment, repetition also works better using photos taken with scale and sometimes with all the objects together, like the photo we see on the right. And we must say here that the designer must be in constant communication with the photographer to describe the needs of the layout and to say, I want a photo like this, I want some other things. It is important, this communication. Depending on the photos available, layout varies. This is more a designer aspect. Conclusions. Graphic design can really benefit from good artifact photography. And what are these benefits? Photo becomes the main element of design. Viewer has better optical information of the artifact. Besides that, it is the artifact we are referring to. Edition becomes more attractive and can sell more. We have an easier layout design due to better photo because the design moves around the photo, not the photo moves around the design. So we must say that photos taken in studio with background and correct lighting reduces the editing time, and they are far better. And it is important to have the right and sadly inexpensive equipment to take a great photo. We have a better understanding of color and material used for the artifact. It is also significant to describe the erosion of the artifact, the cracks, and anything else. And finally, with a great photography, we have less effort to color correct to achieve a color matching. In this small session, I try to describe how the artifact photography is important to any edition, digital or printed, and how important it is to have a professional photography in all artifact editions. I would like to thank you for viewing this session. I am Stelios Kourlis, I am PhD candidate, and you can contact me via this email. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tesma Kalaitsi. I am a college graduate from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Department of Architectural Design and Visual Arts, and I will present you the project under the title Paper Fashion, Coexistence of Computational and Material Design for the Creation of a Fashion Collection Made of Paper. This research project is part of an overall diploma thesis which was coordinated by Professors Spiros Papadimitriou and Evrediki Papachristou from both departments of architecture and fashion design respectively. Nowadays there has been a lot of discussion about computational design and the way it's used in creative fields. Computational design and fabrication tools enable the creation of complex forms and geometries that are difficult to be designed otherwise. And it's really impressive how digital design systems and digital fabrication can offer a whole new realm of possibilities for architectural expression and more. But what about the physical architectural models? Are they tending to lose their influence and their utility in the design processes and be blipped out from the 3D representations only? This project aims to explore ways in which computer-aided design systems can cooperate with physical models in order to produce a fashion collection made of paper. The project consists of 4 units: the study of the disciplines that compose the design of a garment, the body and the anthropometric measurements, the properties of the material paper and the folding techniques by which it can be transformed in order to dress the body, and finally the collection. First of all, for the deeper understanding of garments and their role in the design process, a series of different patterns were studied in combination with the diagrammatic analysis of Iris van Herpen's parametric dresses. From the analysis emerges the fact that no matter how complex the geometry is, the design principles are quite precise and simple. Both omniverse and syntopia dresses have a symmetry axis, a central point-like core, and a basic preliminary shape that slowly was converted into an organic one with the aid of computational design and tools. The same applies also for the epicycle dress. These dresses are a great example of how technology and handcraft are fused together to produce a unique result using 3D printing, mass customization techniques, and morphodynamic simulations, among other means, to produce couture pieces that react to bodily movement in extraordinary new ways. These dresses disciplines and their decoding with the aid of 3D software platforms, especially Grasshopper, triggers the dawn for the creation of the following fashion collection. The research continues with the study of the anthropometric measurements in relation to the body and its representation in 3D space. The idea that the body's measurements are the basic parameter of the design process It was the reason behind the creation of an algorithm in 3D software platforms, Grasshopper, that needs as an input the person's body measurements, such as the circumference of bust, waist, hips, etc., and outputs the digital 3D representation of that specific body. The digital model that emerges from the algorithm can be constructed by 3D printing or by laser cut as a baffle structure according to this analytical guide of the labeling system. In this case, computational design is extremely useful for the design process of the project, since it formulates the specific variation of the body measurements. The digital model becomes the precursor for the analog one. As far as it concerns the body, the algorithm converts it in an asset that can be used during the work on this project, and in addition as a tool for exhibitional purposes in the context of human and computer interaction. As far as it concerns the material paper, the physical properties of it were studied extensively. Paper is a material with an elastic memory that tends to return to its initial condition unless it has been deformed plastically. The paper's behavior can only change its flat state by intervening to it via folding. After a series of experimentations with the aid of mountain and valley folds, the paper was transformed from a 2D surface into a 3D form, from linear into curvy, and from a rigid material into an elastic one. The investigation was enriched with 3D representations of these paper models by 3D software platforms such as Rhinoceros and plugins Grasshopper and Crane, which are specialized in the simulation of origamis. On the one hand, the 3D software platforms enable the creation of more complex geometries that it would be difficult to be made or represented otherwise, but on the other hand, they lack in the representation of the material's behavior and properties. For instance, unlike the digital parametric model, the paper can never return to its original state because it deforms plastically, whilst the first one can't represent exactly the semi-rotary motion of the physical model. Thus, computation must be regarded as the key interface for material exploration and vice versa. The research is completed with a representation of the fashion collection made of paper. The collection consists of 3 pieces: the follow sleeves, the ostraco skirt, and the petal dress, but due to time constraints, only the petal dress will be presented. To begin with, the petal dress was inspired by organic formations in nature and the plant's structure in combination with the folding techniques which were explored in the previous stages. A series of experimentations with organic freeform shapes were produced at the level of sketches first and then in 3D models. At this point, it's worth noting that computational design offered the opportunity for the creation of multiple different scenarios of the same dress, just with the modification of certain parameters that compose the main disciplines of the garment. But the key question still remains open: how this digital model can be constructed in real life all out of paper? A long process of trial and error began by working in small sections of the material paper in order to explore how the paper bends, stretches, folds, and formates so to take the desired shape. With the aid of mountain and valley folds and with a proper shape, the paper was transformed from a 2D surface into a 3D form, mimicking some floral motifs. The main goal was to transform the material paper with the application of the right pattern from linear into curvy and from a rigid material into an elastic one, without the addition of any extra materials such as thread or wire. The continuous testing of these paper models on the mannequin's body were crucial for the final design. The fact that materials don't have an endless limit and they come in blocks, or in this particular case in sheets, added an extra difficulty in this project. The intention was to create a paper garment from a scissor-less surface that molds and gears the body due to the folding techniques that was submitted. The following slides show a sample of additional experimentations with the material and the transition from low resolution to high resolution for the greatest control of it. After all these experimentations by both algorithmic and physical models, a paper garment was finally developed. The paper embraces like a smart surface the relationship of form, structure, and cohesion, proving that the physical material and its properties are also crucial for the final product. All things considered, it can be concluded that computational design enables the creation and the representation of more complex geometries, but materials and analog models are the ones who show the way on how these geometries can be constructed as physical objects. So as we move fluidly between digital and physical world, the facts show that the real challenge for the tectonics today isn't only in digital fabrication, but also in material fabrication. Designers should treat digital and analog design with equal regard. So this research project presents that coexistence of both methods is vital for the creative design process, because digital design systems can broaden the horizon of tectonics, architecture, and fashion, especially in fields like prototyping, modeling, testing, and evaluation. And that's all. Thank you for your attention, and goodbye.
Hi, my name is Lipika. I founded Textile Factory in 2015. Textile Factory is an artistic research exploration between India and the Netherlands. We look at our heritage, textile design, trade routes, and the meaning of patterns and motifs and how they influenced the Dutch traditional costumes and fashion in the 17th and 18th century. In those days, the communication lines were slow, and it took sometimes 2 to 3 years before an order actually reached the Netherlands. Often samples of fabric and patterns with instructions were sent to India, indicating specific requirements for the Dutch market. So we started our research with conducting literature reviews and visiting museums. We engaged various experts from different backgrounds, and each person having a different perspective on the textile trade and history. It enriched our research this way. So we involved historians, curators, women wearing traditional costumes, educational institutes, museums, the Crafts Council in the Netherlands, and we had a similar approach in India. We spoke to designers, craft experts, professors, curators, we visited museums, we talked to historians, and most importantly, we involved the artisans. They are the expert. The outcome of this initial research showed that the craft sector needs attention. Many ancient craft techniques in India are disappearing because of machine-made products. These are, of course, faster and cheaper to produce, and sociocultural aspects have an enormous influence on their existence. They have very few opportunities in society if they can't do their crafts anymore. They sometimes have to become cheap laborers. So in order to create some attention for the disappearing craft sector, we decided to engage designers and artists and connect them to craftspeople and exhibit their collaborative efforts. So in order to create awareness and publicity for the disappearing arts and crafts, we engaged 26 artists and designers from the Netherlands through an open call, and we connected them to 17 craft communities and design studios across India. So each proposal submitted by the artists and designers were analyzed, and then we matched them to the artisans, safeguarding the wishes and requirements from both ends. So the collaboration between the artists, designers, and artisans in India is based on reciprocity and equality. And the whole idea is that they learn from each other. They learn different skills, they learn from each other's techniques, but also the histories about each other's heritage and about each other's culture. They have the time to learn from each other and to experiment. They try, they feel and understand, and finally create. All participating creatives had their own interpretation and way of developing their respective practice-based research. And a few of the artists and designers explored the use of technology in collaboration with artisans working with their respective intangible cultural heritage. So this study focuses on exploratory research between artists and designers mixing innovative technology-based approaches with ancient Indian craft techniques. Participants exchanged knowledge from their respective cultural socio-technical systems. This paper zooms into one specific case study where block carvers become acquainted with new technologies and explore how ancient craft techniques and digital fabrication technology can meet.
Hi, I'm Sujata. So in this craft design co-creation, we bring the ancient block carving art together with new technology. Block carving is the precursor to textile block printing, which you can see here on the slide. The project is intended to encourage younger generations of block carvers to creatively find new ways in their designing and making, while still keeping in touch with their ancient family craft. Part of the inspiration for me as an artist was that automation already occurs in this craft. So block printing is an automation of kalamkari, and kalamkari is working with a pen on textile. When you have pieces of your drawing that can be repeated, you turn them into a stamp, so a printing block. And because this step of automation had already happened and these live peacefully alongside each other now, I wanted to see if there was a new hybrid that we could take to help the young makers approach their challenges. Now, these challenges are economic challenges. These particular block makers live north of Ahmedabad, and Ahmedabad is a big city, cultural capital of Gujarat. And while they want to continue with their family craft, you can make a better living getting a job in the city, which is what Jamin Gajar does. He goes into Ahmedabad every day, he goes into the office where he works in insurance, and in his spare time he learns the craft from his father. So in order to make this hybrid, I initially brought the Fab Lab in Sept University together with the block makers. And despite their enthusiasm and interest, not very much was really going to happen in a hurry. I think that's understandable because there's a reluctance to change such a tradition, of course, because the impact could be huge. And these changes need to be carefully considered before they're introduced. So obviously there was a time, the lapsed time was a concern for me while I was there. And it wasn't really everyone's highest priority to experiment and try out new tools and make something together. So the approach I took was to concentrate on my art piece, to sow the seeds and show the possibilities subtly and slowly and in a sympathetic and sensitive way, rather than trying to get things done in unfeasible timescales. So just to understand the art of block making, this is a demonstration block which shows 4 different stages of the process. So first, let me see if I can zoom in. So the first stage is transferring the design to the block. The second stage is to make some very coarse holes, and then you link them up, gradually getting more towards the final pattern, and then the final work is done with fine chisels. This is a lot of work. One set of blocks takes a lot of time to create, So this hybridity that I was suggesting is very specific to this situation. So these younger block makers living north of Ahmedabad, living already a hybrid of city and traditional life. Jamin's younger brother is even studying IT, which made it seem like he would be able to make good use of Makerspace or Fab Lab equipment. During the creation of the artwork, what I did is capture images and sound and movement recordings from on video from all the workshops. So the Kalamkari workshop, as you can see here, this is painting with pen and ink onto textile. And with these little movements, I created new designs. So I compiled lots of these motion captures, and this is actually analysed and tracked using a piece of software called Keynote. I was able to track all the movements and create new designs that actually look like traditional block pattern designs. Then in the block making workshop, one of the most memorable things is the sound. So the sound is repetitive, rhythmical patterns of sanding and hammering, chiseling, and with a little bit of stylization in the sound software, which was Audacity, I was able to create this pattern which actually resembles slightly the calligraphy in the local mosque. So with that pattern, I created this block with Wow Lab in the Netherlands, and I call it sonogram because it's the sound data. So the research inputted into various levels of hybridity with this global bottom-up maker technology that's available. We looked at 3D printing, which was problematic because of the material we were using at the time. We only had plastic available and it doesn't hold the ink properly. We looked at laser cutting wooden blocks, but that has the issue that the wood gets burnt quite quickly and easily, and it becomes quite brittle. Most promising techniques we found were laser etching onto the wooden block and CNC milling. So the previous work, this work was made completely with CNC milling, and this piece is the beginning of a hybrid work. So this is a laser etch of a design onto a block. Now, what laser etching does is make the design transfer a simpler process, because designs can be quite complicated and it actually takes quite a lot of skill to transfer a design accurately over to the wooden blocks. And of course, it has to be perfect because the pattern has to match every time you print a block next to another one. So this is how you normally transfer a design, but it requires quite a lot of craftsmanship. And it's something that for the novice block carver is still quite a task. A laser etching is repeatable and precise. So we transferred the design to the block, and now this is the carving which is being completed by Jamin. And I think there's more room for hybridity now. So this is the laser plus chiseling, but we have to look at CNC milling plus finishing with handwork as well.
Investigating the hybridity of craft with bottom-up technology can take place remotely because Fab Lab technology is available globally, allowing collaborators to experiment and create the same prototypes at a distance from each other. In this project, the collaboration continued when the artist returned to the Netherlands through WhatsApp. The hybridity of handmade and technological is well worth looking at, as it gives craftspeople themselves the maximum freedom in to what extent they employ handwork and how much they utilize automation. This can easily differ per craft and craftsperson. So for Jamin, he's been quite excited about the laser design transfer option, as it saves him some time, while still allowing the handmade product. If block makers choose to completely carve blocks using the CNC milling machine, their role would become more that of a designer. The wider context of the project has become clearer, and we realized that it's become more and more urgent to bring the craft and technology closer to each other. We had a discussion in November last year with Jamin Gujjar, a young block carver, and Sufyan Khatri, a renowned block printer. And from our conversation, we could make out that the block carving technique is not being taken up by the younger generations. It pays quite badly, and it takes a lot of time and effort to make these blocks. And in the meantime, block printers are receiving more and more orders for new designs. So in the past, customers used to ask for traditional designs, but now the trend is to use a new design every time. So we could make out from our conversation that block carvers might be really interested in developing new techniques, and we are now thinking of setting up a makerspace or a fab lab, which could be run by a younger generation of block carvers. So it would be interesting to further explore how digital fabrication tools influence the block designs in the creative skills of artisans.
Hello everyone, my name is Minas Pergantis, and today I will be presenting the results of a qualitative survey of habits and needs of users searching the web for art and cultural heritage. This research was conducted by me, my associates Mr. Aristides Labrogiorgos and Dr. Andreas Giannakoulopoulos under the auspices of the Interactive Arts Lab of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts of the Ionian University. Searching the World Wide Web for content is part of our daily routines for both professional and personal reasons. The accuracy of the results of a web search is extremely important to the users, since in most cases they tend to largely limit themselves to the first few pages of results. A good way to increase this accuracy and alongside it achieve better user satisfaction is to have a more elaborate knowledge of how a user behaves during the search process. This behavior, though, is not always set in stone. Depending on the user's profile and the object of the search process, it can vary greatly. Thus, it is safe to assume that gaining a deeper understanding of how users behave on the web when searching for content that is related to art and cultural heritage may lead to conclusions that can help increase the search result accuracy in this thematic field. A first step in understanding this behavior is going straight to the source. For the purpose of this research, a series of semi-structured interviews took place during late 2020 and 2021, involving a variety of individuals closely related to art and cultural heritage. The participants were selected using purposive sampling with the use of the snowball technique in order to identify more parties that might be interested in taking part in the research. The main goal of the researchers was to find individuals closely related to the arts or cultural heritage and who were more likely to be searching the web for content related to art and cultural heritage. This group of highly specialized individuals included artists of both digital and analog art, academics, including art theorists and historians, and art professionals such as gallery owners, museum curators, and more. Many of these individuals were involved with art in more than one way, including art columnists and people who study or recently studied in art-related fields. The total number of participants was 19. It included people of all different ages, as presented in this chart. Their age followed normal distribution. Most of the participants were women. The interviews were held in the Greek and English languages. The total duration of the interviews was almost 10 hours, averaging to about 30 minutes per interview. The participants were asked a series of questions regarding their use of the World Wide Web to search for art and culturally related content. The questions revolved around four main axes: the participants' motivations and expected results of the search process, time parameters and methodology of searching, the means of and tools the participants utilized during the search process, and an evaluation of their experiences with web search and the challenges they face. The results presented are a product of thematic analysis. The participants searched the web for a variety of art-related content, including specific artworks and information related to these works, artists and their body of works as well as their past and future activities, scientific papers relating to specific works of art or in the general thematic area of art and cultural heritage, and information from archives or repositories regarding the history and provenance of artworks. Depending on the participants' relation to art, the frequency of searching for each type of content varied heavily. Art historians and theorists were more interested in archival information or scientific articles, while art professionals followed a more artistic-centric way of searching for information. The various artists focused more on works of art in their specific area of interest or the general representation of concepts that they tackled with their current work. The search process for many of the participants displayed a periodic nature. Depending on the phase of their creative process, their research, or their professional endeavors, the participants indicated that their searches intensified or diminished. Despite that, participants that admitted to a very heavy activity schedule oftentimes resulted in having daily, multiple-hour-long searching sessions. In order to reach satisfying results, the participants indicated that they have to search in great depth. Many of them admitted to having to restructure their queries often, looking at the later pages of conventional search engine results and having to follow suggested related links to increase the quality of the results. The heavily specialized nature of some of the participants' areas of activity increased the importance of narrowing down the search area by using new keywords found in successful results. Even after finding specific results, the participants would often keep looking for other sources to cross-reference the validity of their findings or to broaden their understanding of the relative content. No apparent preference for general-purpose or special-purpose tools was noted by the majority of the participants. Each participant's preferred tools had to do with their level of familiarization with the internet and how specialized their area of activity is. Participants involved in activities that displayed heavy specialization preferred the use of special-purpose tools in order to avoid the amount of superficial information often presented by general-purpose tools. The relation of each participant with art and cultural heritage also played a big part in their choice of websites to use. The participants' preferred means of searching on the web was desktop and laptop computers. The intricacy and depth of the search process made it hard for tablet PCs or smartphones to be used effectively. Not only during the questions relating to the participants' evaluation of their web search experiences, but also throughout the interviews, a series of issues and challenges that the participants faced were made apparent. In short, this had to do with the objective difficulty of properly presenting analog art on the web, the business-oriented nature of the web and how profiling and web marketing are becoming more prevalent, the role of social media and each individual's network of contacts in finding art-related content on the web, and the often fragmented and incomplete information available on the web. According to the participants, items of cultural heritage, historical art as well as contemporary analog art are difficult to properly convey through means of the World Wide Web. Even when professionally digitized, the web representations aren't able to replicate the experiential value of actually seeing the work in real life. This means that individuals searching for such works on the internet are mainly interested in their significance as expressed through meta-information relating to these works, such as scientific papers, articles, studies, or historical references. Though a digital representation is definitely better than no access to the work at all, it is most definitely not a substitute. This does not hold true for digital art or other forms of art that can be properly conveyed by the web as a medium. In these cases, the table's turn and access to the actual work is considered the most important content the web can offer, and related information takes a secondary role. An issue often raised by the participants during their evaluation of the search experience is the marketing nature of the web, especially in general-purpose search engines. Oftentimes, the results participants were looking for were not easily accessible because of commercial results were ranked higher. Businesses almost always invest more in search engine optimization and web marketing, so art and culture-related institutions have a hard time competing for rankings with this type of results. Additionally, in an effort to gain better rankings, some websites reproduce low-value information that is repeated across multiple places in the web. This copy-paste culture creates a lot of useless information that people of the arts have to wade through in order to reach valuable content. In regards to profiling, many of the participants expressed apprehension because of the threat it represents against privacy and how it can create information bubbles that limit their reach to new content. Despite that, multiple participants considered it a useful tool that can grow to understand their needs and help them find specialized art and culture-related content. Most participants use their network of contacts as an alternate route to finding art and culture-related content. Social media can often act as an extension of this network of contacts. The majority of participants showed a great interest in using social media to reach out to other people in their field or to view art-related content. Especially image-oriented social media, such as Instagram or Pinterest, were highly valued, especially amongst artists and art professionals. The use of both social media and real-life methods of communication has elevated the role of mobile devices in search for art to a higher status. Another challenge faced by many of the participants is the lack of fragmentation of information. A lot of art and culture-related content is not digitized at all. Even if digitized, the content sometimes is not accompanied by proper metadata, making it hard to find and relate to other content. The information presented by institutions that own art often is not interlinked with other relevant information, leading the participants to dead ends. Additionally, a lot of information is only available in the language of the work or the artist, making it much harder to access by a large number of individuals. Moreover, information can be fragmented or even outdated. This forces the interested parties to have to spend a large amount of time piecing the information they need together. Despite that, some of the participants noticed an improvement in this area in the last decade. Throughout the interviews, it was made more and more apparent that people searching for art and cultural heritage on the web can greatly benefit by the advancements of the semantic web. The use of data structures can help provide information of bigger depth and specialization. In tandem with the use of linked data techniques, the content can become interconnected and create a unified whole, providing users everywhere with a more focused means to traverse the vastness of the modern web. Additionally, the users' need for an added social aspect that will enable them to exchange expertise must be fulfilled. Both art created and presented today for the first time and digital representations produced by the continued effort for digitization of the treasures of the past must be guided first and foremost by the user's needs. Mapping the user behavior of people like the participants of this survey is an ongoing effort. In the future, a content-based deductive analysis of the presented interviews will be carried out as a means to reach a more systematic conclusions. A good next step would be collecting quantitative data that can be used alongside the qualitative results presented. This can be achieved by monitoring and measuring the user's actual behavior during the searching process. Finally, these observations can be used to propose a series of practices that content providers can use to improve the way they present their content on the web, or even enrich it and promote it better. This concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Aris Labrogorgos. I have a diploma in electrical engineering and computer technology at the University of Patras, and at the moment I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Audio and Visual Arts in the Ionian University. In this presentation, I am going to present the great opportunities that a vast amount of information offer to the researcher, and specifically the information gathered by online website repositories. I am going to provide a brief evaluation of the online repositories that provide website archival information, as well as the various tools and application programming interfaces they offer to the researcher. Furthermore, through the process I have implemented during the course of my doctoral thesis in the Ionian University, I am going to demonstrate a collection method and types of data that can be extracted from these repositories using computer algorithms and propose ways in which the researchers can utilize them. When the amount and complexity of data is too large for traditional methods to process, then we refer to it as big data. In this category, we can include websites, as the booming of the internet during the last decade led to the increase in the number of websites worldwide, which now are more than 55 billion. This has created a huge pool of data that can be used by researchers to identify trends and patterns worldwide. Each website contains information beyond its contents, such as the language or languages in which its content is written, the country in which it is registered, parameters that relate to its aesthetics, and much more. Moreover, there are online repositories that maintain a digital archive of billions of websites and instances of them, as they were in various timestamps in the past. These instances may sometimes have some restrictions due to technical limitations, but generally give a very accurate representation of the state in which the website was during that time period. So the researcher is provided with a unique opportunity to collect data from the past in order to study trends and patterns over time globally. Let's review some of these repositories. I will begin with archive.fo that takes a snapshot of a website that will always be online even if the original web page disappears. The textual content of the web page and images are archived, and in addition, a screenshot of the website is stored. It has a very simple URL syntax to retrieve snapshots and supports the Memento web API, which I will cover later. Next is perma.cc that helps scholars, journals, courts, and others to preserve the online sources they cite and make those records accessible to their readers. Users provide the URL of the page they want to cite, and Perma preserves what's there, deposits into their collection, and gives a unique URL, a permalink, that points to that record. Although this can be very useful to scholars and journals, the amount of information stored is quite limited. It provides its own API, but also supports the Memento web API. Another very well-organized web repository is archivo.pt that collects and stores information published on the web and processes the collected data to make it searchable. It provides its own API, but also supports the Memento web API. As mentioned, all the above support the Memento web API that provides snapshots from various web archives and version control systems. It checks a whole range of servers, including servers that natively support the Memento time travel for the web protocol, and servers that don't. The list of archives that support the Memento protocol is continuously growing. The problem with the Memento API is that because it parses a very large amount of information over many archives, it tends to return results that their structure is inconsistent and makes the later analysis of the data problematic. It can also be very slow on delivering results, and speed is a major factor when dealing with very large amounts of information. The web archive that I used during my PhD thesis, and after reviewing the alternatives, recommend for researchers who need to extract information from archived websites globally, is the Internet Archive Wayback Machine, which, apart from being free and open source, has three very important advantages over their similar repositories. It contains a very large number of snapshots with almost 475 billion websites archived. Secondly, it has a wide range of archives dating as far back as 1996. And thirdly, it provides a very efficient and easy to use API through which we can get information about web page snapshots. During the second year of my PhD thesis, recovery of snapshots of websites from the past was required in order to detect changes in the aesthetics of each one of them. These snapshots consisted of two separate digital files, an HTML file containing the source code and a PNG image file of a screenshot of the website. While the Wayback Machine has its own API, it does not allow for complex queries and filtering of the data it returns. So we implemented the Wayback CDX Server API, which has some very unique advantages. Specifically, a query for the availability of snapshots of a website can return thousands of results with multiple snapshots even during a single day, let alone decades. The CDX API enables filtering of high-density entries, limiting the number of results, so it can return a limited number of snapshots of a website in a given amount of time instead of the thousands that are stored, making recovery significantly faster and more efficient. More specifically, it provides the ability to skip results for which a specific field is repeated. During a preliminary testing, we concluded that one website snapshot per each year is more than enough to record any changes. So, with the use of the option to limit the number of API results, the amount of data to be collected for each website was significantly reduced. In our case, by selecting the timestamp field returned by the API, which has 14 digits corresponding to year, month, day, hour, minutes, and seconds, and by instructing the API to exclude results that had the same first 4 digits on this field, the API returns for each website one snapshot per year. In addition, it allows us to continue a query from a previous entry, so we can break large time-consuming queries into smaller chunks. Finally, it provides useful information for each snapshot, such as its status, size, type, and timestamp. In short, the data collection application involves, as a first step, the import of a CSV file with a list of website domains. Then the application creates and sends a corresponding query to the API and saves the data returned by the API to the database. Then, based on this data, the application retrieves the source code for each record and saves it to a corresponding HTML file. During the above process, the application also creates a JSON file that is fed to a browser that starts the retrieval and storage of the respective screenshots in image files. The whole process is automatic, requires no supervision, and can be done for a very large number of websites. During the data analysis, both the source code and the screenshot will be analyzed in order to measure various parameters that determine the visual appearance and aesthetics of each website, and thus detecting patterns and trends as time progresses. Properties such as the color palette used, the images, the typography, the placement and multitude of the various elements, and many more, can be measured through analyzing the files using computer algorithms. Here, for example, we can see that from analyzing the PNG image of the screenshot of the website, we can measure the white space or negative space used. Or in this example, from the source code analysis, we can determine the complexity of a website from the number of its HTML elements. The above procedure described targets to the retrieval of a very specific set of data that corresponds to the needs of the individual research, but the available information on these web repositories is almost unlimited. Each website contains information beyond its contents, information such as the language in which its content is written, the country in which it's registered, and many more that constitute valuable data for the researcher. And conclusions drawn from a very large sample have very high probability of being accurate. So they are truly data treasures of the past waiting to be discovered. Thank you very much for watching this presentation, and I really hope that you have gained some useful information that will help you in your research.
Η δημιουργία ψηφιακών υποδομών για τις τέχνες και τις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες στοχεύει να προαγάγει την έρευνα που εφαρμόζει και αξιοποιεί ψηφιακά εργαλεία στο εσωτερικό αυτών των πεδίων. Η δημιουργία τέτοιου είδους υποδομών προϋποθέτει την de facto συνεργασία ανάμεσα σε δύο κατηγορίες ερευνητών. Αφενός, αυτών που δραστηριοποιούνται στα πεδία των τεχνών και των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών, αφετέρου εκείνων που προέρχονται από την περιοχή των εφαρμοσμένων επιστημών. Η παρούσα ανακοίνωση θα κινηθεί σε δύο κατευθύνσεις. Έχοντας πρώτα παρουσιάσει την ψηφιακή υποδομή Απολωνής, τον τρόπο οργάνωσής της και τις υπηρεσίες που παρέχει στους χρήστες της, η παρούσα ανακοίνωση ενδιαφέρεται να θίξει ορισμένα από τα ζητήματα που ανακύπτουν μέσα από αυτήν την επιβεβλημένη συμβιωτική σχέση ανάμεσα στους θεράποντες επιστημονικών περιοχών, οι οποίες συγκροτήθηκαν ως κατά παράδοση διακριτές. Η υποδομή Απολωνής υλοποιείται από ένα δίκτυο ακαδημαϊκών ιδρυμάτων, το οποίο συγκροτήθηκε προκειμένου να συμβάλλει στην ανάπτυξη της έρευνας στις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες με τη χρήση τεχνολογιών της πληροφορίας. Η εισαγωγή των ψηφιακών μεθόδων έρευνας στο πεδίο των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών είναι που κατέστησε αυτή την πρωτοβουλία αναγκαία. Στο πλαίσιο της υποδομής έχουν μέχρι σήμερα αναπτυχθεί καινοτόμα ψηφιακά εργαλεία, τα οποία διατίθεται σε ανοιχτή πρόσβαση και απευθύνονται σε ερευνητές των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών, καθώς και σε διαχειριστές πολιτιστικών συλλογών. Πρόκειται για δύο κατηγορίες εργαλείων: τα μητρώα πόρων ανθρωπιστικών σπουδών και τους πολυθεματικούς και πολυγλωσσικούς θησαυρούς ανθρωπιστικών και κοινωνικών σπουδών. Η ανάπτυξη των παραπάνω εργαλείων ανταποκρίνεται σε μια αναδυόμενη τάση εντός των ψηφιακών ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών που αφορά τη συλλογή και επεξεργασία δεδομένων υπό το πρίσμα της διεπιστημονικότητας. Το μητρώο πόρων ανθρωπιστικών σπουδών αποτελεί επί της ουσίας μια χαρτογράφηση των πηγών δεδομένων και των συλλογών που αφορούν τις τέχνες και τις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες σε εθνικό επίπεδο. Στόχος είναι να εφοδιάσει τον ερευνητή των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών με έναν αναλυτικό οδηγό των φορέων της Ελλάδας, οι οποίοι έχουν στην κατοχή τους ή διαχειρίζονται συλλογές περιεχομένου συναφούς με τα ερευνητικά του ενδιαφέροντα. Επίσης, να τον κατευθύνει σε σχέση με το περιεχόμενο αυτών των συλλογών σε επίπεδο μεταδεδομένων. Οι φυσικές ή ψηφιακές συλλογές, που αυτή τη στιγμή υπάρχουν καταχωρημένες στο μητρώο πόρων, καλύπτουν ένα φάσμα θεματικών που αφορά περισσότερα από 15 επιστημονικά πεδία των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών. Η ουσιαστική συμβολή του μητρώου πόρων έγκυται στο γεγονός ότι επιχειρείται η διασύνδεση θεματικά συναφών μεταξύ των συλλογών μέσω τεχνικών που βασίζονται στην ψηφιακή επιμέλεια των μεταδεδομένων τους και στην εναρμόνισή τους μέσω της δημιουργίας ενός κοινού σχήματος τεκμηρίωσης. Μέσω του μητρώου πόρων, ο ερευνητής αποκτά εποπτεία και εύκολη πρόσβαση σε ένα πλήθος δεδομένων, τα οποία μπορεί να ποικίλουν ως προς τη μορφή τους και να βρίσκονται διασπαρμένα σε ένα πλήθος συλλογών πολύ διαφορετικού τύπου, από πινακοθήκες και συλλογές μουσειακών αντικειμένων έως συλλογές ψηφιοποιημένων κειμένων. Στην περίπτωση του μητρώου πόρων, ο όγκος και η ποικιλομορφία των δεδομένων, ο διαφορετικός τύπος των συλλογών, αλλά και το εύρος των επιστημονικών αντικειμένων τα οποία αυτές αφορούν, απέτησαν ένα ενιαίο σχήμα μεταδεδομένων αρκετά εκλεπτισμένο, ώστε να μπορεί να εξυπηρετήσει αποτελεσματικά την τεκμηρίωσή τους. Στην ίδια την πράξη της ανάπτυξης του μητρώου πόρων, αυτό αποδείχτηκε ένα αρκετά σύνθετο πρόβλημα. Η ένταξη δηλαδή της πληροφορίας, η οποία μπορεί να είναι αρκετά διαφορετική ως προς τη φύση, τη μορφή και το περιεχόμενό της, σε μία βάση γνώσης η οποία θα καλύπτει τόσο τις ανάγκες των φορέων που τη διαχειρίζονται, όσο και αυτές του ερευνητικού κοινού των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών. Πέραν του μητρώου πόρων, το έτερο ψηφιακό εργαλείο που αναπτύχθηκε και διατίθεται στο πλαίσιο της ψηφιακής υποδομής Απολωνής είναι ο θησαυρός ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών. Πρόκειται για ένα πολυγλωσσικό και πολυθεματικό θησαυρό, ο οποίος προέκυψε από τη συνεργασία της Ακαδημίας Αθηνών, του Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών και της Ανωτάτης Σχολής Καλών Τεχνών και υλοποιήθηκε με τη χρήση ενός διαδικτυακού συστήματος ανοιχτού κώδικα για τη διαχείριση τέτοιων θησαυρών, το οποίο αναπτύχθηκε από το Ινστιτούτο Τεχνολογίας και Έρευνας. Στο πλαίσιο του συστήματος, οντολογίες από διαφορετικούς κλάδους των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών προσαρμόζονται, διασυνδέονται λειτουργικά και συνυπάρχουν εξαρτώμενες ιεραρχικά από έναν μεταθησαυρό υπερκείμενων ενιών. Η μεθοδολογία που εδώ ακολουθήθηκε ήταν μια bottom-up διαδικασία, όπου οι έννοιες κορυφής παράχθηκαν επαγωγικά από τις ήδη υπάρχουσες ορολογίες των διαφορετικών επιστημονικών πεδίων, όπως αυτές απαντώνται στα μητρώα πόρων, ακολουθώντας μια επαγωγική πορεία από ένα χαμηλότερο προς ένα υψηλότερο επίπεδο αφαίρεσης. Το έργο της ανάπτυξης ενός θησαυρού, ο οποίος θα διασχίζει οριζοντίως τις διαφορετικές επιστημονικές περιοχές των ανθρωπιστικών σπουδών, από τις κλασικές σπουδές και τη γλωσσολογία έως τη λεωγραφία και την ιστορία της επιστήμης, έφερε αντιμέτωπους όσους ενεπλάκησαν στην υλοποίησή του με ένα γνήσιο πρόβλημα διεπιστημονικής συνένεσης, το οποίο στην πράξη αποδείχτηκε πολύ δύσκολο να διευθετηθεί. Αυτό που έπρεπε να συμφωνηθεί ήταν ένας κοινός, συνεπής και συνεκτικός μεταθησαυρός ανωτέρου επίπεδου, ο οποίος θα περιέχει ένα όσο το δυνατόν περιορισμένο, αλλά ταυτοχρόνως επαρκή αριθμό ενιών, για να καλύψουν το σημασιολογικό εύρος όλων των επιμέρους θεματικών λεξιλογίων και των ορολογιών τους. Την ίδια στιγμή, όλες οι ορολογίες των επιμέρους θεματικών λεξιλογίων έπρεπε να μπορούν να κληρονομούν τα χαρακτηριστικά τους από τις έννοιες κορυφής κατά τέτοιο τρόπο, ώστε να μην παράγονται ασυμφωνίες και λογικά σφάλματα, αλλά και να μην παραβιάζονται οι ισχύουσες ενιολογικές διακρίσεις και ιεραρχήσεις στο εσωτερικό του κάθε επιστημονικού πεδίου. Αυτά τα δύο αιτήματα, δηλαδή πρώτον η ιεράρχηση των όρων που χρησιμοποιούν οι επιμέρους επιστημονικές κοινότητες, κάτω από την ομπρέλα μίας και μόνης δομημένης ιεραρχίας αφηρημένων ενιών, και δεύτερον, ο σεβασμός της ενιολογικής και επιστημονικής ιδιαιτερότητας κάθε θεματικού λεξιλογίου, δεν στάθηκε όλες τις φορές εύκολο να συζευκθούν με επιτυχία στην πράξη της ανάπτυξης του θησαυρού. Όπου αυτός ο συμβιβασμός κατέστη εντελώς ανέφικτος, προκρίθηκε ως βέλτιστη λύση η μη συμπερίληψη όρων, ακόμα και κομβικών όρων αναφοράς για ορισμένα επιστημονικά πεδία, προκειμένου να μην διαταραχθεί η ισορροπία των θεμελιακών ιεραρχιών του μεταθησαυρού και η διαλειτουργικότητα μεταξύ των επιμέρους θεματικών λεξιλογίων. Στην παρούσα του μορφή, ο θησαυρός ανθρωπιστικών και κοινωνικών σπουδών, όπως και τα μητρώα πόρων, είναι το αποτέλεσμα ενός διεπιστημονικού κονσένσους, πρώτον, μεταξύ ερευνητών που προέρχονται από διαφορετικά πεδία των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών και επίσης ενός δεύτερου κονσένσους μεταξύ αυτών των τελευταίων και ερευνητών που ανήκουν στις εφαρμοσμένες επιστήμες. Κάποιες φορές αυτή η συνένεση, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι αφορά τις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες, φαίνεται να έχει ένα κόστος σε βάρος της ενιολογικής ακεραιότητας κάθε πεδίου. Και το ανοιχτό ερώτημα εδώ είναι αν το κέρδος της ψηφιακής διεπιστημονικής συνύπαρξης είναι μεγαλύτερο του τιμήματος. Οι λεγόμενες ψηφιακές ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες συνδέονται με ερευνητικές μετατοπίσεις που δεν εξυγχρονίζουν απλώς τα εργαλεία αυτών των επιστημών, αλλά προκύπτουν από την ίδια την ψηφιακή τεχνολογία, μετατοπίσεις δηλαδή που δεν θα ήταν δυνατόν να πραγματοποιηθούν χωρίς αυτή την τεχνολογία. Σχηματικά, ας πούμε ότι η μία όψη αυτής της εξέλιξης αφορά το σκέλος της τεκμηρίωσης, ενώ η έτερη την παραγωγή ερευνητικών αποτελεσμάτων μέσα από τη συστηματική αξιοποίηση ενός διαρκώς αυξανόμενου όγκου ψηφιακών δεδομένων. Αυτή η τελευταία όψη, η οποία σχετίζεται ευθέως με τις φιλοδοξίες της ψηφιακής υποδομής Απολωνής όπως παρουσιάστηκε παραπάνω, φέρνει στην επιφάνεια ζητήματα που αφορούν τη συνεργασία μεταξύ ανθρωπιστικών και εφαρμοσμένων επιστημών. Στο πλαίσιο αυτής της συνεργασίας, εκείνο που αναδύεται ως επίδικο είναι η ίδια η φύση των μεθόδων των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών, έτσι όπως αυτές γίνονται κατά παράδοση αντιληπτές. Ως επιστήμες δηλαδή, οι οποίες δίνουν έμφαση λιγότερο στη συσσόρευση ποσοτικών δεδομένων και περισσότερο στην ποιοτική επεξεργασία σύνθετων ερμηνευτικών υποθέσεων. Αν και συνηθίζουμε να ταυτίζουμε την πρακτική της συσσόρευσης δεδομένων με ψηφιακές βάσεις εντυπωσιακής αποθηκευτικής χωρητικότητας και εκλεπτισμένα υπολογιστικά συστήματα διαχείρισης του περιεχομένου τους, αυτή η πρακτική δεν αποτελεί αποκλειστική δυνατότητα της ψηφιακής τεχνολογίας. Συχνά, τα δεδομένα που συγκεντρώνονται με παραδοσιακό τρόπο είναι τέτοιου όγκου που αμείλονται ευθέως στα ψηφιακά συσσωρευμένα δεδομένα. Εδώ αρκεί μόνο ένα παράδειγμα από το χώρο της ιστορίας της τέχνης. Αυτό του αυστριακού χαράκτη Adam Barthes, ο οποίος μεταξύ των ετών 1803 και 1821 συγκέντρωσε σε 21 τόμους όχι απλώς τη βιογραφία, αλλά και το σύνολο των τυπωμάτων όσων είχαν την ιδιότητα του ζωγράφου χαράκτη. Άρα δεν είναι αυτός καθ' αυτός ο όγκος των συσσωρευμένων δεδομένων που καθιστά τις ερευνητικές διαδικασίες των ψηφιακών ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών ριζικά διαφορετικές από εκείνες που εφαρμόζουν οι πιο παραδοσιακές μορφές αυτών των επιστημών. Ό,τι είναι εδώ διαφορετικό αφορά πρώτον την απλοποίηση και συντόμευση της διαδικασίας συσσόρευσης και δεύτερον τη δυνατότητα επεξεργασίας του συσσωρευμένου υλικού με αλγοριθμικά συσχετιστικό τρόπο. Αυτές οι δύο παράμετροι γεννούν μια νέα στάση απέναντι στο ίδιο το ερευνητικό αντικείμενο των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών. Αυτή η ειδική στάση μπορεί να συνοψιστεί στην εστίαση της έρευνας στην ποσότητα έναντι της ποιότητας. Εδώ το κατεξοχήν επιχείρημα υπέρ της ποσοτικής συσσόρευσης εδράζεται στον υποτιθέμενα αντικειμενικό χαρακτήρα των σκληρών δεδομένων μεγάλου όγκου και τον δημοκρατικό χαρακτήρα του στατιστικού αλγορίθμου. Όσο περισσότερα τα δεδομένα, τόσο πιο εγκύρο το συμπέρασμα. Όσο πιο ουδέτερη και μαθηματικοποιημένη η επεξεργασία τους, τόσο λιγότερες οι ανεπιθύμητες υποκειμενικές προβολές του ερευνητή στο υλικό του. Ή, για να μιλήσουμε με τους όρους μιας παροχημένης διάκρισης μεταξύ hard και soft sciences, όσο πιο σκληρά τα δεδομένα, τόσο λιγότερο μαλακές καθίστανται και οι ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες. Πρόκειται για αντιλήψεις που στην πιο σκληροπυρηνική εκδοχή τους επαναφέρουν στο προσκήνιο τις θετικιστικές πλάνες του 19ου αιώνα, αυτή τη φορά υπό τον εξυγχρονισμένο μανδύα της ψηφιακής τεχνολογίας. Αυτή η έμφαση στην αυστηρά ποσοτική έρευνα οδηγεί συχνά τους θειασότες της ποσοτικής συσσόρευσης στην υποβάθμιση της ποιοτικής ανάλυσης και τελικά στην απεμπόληση της έννοιας της θεωρίας. Δεν υπάρχει φυσικά αμφιβολία ότι και η ποιότητα λειτουργήσε ιστορικά ως τροχοπέδι, ως έννοια αυταρχική και ολοκληρωτική. Ωστόσο, έστω και αν κανείς δεχτεί το μονολυθικό χαρακτήρα μιας ορισμένης χρήσης της έννοιας ποιότητα, η επίκληση της αντικειμενικότητας των αριθμών δεν ρέπει λιγότερο προς τον αυταρχισμό. Ίσως μάλιστα να ρέπει και περισσότερο, καθώς αποκρύπτει το γεγονός ότι κάθε αμιγώς αριθμητική συσσόρευση είναι απαραίτητος και ποιοτική, εφόσον κάθε ποσοτική αναγωγή δεν πραγματοποιείται εν κενό, αλλά συμβαίνει πάντοτε εντός ενός συγκεκριμένου ποιοτικού πλαισίου. Διότι προκειμένου από την ποσοτική συσσόρευση μεγάλου όγκου δεδομένων να εξαχθούν ουσιαστικά ερευνητικά συμπεράσματα, έχουμε ανάγκη από μια θεωρία. Η θεωρία όμως αυτή δεν είναι δυνατόν να προκύψει από την ποσοτική ανάλυση, αλλά είναι σύμφυτη με τους ίδιους τους όρους τοποθέτησης του ερευνητικού προβλήματος, διότι ουδής ερμηνεύει με όρους αμιγώς εμπειρικούς. Παρότι η ποσότητα εμφανίζεται ως η νέα παράμετρος που παράγει αποτελέσματα, στην πραγματικότητα δεν μπορούμε να αναζητήσουμε τα ποσοτικά δεδομένα παρά μόνο με όρους ποιότητας ή αλλιώς θεωρίας. Από αυτή τη σκοπιά, ο αναγκαίος όρος συνύπαρξης των ανθρωπιστικών και των εφαρμοσμένων επιστημών υπό τη σκέπη των ψηφιακών ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών δεν μπορεί παρά να είναι η θεωρία η οποία προηγείται οποιασδήποτε ποσοτικής συσσόρευσης δεδομένων και οποιοδήποτε αλγοριθμικού συσχετισμού αυτών των δεδομένων. Χωρίς αυτή, οι ψηφιακές ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες δεν είναι παρά ένα παρακλάδι της εφαρμοσμένης επιστήμης της πληροφορικής που τυχαίνει να αντλεί μελέτες περίπτωσης από το ευρύ και αδιαφοροποίητο θεματικό πεδίο των ανθρωπιστικών επιστημών. Ευχαριστώ.
Mythical mediations, material transcriptions of votive offerings dedicated to the nymphs. In this research, votive offerings to the nymphs are studied as mythical media artifacts, materializing transcendental communication between suppliants and nymphs. Transdisciplinary theoretical practical methods are adopted and material transcription gestures utilizing mixed media and low high-tech technological means are performed. The study is concluded with the design of new material ecologies as new votive offerings, through which is highlighted the creative value of the mediating function itself. The present study is a theoretical, practical, and transdisciplinary analysis of votive offerings dedicated to the nymphs, mythical deities, through which the normative terms and reductive assumptions of usual archaeological analysis, proposing them as objects with representational and symbolic functions and only, are criticized and re-examined. This gesture is a proposition of a different epistemological model of thinking and viewing the material world, a world in which representation, reality, natural, artificial, signifier, signified, and subject-object dualities are approached as metaphysical constructs. According to this argument, it is promoted votive offerings mediating function, proposing them as media artifacts which perform as mediators in the transcendental communication networks between suppliants and nymphs inside the cave shrines. According to actor network theory of Bruno Latour, every human or non-human actor is an ontologically equal node or mediator on affecting the others participating in communication networks and material exchanges. Based on this ontological proposition, in the exact moment of the artifact deposition gesture, the suppliants are perpetually re-embodied within votive offerings. Henceforward, they are in a new existential condition. They are permanent inner parts of the material ecology of the cave shrine. Lastly, this gesture is an attempt to extend the boundaries of comprehension of the mediation itself through the study of material flows between suppliants and nymphs mediated by votive offerings. Continuous feedback loops from theory to practice and vice versa are adopted during the research design gesture, according to which it is proposed a conceptual non-conceptual framework that extends the conditions of dealing votive offerings as media artifacts and suppliants' new embodiments. Conceptual tools from different and sometimes opposing media and communication theories are eclectically adopted towards the unknown, the unexpected, without any prejudice in favor of rational and scientific reasoning, without any prejudice against intuition, empirical assumption, aesthetic tastes, and phenomenological propositions. The research begins with the current terms of archaeological analysis of votive offerings as symbolic artifacts and only that are dedicated to a deity in a religious context, either for gratitude or for supplication. During the research, paradigmatic votive offerings dedicated to the nymphs are examined, analyzed, classified, and the different ontologies proposed for them. From objects of supplication to media artifacts that co-construct transcendental communication networks between suppliants and nymph. A new transcendental ecology is formed, human votive offerings shrine nymphs. Votive offerings dedicated to the nymphs as mythical media artifacts are mainly examined through Willem Flusser's media ontology, in which the concept of media is massively expanded in order to include every object entity that mediates between human and non-human agents, in contrast with classical definitions of media. The notion of medium in Flusser's ontology is broad and fluid. It is not even systematically defined. He is opposed to any solely materialistic determination of media or any technocratic religious eschatology. Meaning is co-formed by the media according to the way are used and not by them having a specific metaphysical ethos. In the realm of Flusser's extension and comprehension of the notion of medium media, the notion of mediation is added to the research, in order to include the acts, events, gestures, and the agency of human and non-human beings on the construction of the transcendental mythical communication networks. In Western philosophical tradition, there are examples of proposing categorically the concept of mediation, mainly as an opposing concept to immediacy, like Hegel and Adorno. Even the latter claimed the opposite. Contrary to this dualistic approach, Richard Grassin proposes mediation as a solely immediate event in itself by recognizing the role of mediation on generating individual subjects and objects and its ontogenetic and creative aspects. For Gilles Deleuze, creation is all about mediators. According to all the previous theoretical framework, votive offerings are proposed as the media artifacts mediators of the ritual of the transcendental mythical communication with the nymphs. Also, through this mediation, suppliant self is inscribed within the cave shrine. We will call it gesture of transcoding the self. Votive offerings, as the new transcoded self forms, become permanent schemata of suppliant's devotion. Each schema is not a symbol, a signifier, but a new form of their existence, a mediator for inscribing their self within the cave shrine transcendental ecology. Their gestures are stored and preserved each time in a unique way and material form. Votive offerings, lastly, become the agents of inscription of an ethos. They redistribute the fields of transcendental communication inside the cave ecology. The cave shrine ecology as a borderline place between real and transcendental. After the analysis are proposed three classifications for votive offerings as transcendental mythical media: relief, full relief code, color code, verbal form code. Each proposed code and classification will be used later during the praxis phase as tools for designing the transcription gestures. After framing the conceptual toolkit, votive offerings transcription gestures are proposed utilizing mixed media. From low technological means like casting methods, painting techniques, to high technologic like photogrammetry, digital material simulations, and 3D printing. Specifically, are used existing photogrammetry three-dimensional models of selected votive offerings to the nymphs as molds, which are manipulated digitally and then 3D printed. Material strata from different organic and inorganic materials that were used as color pigments on ancient Greek painting procedure of votive offerings, like cinnabar, iron oxide, calcium carbonate, and others, are added continually inside the molds. Collagen, organic matter in the state of aggregates, is added as substratum, sizing, and preservative medium, behaving as gelatin biomaterial. Under the addition of water, the molecular catalysis of collagen is achieved, and the aggregates are converted to the paste, acquiring adhesive properties, hydrogen bonds. By these material transcription gestures, new information is added within each loop of material deposition. Each color and shape convention is transformed to a material assemblage by which the mediating processes are discernible. These new material assemblages entail the material through the symbolic and vice versa, the symbolic through the material, corroding the dichotomy of these two concepts by elaborating materially the creational value of mediation. The result of the research is a set of new material assemblages, new votive offerings, with a different mediating function. They are now becoming objects of commemoration of human existential desire for communication, information preservation, and inscriptions of human's environment. Human agents materialize this desire by neketropic gesturing, that is, by designing media artifacts and participating in material ecologies. The new votive offerings, as the new suppliants embodiments, have unique material and aesthetical qualities by which is given prominence to the agency of the materials themselves in the mediation process, as well as the creational value of the mediation itself, that is, the inscription gesture process. In each such process, there are traces of the previous one engraved as ontologically equal, complementary representations of beings.
Hello to everyone. My name is Sofia Vlahu. I'm PhD candidate, and I present the title Studying the Instagram Overpopularity, Frida Kahlo and Vincent van Gogh Artworks. Viewing and experiencing art is a two-way street. The current contribution explores the impact of artworks and art memorabilia on human emotions through the lens of popularity in social media setting. More specifically, it investigates how real artworks or memorabilia by two artists may influence their artwork's popularity. In a recent study of 90 artists of 20th century, found that they become famous through their friends, not from their creativity. We build on this analysis to identify the key emotions and aesthetic preferences of perceivers through their posts, such as artworks, photos, and art memorabilia like coffee mugs, phone cases, and other items. Based on the literature, we turn our attention to art as experience. Briefly, this cognitive process illustrated in the diagram. The first stage includes the primary cognitive classification of the artwork according to the space and essential visual aspects like colors, contrast, and complexity. The second stage is a mental process based on the previous art on art experience and familiarity with art. And the last, the individual appreciates the artwork. The process is completed when the viewer feels satisfied or not with the art experience. Let us now see how Instagram's mediating role reshapes the art experience. The diagram describes a typical museum visit and divided into three stages. The pre-visitation stage involves stimuli may show the person to visit the museum, like other visitors' Instagram museum posts. The second involves a visit to the museum by physical presence, where the viewer takes many photos. The last stage is the museum visit outcomes. Viewers share the photos of artworks or memorabilia on Instagram to attract interest and describe their feelings after the visit. Visual imaginary is used to attract attention and develop a personality for a product. Memorabilia also fall into this category. Eye tracking studies have been used to show that consumers focused first on the dominant picture, mainly larger and colored, in a print ad, before attending to verbal information. The reason we choose these two artists is because they are depicted in many memorabilia and social media posts. Frida is known for painting about her chronic pain and her self-portraits. She also regarded as an icon for Chicanos, the feminists, and the LGBTQ movement. Vincent van Gogh also suffered from depression. He was never famous during his lifetime, and he sold only one painting when he was alive. In light of the current context, we attempt to associate the above variables to the popularity of both artists and artwork memorabilia using Instagram data. We used InstaLoader API to collect about 2,000 posts, photos, and comments from the most popular hashtags related to our topic. Two separate datasets were created. The data was pre-processed and transformed from categorical to numerical values in Python programming language. We also used the Automate Science engine for sentiment analysis to identify basic emotions in textual data. Joy, sadness, surprise, and neutral were identified. Application of machine learning classification algorithm is the next step. As can be seen, the data are divided into 4 columns with different values for each column. The first column is the likes count as depicted in histogram. The other 3 columns are related to the context, category, and sentiment of each item. The aim was to correlate these 3 features to the sentiments in order to find out how this correlation may impact the artwork's popularity. We used 6 basic classification algorithms and the small technique to improve the imbalanced data. As you can see, linear regression gave us the highest accuracy. We followed the same practice for the second dataset about Vincent van Gogh, and support vector machines gave us the highest accuracy, slightly lower than the first dataset. The categories with the most samples are portrait, landscape, memorabilia, and joy in both datasets. In both datasets, it was observed that the likes count feature generally has some effect on whether an artwork is popular or not. On the other hand, the context, for instance, landscape, portrait, etc., and category feature like memorabilia, painting, photograph, etc., seems to be related to some extent to the sentiments in whether something is popular or not. The foregoing outline aims to understand the role of memorabilia in aesthetic experience, as well as the art popularity based on sentiments. We know that museums promote art memorabilia and other commercial brands except the museums more widely. Our dataset was too small to be investigated this topic exhaustively, but in the future we will improve the dataset to be published. We also attempt to investigate this topic with more complex questions, more samples and features about aesthetic experience, and art popularity prediction. Thank you so much for your attention.
The present study has the title The Impact of Anti-Pandemic Measures on Culture and Alternative Cases Using Digital Media and took place within the framework of Master Program Published Discourse and Digital Media under the supervision of Professor George Lapas. The main objectives of this study are the analysis of the socioeconomic situation in the cultural and creative sector before the pandemic, as well as the impact of the measures against the pandemic, with emphasis on their effects on the CCS in Greece and in Europe. Secondly, exploring examples of alternatives implemented by cultural institutions using digital media in the individual sectors of culture, as well as identifying their advantages and disadvantages compared to conventional. Finally, the reference to the future of culture in the post-COVID-19 era through the initiatives of networks and organizations at national and European level. The data, in the form of articles, reports, posts, speeches, and video, were collected from websites of culture and other institutions of Greece and Europe, from Greek and foreign press, and from social media. Due to the fluidity of the situation as the pandemic was in progress when the study was carried out and completed, the searches used are mostly online and their data was constantly changing. For the same reasons, there were no reliable statistical surveys to make a thorough evaluation of the data. In light of these limitations, as well as the time period covered by the data, from March to May 2020, the present work is not intended to provide a definitive assessment of the impact of the pandemic on CCS and the effectiveness of alternatives through digital media. On the contrary, it aspires to form an early picture of the landscape in the CCS as it is shaped in the context of its adaptation to the new conditions. CCS was one of Europe's strategy researches and represented 4.4% of the European Union's gross domestic product, 12 million full-time jobs and 509 billion euro in added value to gross domestic product. The increasing integration of the digital and physical worlds provides opportunities for innovation in CCS through the use of new materials and production techniques such as 3D printing. The successful innovation in CCS is interdisciplinary and includes three areas: technological innovation, business model innovation, and creative innovation, which includes social innovation. The competitive advantage for the CCS is the interdisciplinary nature of the workforce that combines skills in art and science, the so-called fashion skills. Culture and creativity have positive impact on other sectors of the economy. CCS is the starting point for multiple spillover effects in other industries. Spillover effects are grouped into three categories: on knowledge, industry, and networking. CCS increase in 2014 employed 110,688 employees in 46,370 companies, which sold symbolic goods and services worth about 5.3 billion euros, with about 2.1 billion euros of added value for the Greek economy and 1.4% contribution to GDP. Greece is a country importing cultural goods, importing goods worth 181 million euros and exporting goods worth 110 million euros in 2014. With the outbreak of the pandemic, global production stopped, affecting the entire cultural chain. All cultural events were postponed or cancelled, while bookstores, cinemas, and others closed their doors to the public. This made the conditions of the workers in the cultural sectors precarious, but also deprived all people of access to basic cultural goods. Specifically, the cancellation of trade fairs and activities such as the Cannes Film Market, etc., represents an extremely serious loss of opportunities to find buyers and sellers in terms of art productions. Global art sales have declined 97% at Christie's, Sotheby's and Phillips last spring, from nearly $2.9 billion in 2019 to $93 million in May 2020. The audiovisual, television and film producer subsectors are facing similar problems. At the production level, all shooting has to stop because distance measures are difficult to apply in most phases of production. At the distribution level, most movie releases have been postponed as cinemas are closed. Museums closed, but even when they opened, the number of visitors was limited. There has been a decrease in tourist visitors to cultural moments, and it is important to take into account the social impact of the crisis on cultural workers. However, not all CCS activities are victims of COVID-19. The online content sector has benefited from increased demand for subscriptions or on-demand services. companies such as Netflix, Amazon, etc. enjoyed a significant business growth reflected in increased participation, customers, or share price. Moreover, there has been a greater demand for video games and in-game concerts, which represents a new phenomenon in cultural consumption. The impact of anti-pandemic measures on the performing arts has been catalytic and has marked the consolidation of digital theatre and online festivals. Digital theatre like Poria, Art Theatre Carlos Kuhn, and others uploaded recorded theatrical performances of their archive on the internet or created original performances which they made available to the public for consumption through live streaming platforms. Online festivals such as the Festival of Toronto and others adopted a hybrid model that included the use of digital media. Galleries and museums of fine arts recorded a record of traffic on their websites like the National Gallery. Music artists have discovered new ways to connect with their audience, like the Twitch platform, which is used for live streaming and video games, and has started collaborating with musicians, like YouTube and Spotify platforms for the presentation of music tracks and for live streaming or recorded music concerts without an audience, promotion of music brands through social media, and sites such as Bandcamp and Patreon, through which music lovers can directly support their favorite artists by purchasing music products. Educational institutions as well as other cultural institutions made available to the public digital programs, films and videos, while at the same time the digital libraries were established. Support measures and action of international organizations. European Commission has proposed an ambitious European emergency recovery tool, the Next Generation Euro, amounting to 750 billion euros, and an enhanced long-term budget for the euro for the period 2021 to 2027 of 1,100 billion euros. In addition, European Commission proposed strengthening the CCS by increasing investment in the Creative Europe program by an additional of 1.5 billion euros. The European Central Bank and the European Investment Bank offer support to financial institutions to avoid credit crunch and lack of liquidity. Special support is provided to the CCS by reorienting some funding programs to the performing arts through the call for financial support for digital culture and virtual mobility. Finally, the Creatives Unit platform offers a common space for CCS, helping European artists and cultural institutions to access researches and information, as well as opportunities to collaborate and sell their work. UNESCO created a weekly bulletin entitled Culture and COVID-19 Impact and Response Tracker that focuses each week on a different topic related to the effects of the pandemic on culture. It provided ongoing information on the closure of World Cultural Heritage and released the report Museums Around the World in the Face of COVID-19. The global Resilient Art movement has started, which includes a series of online discussions with key CCS professionals and artists aimed at raising awareness about the widespread impact of current pandemic mitigation measures on culture. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development organizes a series of discussions accompanied by targeted training for policymakers and professionals in the form of webinars. The Council of Europe has issued a toolkit for member states entitled Respecting Democracy, Rule of Law and Human Rights within the framework of the COVID-19 sanitary crisis to address the current health crisis. In addition, it has prepared a list of cultural activities that are easily accessible on the Internet. The Compendium of Culture Policies and Trends has developed a special COVID-19 module that includes country reports on measures taken by governments and other CCS-related bodies. The compendium also provides a comparative overview of the financial measures taken and published an overview of the CCS restart measures. Ministry of Culture and Sports of Greece offered 15 million euros. This amount of aid will be channeled to the CCS market for needs related to the digital culture, the film development sector, cinemas, theaters, theatrical productions, dance groups, publishing houses, as well as the visual arts, design and animation sector. At the same time, it was decided to expedite the planning of the necessary reforms for the overall strengthening of modern Greek culture and Greek creators. The pandemic will create a new space for creativity and inspiration, leading to new literary works, new films and lyrics that will challenge current policies, technologies, kinds and social attitudes. This creates a set of challenges that the CCS will face in the post-COVID-19 era. Third challenge, mobilize CCS employees to be agents of global cooperation. Second, social inclusion through culture to tackle social inequality associated with differences in educational and financial background. Third challenge, recognize acceleration in behavioral changes. And finally, the big companies in the CCS will get bigger. Suggestions for actions that would help the recovery of CCS after the pandemic and its adaptation to a new situation are the following. First, integration of artistic intervention in policy making, integrate the cultural dimension into social policy, adapt to the new patterns, and finally encourage cooperation and fundraising. Cultural and creative sector is a cornerstone of the economy and social cohesion. From an economy point of view, the measures to reduce the pandemic have dealt a severe blow to the world of culture, imposing a regime of uncertainty on CCS workers and artists. Apart from the economy dimension, cultural creativity was far from diminished during the pandemic. The flexibility and diversity of cultural activities has found a valuable helper in modern digital technology, and from this collaboration the work has seen the emergence of innovative projects and actions that are very likely to determine the future of CCS. Cultural activities during the coronavirus pandemic were highly evaluated by society as a whole. It is clear that the cultural and creative sector is entering a new era in which digital technologies and digital media will play a key role. At last, we see a cinema events in Germany in which it is written, Kultur ist nicht alles, aber ohne Kultur ist alles nichts. Culture is not everything, but without culture everything is nothing. Thank you very much for listening.
Dear participants of the conference, subject of our presentation is the application of blockchain technology in the online exploitation of works, copyright issues. Blockchain is an information management system that enables secure, transparent, immediate, and automatic transactions without high costs. The technology is applicable to any business sector, including creative content market. Blockchain aims to reshape the business world and regulate transactions over the Internet, reanimating therefore the relevant market. Blockchain is basically a chain of blocks. It is usually defined as a shared database of information. The recorded in the database information is distributed across several nodes, once confirmed by the computers in the network. The record is bundled with other records into the block, and then the blocks are added to the chain. What's important is how the blocks are connected. Each one contains a hash of the previous one, along with the timestamp and transaction data. The chain design makes it impossible to tamper with its individual blocks, for example, change their content or number without being detected. There are two types of blockchain, public and private. The public blockchain permits anyone to become a network node, transact, and access transaction history. It is used in decentralized systems, and the most typical examples are Bitcoin and Ethereum. The private blockchain is controlled by one group. It's not open for the public to join in. Some of the basic features of blockchain are security, traceability, transparency, immutability, less intermediaries, and others. There are already some examples of use in the copyright sector. In the field of music, we have Tune and Emanate, which are blockchain-powered music streaming platforms which allow listeners to stream music tracks, paying artists in cryptocurrency per stream. Another example of using blockchain technology in protected copyright material are the so-called NFTs. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are unique crypto assets, blockchain-based tokens, or in other words, units of value, with a unique ID that are linked to a specific asset, most commonly by using its URL. NFTs came to prominence in 2017 with a game called CryptoKitties, which enables players to buy and breed limited edition virtual cats. The sales of NFTs attached to digital artworks and other content has skyrocketed. In relation to NFTs connected to digital pieces of art, the idea that they are scarce, unique versions of the work turns them into valuable assets. In practice, NFTs are digital authenticity records of ownership for the digital artwork locked in a blockchain system. Blockchain operates as a registry, a ledger, a database where data and information are stored and interconnected in an encrypted manner. For example, who is the creator and other beneficiaries of the work, what kind of transaction took place, etc. This registration is necessary for the accomplishment of the transaction. However, it's often questioned if this necessity to register everything in a database is compatible to copyright law, which forbids the dependence of the protection on any kind of formalities. The register does not store the work itself, but records its trace, hash, a series of letters and numbers which gives a specific identity to the work. During the process, the action is stamped, the declaration of the work, or the time of the transaction, providing proof of its existence. The database cannot be altered because every information entered is certified. It can only evolve. In addition, blockchain is characterized by smart contracts, which are pieces of software that contain contractual terms. Smart contracts automate the execution of the contract, for example, the time of execution, registration of copyright, etc. Thus, each party fulfills the obligation undertaken, for example, the licensing of the intellectual property rights, subject to simultaneous execution by the other party, for example, the payment of royalties, etc. Breach of contract by the parties cannot occur, in any case not without immediate consequences, because automation does not allow derogations. For example, if there is no money in the account of the paying party, the provision of the other party automatically stops. In addition, sanctions may be imposed if the other party acts in a way that does not meet the conditions set by the two parties jointly. Combined with registry, smart contracts have the potential of giving the power back to the right holders by regaining control over the exploitation of the works. In this slide, you can see some of the possible applications of blockchain technology in the IP sector. In order to reach a conclusion on the perception of the Greek cultural industry about blockchain, we launched a survey in Greece on mid-March 2021. The survey was addressed to participants covering a wide range of the Greek market of creative content. For the purposes of the survey, we examined the significance, the effects, and use of blockchain technology on three phases of copyright value chain: the creation of work, the protection of rights, the exploitation of work, and the management of rights. Our main goal was to gain greater insight into the attitudes of the local market towards the possible adoption of blockchain technology, their level of knowledge on the matter, as well as their willingness to use blockchain technology in the copyright field. The survey is constructed in three parts. The first part, the general one, which includes basic questions of the participants' views on problematic copyright issues on the digital economy. The second part, where specific benefits as well as challenges of blockchain technology in all three phases of copyright value chain are explored, and the third part, where basic assumptions on the use of blockchain in copyright sector are declared, whereas the participants have the chance to suggest the key measures against the most important challenges of blockchain. Let's have a look at some research results. For the vast majority of the participants, the value of copyright is equally important for the phase of the creation of the work as well as the protection and administration of rights. 6 out of 10 have essential knowledge of the technology. Quite impressive is the fact that more than 30% of the participants are willing to use the technology either immediately or in the near future. On the contrary, only an approximately 10% don't have any intention of using blockchain. In the second part of the survey, as far as advantages are concerned, the importance of smart register is reflected in the answers of the respondents, especially in terms of the feature of digital identification and authenticity, along with the timestamp service, since these features are more attractive at the stage of creation of a work, by percentage more than 60%. At the phase of protection of the work, more than 50% of the respondents point out as a particularly important element of the blockchain technology its possible use to limit illegal uses on the Internet. At the same time, the answers at the phase of management of rights are of particular interest as they highlight as the most important element of the technology that of smart contracts with the features of direct and automated payment of fees and licenses or transfer of rights, followed by transparency in transactions, and third in responses, fast and reliable rights clearance. In terms of risks, the greatest danger of this technology for Greek experts appears paradoxically to be the fear that the use of the smart register will finally work not just as evidence but as a mandatory condition for the protection of works and authors' rights. This, of course, would be in direct conflict with the fundamental principle of protection without formalities under Article 5, Paragraph 2 of the Berne Convention. Also particularly obvious to the participants is the risk that in the end the intervention of an intermediary in the management of rights over one's work is not avoided, especially when the data entry system is controlled by a central mechanism. We also notice that the Greeks are still quite skeptical on the matter of security of the system, since 3 out of 10 consider as one of the biggest risks in using blockchain technology the possible vulnerability to cybercrime, hacking, etc. As far as challenges are concerned, more than a half of the participants believes that one of the biggest challenges is the lack of adequate regulations and the absence of proper legal framework regarding blockchain, while more than 40% value as one of the biggest challenges the insufficient knowledge of the technology or difficulty in understanding how it works. If we consider that the international community of creative content is making extensive application of blockchain systems in the field of protected content transactions, and at the same time issues of legal regulation of technology are being clarified, the vast majority, more than 2/3 of the respondents, believe that the use of this technology will lead to effective protection of creative content and new possibilities for its exploitations, while increasing the remuneration of the beneficiaries for each use of their works. Almost all of the participants, approximately 85%, acknowledge the great significance of smart contracts for using blockchain. According to the answers to the survey, the creation of a clear regulatory framework regarding the use of blockchain is of primary significance for addressing the challenges of this technology. Last but not least, the adoption of common standards and practice, guiding principles and standardization of how the system works, especially in the field of intellectual products, is for all the respondents especially important in order to choose blockchain as a system of protection of creative content. Certainly, blockchain remains a subject of debate. Blockchain technology, however, can and has already started playing an important role in the creation and dissemination of copyright-protected content. On the other hand, the need for a clear regulatory framework and incorporation of the technology into existing EU directives is obvious and inescapable. The European Union should follow the evolution of technological systems and promote their use for the benefit of creation and innovation. The adoption, in this case, of common standards and standardized rules, specifically in the use of blockchain technology in IP products, will contribute effectively to this goal. The role of WIPO is quite important on this matter. In order to overcome the fear of security issues, an extended blockchain system with nodes of all over the world should be established as far as creative content is concerned. Thank you all for listening.
Hello, this presentation examines visual representation of cell structure in Antonia Papagiannaki's series Structural, Cellular and Vital Layers with the objective of comparing modern technology with aesthetic pleasure in art. The methodology is derived from a theoretical framework with a focus on the artificial light in art and philosophy, as well as iconology. In early human societies, the artist was also an artisan in an interconnected relationship that resurfaced in the early 20th century and has since characterized contemporary art to a great extent. A Mycenian's work could be a work of art at the same time. Yet, the relationship between art and technology is not always expressed through the same artistic means and thematics. According to Rihle, especially in contemporary artistic forms, both the current means of artistic expression and the interest in scientific and technological evolution have a more symbolic role for the sake of which traditional aesthetic values such as beauty, harmony, and symmetry are sacrificed. The question that emerges is how contemporary art can highlight both its messages and aesthetics by using new forms of technology. To this end, this work examines how the use of artificial light in the visual representation of tiny structures in the human body can be achieved through aesthetics of natural order and harmony. Specifically, I will analyze three artistic sections of Antonia Papagiannaki: the cellular, the structural, and the vital lay section, according to the revealing role of artificial light in the representation of cellular structures, as well as the connection between the artworks and molecular biology. The cellular series was created between the years 2011 to 2016, and in addition to the works she painted with oil on canvas, it includes 7 large cubes with dimensions of 120 on 120 centimeters on each side, created from plexiglass, artificial lighting, and stainless steel. These are works that represent enlarged repetitive stem cells in bright spot colors on a dark surface. Stem cell patterns are formed by curved lines in a parallel or chain arrangement or elliptical series. In any case, they create the impression of an impenetrable grid, which, however, is characterized by its harmonious arrangement, reminiscent of a spider web. The interior lighting, playing with the transparency of plexiglass and the gloss of steel, creates a sense of perpetual motion and organic function as in a living organism. After all, stem cells are important for life factors as they are embryonic cells that make up the body tissues or regenerate damaged cell tissues. On the other hand, light comes to illuminate this vital function, revealing biomorphic formations and color combinations in a game of alternations and contrasts. Here, the artist meets the theory of Heraclitus, according to which constant variability and transition to Opposite states contribute to the achievement of absolute harmony, which many times is not obvious because the invisible harmony is superior to the obvious. Respectively, Plato, who was influenced by the views of Heraclitus, refers to harmony as an absolute condition of the beauty hidden in nature. In her series Cellular, Antonia Papagiannaki, who since her student years has opened an artistic dialogue with the sciences, especially physics and biology, as well as with technology, feature works that reveal the magical world of microscopic structures of stem cells, on the one hand as a source of life, and on the other projecting with their various colors their inner beauty through the reflections of light in the occlusions of the plexiglass. In fact, one could argue that this harmony of motifs and colors that glorify the majesty of nature can be paralleled with the decorative motifs of Byzantine temples and Islamic mosques. The structural series, which the artist created in the years 2017-2018, includes, among the oil paintings on canvas, 3 cubes of corresponding dimensions and materials with the previous series. However, their color range is limited to blue and black so as to give the natural transparent appearance of stem cells, i.e. before they are colored to be studied by biological researchers. Here, the blue linear patterns prevail. They are formed according to the proper function of the lighting from parallel curves, wavy or straight lines, and elliptical circular designs on a black surface. The grid that is created is dense as in the cellular series with a more dense sense of four vacui so that the fullness of the space is declared. Between the years 2018-2019, Papagiannaki creates the Vital Lace series, which includes 3 rectangular luminous constructions with a width of 60 centimeters, a height of 200 centimeters, and a depth of 10 centimeters. The materials are again the same, and as in the structural series, like the two-tone, with the green replacing the blue. In contrast to the 2 previous rows, however, the card formations prevail, some smaller and some larger, while the parallel lines are limited to the edge of the large sides. This may be happen because the artist's goal is to perform the internal functions of a tree, specifically the cherry tree. Their appearance is reminiscent of the vitraux of the Gothic temples. In all 3 cases, the biomorphic motifs occupy a strictly defined space in which, depending on the focus of the light, they appear to move or change shape and position. The spatial autonomy of these enclosed structures refers to the autonomy of the organic system of living beings, animals, or plants, which is protectively covered by the skin or tree bark, respectively. The titles of the three series are also interesting, as there is an escalation from the special title cellular to the general structural to end up in the combination vital lace, where the aesthetics of lace meets the aesthetics of the natural world. In conclusion, the visual representations of cell structure not only highlights the relationship between art and technology, but also enables a dialogue between art and real life. Through the analysis of Antonia Papagiannakis' artworks, it is demonstrated that the artist can turn to biotechnology and its evolution without abandoning traditional notions of visual aesthetics. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Orphanis Dorothos and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Macedonia. I'm going to speak about an ongoing project with Institute of Technology Information in Heraklo, Crete and the University of Macedonia. This project is called is a dynamic map called Estia. And the theme is preservation of the residential reserve in refuge settlements in Central Macedonia. Touchable and immaterial cultural heritage for lifelong learning. I'm going to present a digital repository called Estia, and it is about a cultural heritage for lifelong learning. The repository will showcase the representation and digital preservation of the existing and new knowledge on the topic of residential settlements. The dominant research question concerns private architectures and residential settlements as a channel of aesthetic, urban and historical narrative, while the documentation of research materials in the field of history. Estia will provide the means to establish knowledge representations based on digital assets and semantic annotations in a way that captures and preserves both tangible and intangible cultural heritage dimensions. Meaningful and documented presentations will be achieved through interactive digital map technologies and Internet. Estia will comprise a digital repository for specialized researchers. It can make an exceptional opportunity for the local market and tourist professionals because the platform can showcase cultural heritage as a leading asset, traditional settlements as place of visit and tourist attractions with populations influx are becoming places of significant interest. Cultural presence, the feeling of being there, and then increases the impact of a cultural visit and offers experiential memory. They also include the natural environment in which they were constructed and the materials available, as well as relevant literature, documents and archives as carrier of more information on their social and historical context. Intangible dimensions include the architectural design and building methods and skills as processes of folk architectures from experienced practitioners. Refuge settlements carry elements of historic and social context from the place of origin of practitioners as well as from the new locations of their settlement. These narratives are intended to enhance cultural tourism products for that region and in turn stimulate funding for their preservation. The methodology and implementation that we'll use is an integrated approach for representing knowledge on these multiple and diverse phases in a way that supports cultural heritage research and encompasses first curation of heterogeneous digital assets including 3D reconstruction, second digital repository and information systems accessible for the public and to the public, third awareness on and engagement with the research material as narrative and not only as information, And last, validation of project outcomes in an online pilot application that exemplifies how this knowledge can be integrated to the educational programs and cultural tourism products. STIA will digitize, represent, preserve, and make accessible both touchable and touchable dimensions for the cultural heritage due to the refuge settlements and the residential reserve of the migrant populations from Asia Minor and the area of Pontus, the first settlements that was established in the prefecture of Macedonia, Greece. These settlements span a wide range of touchable and untouchable dimensions. The scientific problem we address is the research gap on the historical human geography of the refugees of Asia Minor in the first decades of the 20th century and the first settlements. In this historical transition, and without state provision, experienced craftsmen had the responsibility to provide residential security. These settlements are the cornerstone of the cultural, historical, social changes and took place in the first decades of the 20th century. Lack of digital representation and aggregation of this knowledge and information assets hinders their availability to researchers on their leisure study topic. Cultural heritage and the combination of our primary research material with the help of STIA will create new narratives for refuge history. These narratives are intended to enhance cultural tourism products for the region and in turn stimulate funding for their presentation. Representation and preservation of this knowledge comprise a challenging and multidisciplinary topic as it covers a broad spectrum of tangible and intangible dimensions. The research team bringing together targeted and complementary expertise and content is University of Macedonia with strong background in application developing digital tools for cultural heritage, and fourth, Institution of Technology, Information and Grid with 3D digitization with international standardization on representation for cultural heritage and user-centered design with the capacity to support, if needed, all critical technical domains of the project. In this codex, Ford has implemented the Mingi online platform for the digital representation and documentation of traditional crafts, which will be provided as a tool to support the proposed project. The MOP is an authoring platform for the semantic representation of cultural and socio-historical and historic knowledge on touchable and intangible aspects of cultural heritage in general and traditional crafts in particular. The MOP implements the Mingi ontology and classes for objects, collection sites, places, person, and media objects. Digital assets are available under the CRM and EDM models. The cultural codex of cultural heritage and the phenomenon of migration spans multiple tangible and intangible dimensions. Despite the lack of digitalization for the preserving of these assets, there is a lack of systemic action on representing, documenting, and preserving this corpus of material. Although relevant publications, bibliographic references, and research on Asia Minor and the refugee thematic in recent history are numerous, nevertheless there is a gap in the research field of reference. Digitization technologies have matured, producing reliable digitization methods and repositories where the corresponding digital assets are preserved and openly accessed. Besides photographic documentation of tangible heritage increasingly adopts 3D scanning. Such digital models have a large range of uses, from the conservation and preservation of artifacts to the communication of their cultural value to the public. Digitization includes heterogeneous indoors and outdoors architecture structures, materials, tools, and machinery utilized. Digital captures requires a variety of digitization modalities. The choice of modality for the 3D capture of objects and spaces depend on subject size, material, and type of environment. Scanning large-scale structures, such as architectural structures, require a combination of modalities. Semantic knowledge representation have provided the means of documenting intangible cultural heritage dimensions to contextualize the acquired digital assets. STIA will showcase the presentation and digital preservation of the existing and new knowledge on the topic of refuge settlements. The dominant research question concerned the private architecture and residential settlements as a channel of aesthetic, urban, and historical narrative, while the documentation of research material is in the field of history. STIA will provide the means to establish knowledge representations based on digital assets and semantic annotations in a way that captures and preserves both tangible and intangible dimensions. In line with the Faro Convention, STIA will demonstrate the value of refuge settlements in sustainable development, cultural diversity, and contemporary creativity, meaning that profits will contribute and motivate preservation. By providing material for competitive, educational, and compelling tourism experiences, STIA targets to increase the visibility of this form of cultural heritage as a shared source of remembrance, understanding, identity, cohesion, and creativity. Main objective of STIA is an integrated representation of material and contextual appreciation, valuation, and preservation. Achieving this objective will enable first to identify existing knowledge on the topic and create an inventory of the records. Second, digitizing the tangible and intangible content related to the settlements. Third, providing the online research corpus that highlights these resources based on historical, geographical, and cultural information. Fourth, providing interactive map software that serves as a geographic index that integrates and shows the available historical sources with cultural, geographical, historical data on maps. Fifth, aggregate the digital representations via international standards. And sixth, reuse the digitized codex in cultural heritage research education for a resource to the general audience and cultural tourism. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, my name is Eleni Kolipoulou. I am a visual artist and performance artist and researcher, currently postdoctoral researcher at Ionian University, the Department of Audio and Visual Arts. And I'm going to speak to you about Skyfield, which was the third performative installation, part of my practice-based PhD, which took place between 2016 and 2020. And was hosted by Ulster University in Northern Ireland. So Skyfield was a participatory video install action where I experimented by implementing video projection within the space. My research question through Skyfield has been addressing the testing out of the potentialities of the video as a medium to enhance the immersive effect of Buddha body. The broader topic of my practice-based PhD has been related to immersion of the participants and the relationship between the body and its environment, and was informed theoretically and in a more practical sense, but not directly, from the notion of Buddha body. So I would like to speak now about the elements of the creation process of Skyfield, which took place in September 2018 and February 2019, and was hosted by Belfast School of Art and by Platform Gallery. Sorry about that. The first element was the video. Skyfield incorporated video projection that showed a series of Starlink short-length videos filmed in Belfast. Starlings are birds that they manifest this kind of choreographed movement as pattern-based since from October until March every year, so during autumn and winter months. And it's quite an impressive phenomenon that takes place in different areas of Ireland. Among them is Albert Bridge, which is in Belfast. So I was drawn to murmurations because it is an impressive visual and kinesthetic phenomenon, and it is process-based. Furthermore, it manifests an internal pace and rhythm and reconnects the physicality of the environment, space, temperature, and light. I saw murmurations as a natural process vulnerable to its surroundings, thus constantly adapting to the given circumstances. Similarly, according to Richard Moore, the body in Bhutto is perceived as an empty shell connecting to the space and somehow moved by an external force, often visualized as a light that strikes it from outside. Moore, in his documentary Piercing the Mask, Bhutto, underlines that Bhutto begins with the abandonment of the self, and this is its starting point. Hence, it is because of self-abandonment and that Bhutto body becomes open-air to its surroundings. In an analogous way, the separate birds that form the flock, which is subsequently arranged the murmurations pattern, they are moving within the given circumstances of the place that caused it. Later on, in mid-July 2018, the footage of the murmuration was further elaborated in the editing suite by adding a blurring effect. This editing decision was the fruit of my bodily experience with Masaki Ivana, which is one of the most acclaimed Bhutto dancers in the contemporary dance scene, when I attended his Bhutto seminar in June 2018 in Athens. Ivana has written the book The Intensity of Nothingness in 2011, which offers much clarity concerning his personal experience and approach on Bhutto dance. The seminar has been insightful in different regions of experience, which will be subsequently explained. Merleau-Ponty suggests that one must therefore reject as an abstraction any analysis of bodily space which takes account only of the figures and points, since these can neither be conceived nor be without horizons. After the seminar with Ivana, I decided to enrich my original filming of murmurations by adding to the original video blurring effect. Therefore, in Skyfield, I have been using the conceptual framework of Ivana's Votive, working with the bond of the body and with the surroundings, but this time from the perspective of space. Hence, I have been working with the video, aiming to observe how this affects the bodily presence of the participants of Skyfield. So we have been working with this exercise with Ivana, which is called vanishing body, and this is a term that Ivana used to refer to the gradual incremental sensation of losing or perceiving as fluctuating our body's border within the space. The vanishing body experienced by the performer subsequently affects the perception of the viewer. Through my research, I have been questioning whether a blurring effect over a video can influence the relationship between the body of the participants and the space. The second element of the creation process has been a web of white clothes. So I have been knitting this web of white clothes, which have been used as a reminder of human body presence and experience. I have opted for the white color because it is one of the colors that are traditionally connected to Bhutto, but it's also a non-color, something that reflects back what is, and therefore does not mark the space with a strong positionality. Rudolf Arnheim states that the fact that color conveys strong expression is undisputed. There is a widespread belief that the expression of color is based on association. R9 adds that some experiments have demonstrated a bodily response to color. Also, for Kandinsky, white is a symbol or a world from which all color as material quality and substance has disappeared. For this reason, white affects us with the absoluteness of a great silence, which is not a dead silence, but one full of possibilities. White objects are brighter than any other color, and this affects us in relation to their weight perception. This occurs because white reflects the light, and this adds to the impression of the white object being lighter. Furthermore, this choice was judged to be more consonant with the Murmurations video, depicting birds of light and their relative sense of height, lightness, and movement. The visual fluidity created by the patterns of flows and the voice resonated with the organicity of the movement of birds in flight. In this way, my aspiration was to create an ensemble of visual and three-dimensional stimuli that surrounds the spectator in an embracing and coherent way. Another element of Skyfield was rise and waved floor. Since Skyfield is a performative installation which, according to Nollert, is an installation that places the body of the spectator at its center, hence usually it has to do with some kind of interaction and participation. The choice of the rise and the wheat was made in base of its materiality. Those two materials are both primal sources for our nutrition, and they invite us for a primordial connection with them because they are not sophisticated and complex. In addition, because in this raw state they have still to become comestible, they allude to a natural process that has yet to arrive, to be boiled, kneaded, etc. In this sense, they are materials marked by their potentiality to become something else. Also here, I would like to remind this notion of the Buddha body, which is in a way open or vulnerable, if we want to say it differently, to its surroundings. So rise was reconnected to the whiteness of Skyfield in an attempt of building a cohesive visual impact of the artwork. Similarly, wheat flour is another source of food, therefore a light source that had similar visual aspects to the rice, because it's whitish, but not enough to be confused with it. Furthermore, rice is related to the images deriving from one of Buddha founders, Tatsumi Hichikata. In his memories, Hichikata, from his childhood in the Tohoku prefecture, Akita region in northern Japan, he often recalls the immense fields of rice and his parents working hard in open air. Those kinesthetic experiences have fueled in him the conception of Buddha dance as a form that rose from farmer's body, and therefore the posture of the farmer is in a way mirrored in all Buddha dance choreographies. Lastly, the almost overlapping nuances of rice and wheat flour invited us to adopt different senses in order to relate to them. In this case, tactility. Tactility, together with smell, are basic senses of the human body. If we consider that as babies we arrive in the world without having any means of defining the meaning of shapes and images we encounter visually, whereas we tend to use literally our skin in order to test out the friendliness of an environment, then tactility becomes maybe the most primordial way of finding our way through the world. The use of rice and wheat flour was therefore a choice made according to their ability to trigger specific body reactions that involve participants' engagement with their sensory response in a precognitive level. The audio soundtrack was created by different materials I brought together and then edited by software. Those elements comprised Pneumon, which was composed in 2001 by Ioannis, and sounds of birds singing found in open resources on the internet. Pneumon is an environmental work for tape alone, made principally by the sound of the masts of the ships shacked by the wind, recorded at the port of Lavrion out of Athens during August 2001. My methodology of editing those sounds into an audio piece was based on the concept of interruption and juxtaposition, building up different layers. I have been inserting pauses into the sound texture. Excuse me. The intention was to create an intense atmosphere, and I was relying on the absence of sound to intensify its impact. My attempt was to experiment with the idea that pauses might support participants' focus into the quality of the sound itself. So instead of experiencing sound as music or as a soundtrack that we don't pay attention to its materiality, I wanted to switch the participants' attention to the quality and the textures of the sound itself. The attempt was to create some degree of dissonance among the linear construction of the art piece and the audio. In Skyfield, the video Web of Clothes and Participants' Activity with Rise and Wet Floor blend constituted a slow-paced environment for the spectator, whereas the audio resulted somehow misleading and ruining the natural pace of the events. Skyfield as a performative installation incorporated a video projection as well. The function of the video was meant to affect participants kinesthetically. I have designed the video projection bearing in mind that when I, as a viewer, am perceiving a painting as well as a moving image, according to Merleau-Ponty, I would be hard-pressed to say where the painting is that I am looking at, for I do not look at it as one looks at a thing, fixing it in its place. My gaze wanders within it. Rather than seeing it, I see according or with it. Participants' gaze was meant to wave trajectories in the place attracted by the film's evolution. The action involved in Skyfield was that of dividing the blend of rice and wet flour, which was spread on the white textile sheet of the floor, subsequently stored into the bags placed at the corners of the fabric. The research state was that of absorption, while feeling interconnected with one's surroundings. I'm using the term surroundings in its broader sense in order to refer both to the space around the participants as well as to the human bodies and objects that were forming the performative installation. So thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully I will be able to post a link showing some visual documentation of Skyfield so you can have a better image of it. And I will be open to receive any feedback, questions or comments or anything in my email. Thank you very much.
The title of this presentation is Concurrent Computational Support for Generative Abstract Geometric Design. And my name is Nikitas Gouros. I'm a professor at the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Piraeus in Greece. So what is the problem that we are trying to deal with in this paper? We are we're interested in abstract visual design, which explores the generation and evolution of rich sets of visual relations on the basis of form, color, movement, and rhythm, and applies them into various shape configurations. To this end, we have a notion of abstract visual design similar to the one that we can find in abstract art. Now, when it comes to this kind of a design, support for these kinds of forms in digital media is computationally expensive. And this happens because these designs involve large sets of individual shapes and points. And more importantly, they involve a combinatorial number of relations between these individual shapes and points. So it's not only the points and shapes per se, but also the relations between them. And existing visual computing architectures, so for example, graphical processing unit, GPUs, while they can support parallel processing of various image elements like pixels in isolation, they're not very efficient in implementing parallel interactions between these elements. So a GPU architecture can compute the visual features of each pixel in isolation, but it's not able, and in parallel, but it's not able to compute concurrently visual features of a pixel that depend on features of other pixels. So this is the case. Given that this is the case, this is the reason that we need novel computational environments that can support concurrent processing between various visual elements. And this can should spread within and across all image design levels, at the level of a configuration, geometric configuration, at the level of a single shape, or at the level of a point of a pixel. So what is our computational approach to dealing with this problem? In order to deal with this problem, we seek to structure all visual computations as a set of computationally simple stateful processes. Stateful in the sense that each process has a state which describes itself, and this process share no memory, and they are able to communicate with each other via asynchronous messages. So this is a scenario that is being used in order to provide true concurrency in a computational environment. And this is something that we adopt. So in order to express relations between visual elements in an abstract visual design, we group these relations on a tree hierarchy of levels. So we build a tree, and the various levels in the tree share certain relations between the level above them. So in essence, this tree hierarchy encodes a sequence of transformations that is being applied to the elements of the design from one level to the other. And also the other characteristic of our approach is that all processes in a level are executed concurrently. And in essence, what the computational approach does is execute sequentially all the levels from the root of the tree to the leaves, where all the elements of a level, all the nodes in a level in the tree, are executed concurrently. So what kind of a visual approach does this computational model produces? We're mainly interested in the visual possibilities created from the interactions between moving, abstract geometric configurations combined with symmetry. So we have configurations of shapes and points that can move, that can have some sort of an animation imposed on them. And we also apply symmetrical transformations in the whole image in order to create complexity. And in this approach, this visual approach, image creation, we see image creation as the continuous generation of new shape configurations, either automatically or manually by the user at chosen positions. So based on the transformations between all these configurations and the animations that each configuration follows, we can continuously form new images that have interesting visual appeal. And in this approach, each configuration is structured as a sequence of levels, where each level consists of a set of animated shapes belonging to the same geometric family with randomly varying parameters of construction. So let's give an example. We can, for example, specify a configuration as a composition of two levels, where the first level consists of a single shape, an ellipse, for example, while the second level consists of a set of curves, each one of which is generated with random parameters, randomly generated, but which use for locating themselves in the image as a reference point the circumference of the ellipse. So each shape, in this example, at the the previous level, the first level, for example, the ellipse, provides the points of reference for placing the shapes at the next level. And reference points are computed at the regular spacing across the circumference of the current shape. So in the circumference of the ellipse, we're going to place randomly generated epitrochoid curves. And these are regular spacing in order to create a sense of rhythm in the image. Also, the designer can specify whether a specific configuration overrides or blends with any overlapping configuration at their points of contact. So an image can consist of more than one configurations, which may overlap, and then the designer at the points of overlap can decide whether a specific configuration can override whatever has been drawn at the region that is being drawn, or it can blend with whatever is there. So these are examples of generated images of this approach. We have a two-level example. In the right one, we have a cardioid shape, and on the circumference of this cardioid shape, we have some rhomboids, set of rhomboids drawn at regular spacings. In this image, the system actually creates the top left part of the image, and the rest of the image is being generated through application of symmetry transformations. The same holds, the analogous relation holds with the image at the left side of this slide, where we have a curve, and the regular spacings along this curve we have a set of curves that are being constructed. This is a generated image during our approach of three-level configuration. At the left part we have a three-level configuration of lines. We have vertical or horizontal lines. So we have three levels of lines, and each level consists of either horizontal or vertical lines that are being located along the line of the previous level. And this creates some kind of a Mondrianesque pattern. While on the right side, we have another three-level example of various kinds of curves at different levels. And in both cases, our method generates the top left of the image, and the rest of the image is being created through symmetrical transformations. This is a configuration of 4 levels. In both cases, where we not only play with the geometry and the animation between the configurations, but we play with the blending of these configurations. So overlapping configurations blend with each other. So we have created this interesting color combinations throughout the image. In order to see such an image animated, there is an example at YouTube, and the link is provided on the bottom of this slide. So in terms of implementation, our computational approach is being built using Elixir, which is a concurrent functional language. It's a new generation of concurrent functional languages. And it utilizes Beam, which is a runtime system which has built-in support for concurrency distribution. And the nice thing about Beam is that it is able to automatically, it acts as a scheduler, it automatically distributes the execution of processes over the available CPU cores. So it gives the opportunity to exploit all the cores in the CPU, and in order to create a concurrent, in order to support concurrent execution of the various elements of the image that belong to a certain level. So what are the conclusions of this talk? We have created a multi-level organization that is able to create a wealth of relations in configuration, further enhanced by the imposition of symmetries in the image. In this example, the observer is, in this approach, the observer is able to perceive its level structure based on shape similarity between the objects, the configurations that belong to a level, the same level, and the sharing of color and similar animation patterns. So there is structure in the image, and the observer is able to detect these patterns. And we also try to create rhythmic relationships by creating configurations on regular intervals in terms of reference points at each level. So future work in this area, we would like to create a web-based service for allowing users to create such abstract visual designs. And we would also like to integrate our computational environment with mixed reality or augmented reality or 3D graphics environments or XR environments like 3GS that are able to exploit the GPU capabilities of a system. And by combining these two systems, two approaches, we can exploit parallelism at the level of CPU cores and also parallelism at the level of GPU cores. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone! So this odd thing happened to me the other day. A friend of mine actually asked me what game I was playing yesterday, and I told him, well, I was playing Pokemon Leaf Green. Wow, he said, so you were doing battles encountering Pokemon in the wilderness. Well, not exactly, I told him. I was in the game corner playing slot machines. Yes. And this got me into thinking that there is a dimension within this narrative, within Pokemon Leaf Green exists, and says that there are factors that affect this dimensional trait of what we call embedded narratives. So embedded narratives are games within games, and they belong to another dimensional level that may differ or not from the game universe. Let's say we have an example of a Harry Potter game, and we're able to play Quidditch in this game. So the embedding game being the Harry Potter, and the embedded narrative would be the Quidditch game. So within the Quidditch game, there is a dimensional level. We shift to another dimensional level, but we're still staying at the same universe, the same world where Harry Potter exists and magic exists and everything. So this changes the dimensional level of the game while we're experiencing the embedded narrative, but we're staying in the same game universe. On the contrary, with Uncharted 4, where Nate played Drake's playing a Crash Bandicoot within the game, and we're experiencing a total metalectic effect there, where the two games are not able to coexist. They don't belong to the same game universe. So embedded narrative have actually three forms. There is the horizontal embedding, where the horizontal embedding, we have a diegetic level that is different, same diegetic level, but have a shift and different narrator. And we are mostly experiencing this as a flashback. We have the vertical embedding, where we have different diegetic levels, but that usually stack one above another. And then we have the most interesting of all, modal embedding. So in modal embedding, there is another spatio-temporal dimension occurs, which we emerge into another dimension of the game world. Allow me here to tell you that embedding narratives are always bigger than embedded narratives. And what we're actually experiencing is metalepsis. So according to Gerard Zagnad, metalepsis is a transgressive shift in narrative levels. So there is a deduction happening when we're shifting from a narrative level to another, and this is metalepsis. So this metaleptic effect is when we're referring to something that on higher or lower diegetic level. And here we start to think about the notion of this dimensionality. It's affected by 7 factors, and first we have the modification of operational rules. So while we're playing a game, we have a set of operational rules, how we're able to what we're able to do within a game, what's the objective, what we seek to do, etc., etc. So when we shift to an embedded narrative, the operational rules are changing. The Harry Potter example, we have a set of goals in Harry Potter, but when we're playing Quidditch, our goal is just to score points and win broom fights. So we move forward to the translocation of game space. Same here, we shift from the game space, from the embedding narrative game space to the embedded narrative game space, and we may have not access to the embedded narrative game space before. So we are able to seek and to explore a game space that we were not allowed previously, and we will not be allowed for the rest of the game probably, or while we're playing the embedding game. Then we have a really important factor is the perceptual distortion of time. So while we're actually playing embedded narratives and we're experiencing them, there's a perceptual distortion that happens in the time speed. So we have 2 different time speeds, one being the embedded narrative and then the other being the embedded narrative time speed. What we're actually experiencing in embedded narrative is time passing regularly, like passes now. But when we shift to a lower diegetic level, when we come back from this dimensional shift towards the embedding game, we realize that in the embedding game is not like a second has passed. We might have been playing, for instance, with Drake, Crash Bandicoot for 10 hours straight, 10 hours in the real world, and when we shift back, there's not even a second that has passed in the world. So this perceptual distortion that we have 2 speeds of time is really interesting and sets a groundwork for setting the dimensional level of embedded narratives. Here we have the identification of in-game components. By in-game components, we actually mean characters and objects. We are able to identify these components in different framework within embedded narratives and embedding narratives. So different attributes, different traits, but maybe the same characters or the same objects. And these objects set a really specific way to distinguish themselves. So we have, for instance, we have a Holy Grail in a game, and we realize that this Holy Grail sets a really distinct message about what is going to happen and what we're experiencing. While when we come back from the embedded narrative, this Holy Grail may not be a Holy Grail, maybe a cup after all. So we have different attributes and different values and qualities that we attach to the same object in different embedding and embedded narratives. Then we have the alteration of manipulation of controls. Here we're actually using different controls to affect two different games. While being in the embedded games, in the embedded narrative, sorry, we might use a complete different use of controls than the embedded narrative. And this also sets some groundwork to explore. And then we have the transference of player's agency. I'm the player and playing a game, and I'm actually able to move an agent around. And when we're experiencing a metalytic effect and we shift to a higher level of an embedded narrative, then this agency is transferred to another agent. So it's like we have a pawn, like we have our hand, and our hand is able to like move an agent in the embedding game, and then we're actually leaving this agent behind, leave our hand, raise our hand, and grab another game piece and able to move this piece around in the embedded narrative. Then we have last we have the shift of aesthetics. While we're able to play games, we're experiencing different kinds of aesthetics. High poly aesthetics, for instance, and then we shift to an embedded narrative to experience only an 8-bit graphics or 8-bit sound, for instance. And this sets a really different tone about these two narrations. This whole thing happens because we need to classify the embedded narratives using methodologies according to Zurao and Yet. So we have distinct two main factors, two sets of factors actually. We have the kernels that are able to affect the narrative level of games, and kernels are the aesthetics, the agency, and the controls. And then we have the cores, which are the in-game objects, time, space, and rules that set the dimensional level of the game. So we have embedded narratives that are able to change the dimensional level with the alteration of the previous factors. Then we have game worlds. But what exactly are game worlds? So according to Jorgensen, a game world is an interface between the player and the game system. And here we have to see that a game world is not the same as the fictional world. In literature, we have fictional worlds. We're actually able to visualize, to imagine about how a fictional world should look like. So we're reading about a dragon in a book, and we're able to set our imagination free and visualize how this dragon should look like. But while we're playing games, the game world has already virtualized actually these components for us. So we're not able to use our imagination to do that. And also the game world, we'll see here that while we're having the game space within the magic circle as proposed by Huizinga, where all the game takes place, we have a fictional world that is actually larger than the game space. And here we should set some boundaries about embedded narratives versus in-game activities. So do not confuse embedded narratives with embedding narrative activities. For instance, we have in Pokemon Leaf Green where we can go fishing, and in order to do so, we need to be next to water ponds and have equipped a super rod or a fishing rod. And this is only a different UI occurs that allows us to visualize, oh, something's happening in the screen, but it is an in-game activity and not an embedded narrative. But here we have in Kingdom Hearts 2 the Tron mini adventure, mini game, would say that totally changes the dimensional level, as well as the same example from the same game. We have the way that we're transversing from one world to another using a spaceship, and this also is a metaelliptic effect in embedded narrative. Here we're having, as previously said, Drake playing Crash Bandicoot in Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. And what we want to do with this paper is actually set the factors that define the dimensionality. And by describing the factors that affect embedded narratives, and we mean that if we're able to distinguish something that is different from the game world, we'll be able and closer to distinguish what is in the game world and most important factors that define these game worlds. So probably next time you'll play a game, you'll be able to recognize its defining factor. And probably I'll allow you to think from an out-of-the-box and from a designer perspective and find a more intuitive solution to your game problem. So thanks everybody, and at this point I'd like to thank the Ionian University and Department of Audiovisual Arts, and as well my kind professors Agnes Papadopoulou, Andreas Floros, and Andreas Yanakolopoulos. Thank you all. Here are my references.
Hello everyone, my name is Athanasios Tsipis, and on behalf of all my co-authors I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for a wonderful conference. Our presentation is entitled Distributed Computing Paradigm for Optimization of Video Games and Mixed Reality Applications, and by video games and mixed reality applications we mainly refer to multimedia services that are executed directly into the cloud nowadays, and so for the remainder of the presentation we'll be focusing on such environments and specifically on cloud gaming. Now, this is a brief outline of the presentation structure. I will not be going into details about it since we are going to see each and every one of these aspects in the sequel slides. Instead, I'll begin immediately with the question, why cloud gaming? Well, the answer is quite simple actually. Online multimedia interactive applications are resource intensive. They typically require high resolution of graphics and low delay responsiveness, and so conventional computers are not suited anymore in dealing with such challenges. If we also take into account the high rise in mobile and wireless devices, sensors, etc. that decorate almost any other hardware installation, you can consider for instance virtual reality headsets, in order to provide low-cost interactive applications, but at the same time generating huge amounts of data, we quickly come to the conclusion that the classical gaming model is not enough in dealing with such dependencies. And so this motivates the trend for cloud gaming, which has gained great resonance among many individuals around the globe. It offloads computational demanding processes like rendering directly to the cloud, and by doing so it alleviates the users from the necessity of owning specialized equipment like powerful GPUs in order to engage with their favorite games. These benefits, of course, are now heavily leveraged by major companies that have entered the market race by releasing cloud gaming platforms. Google Stadia, Nvidia GeForce Now, Sony PlayStation Now are a few examples. There are some others out there, all quite recent, and all face the same challenges. In regards to quality of service, the biggest drawback probably are the unstable network conditions that incur end-to-end delays that are still unpredictable. And so, for any cloud gaming platform to really be successful, it requires an ultra-low delay design. Simultaneously, from the perspective of the game provider, the computational burden inflicted on the infrastructure itself is quite intense, and so we've got here and also a demand for cost-efficient design. Add to the equation the different gaming preferences of different players, gaming-oriented specific resource requirements, all related to quality of experience factors that are in general quite difficult to quantify. We quickly come to the realization that strict centralized solutions are hard to manage and maintain, especially in terms of scalability and elasticity. And so the research community is now turning to alternatives to the distributed computing paradigm, taking advantage of the rising in Internet of Things devices and the wide proliferation of fog and mobile edge computing in order to push functionality away from the remote cloud and towards the edges of the network. In this way, it will offer higher scalability, higher elasticity, and of course, greater adaptability to the frequent network changes. For instance, you can see in figure 1, on the left-hand side, we've got the centralized cloud-only model versus on the right-hand side, the distributed hybrid model, where we have placed a number of renderers in close proximity to the clients of the users, and by doing so, we can effectively reduce the in-between distances and in turn latencies. So our recent motivation here is to explore such distributed approaches, evaluate the performance against the conventional model, and of course discover an optimal placement for the renderers themselves. This is a highly complex problem. In fact, it can be straightforwardly transmuted to other well-known facility location problems that are by default NP-hard for general networks. And of course, our goal will be to reduce latency access costs for the clients and the server provisioning cost for the providers, subject to some constraints that are relevant to the MEC ecosystem itself. Our considered architecture is a three-layered one. At the top layer, we've got the remote cloud with its data centers and virtual machines that host game servers. At the bottom layer, we've got the users who are engaging with the platform through diversified devices, and in the middle layer we've got the edge computing layer. This is the key point of interest here, which is comprised of mobile edge computing networks deployed at metropolitan area networks, taking advantage of existing infrastructures such as cellular base stations in order to host renderers in close proximity to the users. The data flow in such an architecture can be visualized in figure 3. We've got the game client of the user, which generates some gaming input. This input is then sent to the remote cloud, to the appropriate game server, which then translates it into a new game state update. This state is then transmitted back to the edge renderer, which is associated with the user. There it is encoded into a new game frame, which is then streamed back to the client for display purposes. It's a quite simple data flow model, but what happens to delay? This is the crucial question here. To answer it, we develop a simulation program using the Omnet++ simulator. Some of the simulation parameters can be seen in table 1. All of these values are based on observations that we have made using the ubiquitous open source gaming system, which can be installed alongside Unity 3D and provides network monitoring tools. We also adopt a nearest server approach here, where the client is assigned to its nearest renderer. And regarding delay, we can see in figure 4, don't mind the numbers right here, we plot latency against different frame rates. The interesting thing about this figure is that in all cases the latency follows the same distribution. As the number of renderers increases, the latency is reduced, but we can also notice that from a certain point onwards this reduction rate is significantly declined. Following, we compare a decentralized hybrid model against 3 cases for the centralized cloud-only alternative with significantly more rendering power. We can see from figure 5 that for low number of renderers, the cloud-only approaches outperform the hybrid model. However, as the number of renderers is increased, the hybrid model can efficiently approximate the solution of even the more powerful cloud-only alternatives. This led us to the hypothesis that it's just not enough to increase the number of renderers, but we have to carefully do it by following a strategic placement. And so our focus is now shifted on the network side itself, which can be represented as a graph using simple elements from graph theory. A small instance of the MEC can be seen in figure 6, where we've got the cellular base stations, which are candidate locations for placing the renderers. The red circles right here represent the ultimately selected locations to host the renderers. And then the question that naturally arises is, how do we perform this selection? To answer this inquiry, we zoom into the network itself. Figure 7 can be seen as a representation of the previous network, where we've got the color circles right here represent the renderers, and we can see that all other edge nodes forward the gaming demands of their associated users towards their associated render in a distributed fashion, inflicting however some delays. Based on these delays, we can then reform the network, move around the renders until an optimized placement state is achieved that minimizes latency for the totality of the users. However, of course, in order to reach the optimum solution, requires global network knowledge, which is unsuited, of course, for the high diversity of cloud gaming platforms. And so we propose an alternative solution here, a distributed solution solely based on local information to autonomously place the renderers utilizing simple location allocation mechanics that can be found in past literature. Migration to move to the render to a new location, replication to create a replica, consolidation to merge two renderers in order to reduce deployment costs, and redirection to balance the load among the renderers. And we evaluate the particular policy using two scenarios here. The setup remains the same. We use Omnet++. A small instance inside the simulator can be seen in figure 8. In reality, we use 100 potential locations here. And for the first evaluation scenario, we differ the capacities of the edge renderers. And so the problem can now be transformed into a capacited facility location problem, which is highly complex, of course. The goal is to find a balanced trade-off between the quality of service of the users and the server provisioning of the provider, subject, of course, to the maximum tolerable capacity bounds that we have set regarding the renderers. Some of the results obtained can be seen in figure 10. In subfigure A, we've got the latency. It follows the same distribution as previously observed. These spikes are purely attributed to the policy's redirection mechanisms. However, the interesting point here is from a certain point in time onwards, after a significant reduction, the latency becomes a straight line, which indicates that the optimal placement has been achieved. This can be perfectly mirrored in subfigure B, where we've got the provisioning cost, the number of renderers, and we can see there's a quick rise in the number initially in order to compensate for the quality of service requirements, but from a certain point onwards, they also become a stable straight line, which indicates that the migration, the consolidation, the replication properties of our policy have placed the renderers in the optimal locations. Regarding the capacity itself, we can see from figure 11, which is a more detailed representation of subfigure C here, we can see that after the final placement, there exists no renderer that violates its upper capacity limits as set before. So these straight lines represent the capacity limitations. Some differences in the workload can be further leveraged in the future in order to provide future improvements that will even more improve the quality of service. But we can see that in general, the renderers abide by the limitations that we have set. Regarding the simulation scenario, the second simulation scenario here, we fix the capacity now to a very large number. We are not concerned about capacities here, but we are concerned about the quality of experience levels observed by the users. And to quantify this quality of experience, we use a mean opinion score here, numbers from 1 to 5. The problem is then turned into an uncapacitated facility location problem, which is still highly complex, and the goal is to find now a balanced trade-off between the quality of experience and the server provisioning cost, subject to the minimum tolerable quality of experience that are set depending on the game category the players are engaged with. And so for the results, we can see from figure 12 that they follow again the same distribution. The latency cost in subfigure A, it can be seen that it is reduced as the time progresses until it reaches the optimal placement, which is mirrored again in subfigure B by the provisioning cost. The interesting part is figure 13 here, where again we now plot via straight lines here the different quality of experience thresholds, and we can see again that no renderer exists at the end of the placement procedure that violates the minimum acceptable quality of experience regarding the 3 games we have considered here. In fact, we can see that almost all renderers offer considerably higher quality of experience to their users, and some differences again can play a fundamental role in future improvements in order to enhance even further the quality of experience. So in conclusion, in current world we saw the rendering service placement problem in hybrid distributed system cloud gaming systems. The goal was to optimize latencies and server provisioning cost, achieve a balanced trade-off between them. To do so, we employed a distributed policy which is solely based on local information and utilizes simple allocation mechanics, and our evaluation results demonstrated that it is feasible to achieve a significant trade-off between the 2 cost functions. For future work, we'll explore also the optimal assignment of users to a renderer, which is also a critical aspect in all networks. And we can imagine potential applications which are numerous. Mobile edge computing increases the computational power while maintaining the delays at manageable levels. And so we can envision applications that enable high quality of graphics, real-time interactions. We can imagine applications that seamlessly integrate complicated machine learning algorithms taking advantage of distributed data processing in order to augment operations like object detection, recognition, improve spatial mapping, and even tackle the more complicated tasks like relate to natural interactions like face recognition, facial expressions, speech recognition, hand gesturing. All of these are quite important in all virtual reality applications nowadays, and all of them are necessary in order to achieve a significant enhancement of interactivity in future multimedia applications, especially those targeted at gaming and mixed reality collaboration. So thank you. This is a list of the reference that we saw inside the slides. Yeah, thank you, and please do enjoy the rest of this wonderful conference.
Hello, my name is Vasilis Agimilianakis, and I'm going to present you my research entitled ISW Experimental Schemes for Live Coding Performances, an experimental video game with a wearable controller for creating immersive soundworks. The purpose of this research is to suggest an experimental scheme for composing and experiencing digital soundworks through a first-person perspective video game. So, the purpose of this research is to create a synthetic environment, such as computer games. So, I have created a video game which the player needs to find and collect sound objects using the sense of hearing. I am also interested in creating 3D audio experiences, and so I have used live coding and algorithmic composition in creating sound for video games on the fly. My research focuses on both sound and interactivity. I have built a prototype controller with which the user will be able to control the character of the game and find the direction of the sound sources using the sense of hearing. The sound composition and manipulation happen in an external environment. This environment is a supercollider programming environment, and I did comparison between SuperCollider and other digital audio workstations such as WWise and F-Mode. In my opinion, SuperCollider is more flexible than other software, so I decided to experiment it with SuperCollider in creating sound and music for video games. This video game is based on a scenario which the main objective is the user to create soundworks. So the player needs to follow the sound coming from various directions into an unlit environment and to find and record all the sound objects placed on it before the battery of the recorder runs out. If they succeed, the reward is to listen to the recorded soundwork that was previously recorded during the gameplay. The inspiration of this scenario came from the art of soundscapes and soundworks. So now I'm going to say a few words about interaction and wearable controller. The video game player can control the game with a low-price prototyped wearable controller. I have used the wearable system which I have built in previous research entitled Live Clothing to control the movement of the character. To succeed the communication between the glove and the game engine, which in this case is Unreal Engine 4, I have made use of the OEC communication protocol. The sound composition of the game varies from diegetic and non-diegetic. They are both synthetic sounds and recorded. I decided to relate the soundworks with the sound of movies. Thus, my aim has been to use sounds from movies and to let the player to discover their source by following the sound direction and to try to recognize to which movie those sound sources belong. I have created also background sounds, ambiances, and sound effects. All the sounds are produced in SuperCollider using sound synthesis techniques such as sampling, granular synthesis, additive synthesis, etc. Now I'm going to speak about ambisonics. In SuperCollider there are built-in tools for ambisonics as well as extensions such as the ATK Ambisonics Toolkit by Joseph Anderson. I have experimented with some paradigms using the built-in tools such as the Pan-B, which is an ambisonic B format panner with output channels in order W, X, Y, and Z axis in the ATK library. The sound field is controlled by the data which are received from the game. These data are the azimuth angle, left to right, and the elevation angle, bottom to top. In Unreal Engine 4, I have created a function that measures the azimuth and elevation between player and the sound objects. I have also experimented with player's location and rotation in relation to the objects by creating an algorithm in Unreal Engine 4 that can provide positive and negative values depending on the player's position in relation to the object. For instance, if the player is heading into the object, the value is +1, and if it is heading to the back side of the object, returns -1. Additionally, this happens when the player are on the left or the right side respectively. Having this spatial information from the game, I have experimented with the stereo image and the Pan2 class in SuperCollider. Now I'm going to show you an example of using these ambisonics paradigms in SuperCollider, such as the PanB and the ATK library.
What sweet music, Dharma. Music? Those animals?
This is the PanB class in SuperCollider, built-in one. You can see also the data of azimuth and elevation running on the left side of the screen. There is also the attenuation of the volume of the sound source.
We are in Transylvania. Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways. And
When the player moves away from the sound source, the volume decreases
many
in the
strange
opposite.
things already. Bloody wolves chasing me through some blue inferno. Listen to me. That you do not.
We can test now the ATK ambisonic toolkit to compare it with the built-in ambisonic tools.
That you do not. What sweet music, Dharma. Music? Those animals?
Hello, now I'm going to show you how I use this wearable device to navigate into the environment, also to interact with the environment, and to listen to the 3D audio, try to find the sound objects. As you can see on the right side of the window is the SuperCollider post window that runs the data from this wearable device. So I will just start the game. Okay, oh, that's the light bulb. As you can see, I can turn left, I can turn right with my left hand, up, down, up, down, turn right, and let's go and find our first sound object. I can see something there. Let's trigger. Let's emit the sound part. Okay. As you can see, there is a cooldown for the light. What's can use it for the time. Now I'm heading this way. I can see. Okay, we've got the first sound already. Let's go and find the next one, because we don't have much time to play the whole game.
Do not put your faith in such trinkets of deceit. We are in Transmedia. Transmedia is not England.
Okay, that was it.
Not sure.
Let's do once this with the guide bar. Okay, we've got it.
Many strange things already. Bloody wolves chasing me through some blue.
Having done this research about ambisonics, I have discovered interesting results for both built-in and ADK tools in supercollider environment. Moreover, I found that the wearable system works well for navigation and interaction purposes, and it can increase the sense of immersion in various cases, especially in first-person perspective video games. Thank you very much.
The bias of algorithm in historical games. Digital era was marked by the transition from linguistic to algorithmic code. The transcription from one code to another transformed radically the way in which the message is encoded, perceived, and probably the message itself. Algorithm is a formal process or set of step-by-step procedures, often expressed mathematically, which organize a body of data to quickly achieve a desired outcome. The algorithm processes a huge amount of data automatically and very quickly, following the strictly logical and predefined set of commands, which can accept different values and give different results. Its main feature is the automaticity and mathematical equality. In algorithmic code, the signs point to the number. All human ideas, emotions, acts have to transcode in numerical variables, which combine each other according to the designer's selection and limitations. Algorithm is a social technical assemblage that includes code, mathematical variables, targets, data, hardware, and also social, ideological, political selections. The problem is that algorithm obscures the ways in which human values come in this polyvalent process. Is algorithm responsible for the final results? Safiya Moyanoglu, in her book Algorithms of the Oppression, highlight many ways in which the search engines produce, distribute, and circulate the social inequalities about the race, gender, and class. She concludes that these algorithmic models, like gods, are opaque for the majority of people and visible only to the mathematicians and computer scientists. Moreover, they predict, even though are wrong and harmful for the oppressed groups, are beyond dispute and appeal. Ted Striphas, after researching the Amazon algorithm and the mysterious way in which Rende's culture expressed his fear about the black box in algorithmic culture. Gillespie, referring to algorithmic code, writes that no one can see under the hood that has been yielded at. If in search engines social inequalities are reproduced, in digital games social realities are rendered in a playable form. Digital games are culture objects consisting of an electronic computational device and a game simulated in software. The player configures the algorithmic process step by step, move by move, in an interactive way. He plays the game and the software runs. Organic and not organic actors act together in a unified single phenomenon, even though the structure of the digital game is invisible to the player. In this structure are incorporated the rules of the game. The player gains understanding of the rules through experience, through trial and error by playing the game. Algorithmic games are one in which underlying calculation or rules determine the game's response to the player's input. The structure of the game is analogous to the structure of economics. The economics rules don't dictate the behavior of the people, but guide it through the need to achieve a single goal, which in digital games there is anything else than the victory or the high score. In order to achieve the goal of the game, the player must learn, internalize, and become intimate with its algorithm to find out its hidden logic. To win the game means to interpret its algorithm, to learn the system and its code. Galway calls this intuitive relationship with the organized algorithm. Algorithm is about the relation of sign to a number. The number wins its meaning only within the digital logic, because it's faceless and common to everyone. In historical games, the first step is to reduce the many historical factors, multiple causes, and often painful and irreversible consequences to numerical variables. The second step is to select the historical factors that will be the driving force for the creation of the game and consequently for historical evolution in it. History, regardless of its form, is primarily a choice. Historians seek and select from a plethora of primary or secondary sources from the historical evidence those facts that convincingly answer their questions, are responsible for and defend their ideological, political, and social choices. Game designers give to the historical past a playful form, make history playable, adapt history to playful demands, fun, competition, and victory. Their ideological, political, and social choices are difficult to detect because their choices are transcribed in algorithmic code. The fun character associated with the lightness of the game nullifies any critical approach. Digital games, as neglected media, escape the radar of criticism, although they reproduce stereotypes. In historical games of empire belong many popular games, but we'll examine in more detail the commercial game Civilization and the online game Forge of Empires. Both games belong to the God's Eyes View genre, as the player scrutinizes and controls his territory in a panoptic way, builds and evolves according to his will, his civilization or empire. They belong to 4X genre since the player secures the victory following different but equivalent routes: explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. The main difference between them is that the civilization series of games have more variables, which is quite a more complex strategy game. Both games have a common underlying structure. The player starts from a small area and the rest is covered by a cloud, a symbolic representation of the unknown. The aim is to explore, to conquer the rest area, to exploit its wealth-producing resources, and finally, to exterminate its inhabitants. The tree of technology, a schematic representation of the most important technological and epistemological discoveries, dictates the movers of the player, since each new achievement accelerates the evolution of the game. The evolution of the game constantly requires more wealth, more money, intensive production of goods. The player gains in a specific task to accumulate resources, money, goods, which always prove to be insufficient. In both games, the civilization or the empire remains unchanged over the millennia, although it is constantly expanding. This unbroken historical route suggests that issues of hybridization, racial mixing, diaspora, fluid national identities, coexisting with other ethnicities really do not exist. On the contrary, its timeless nature is a tangible confirmation of its racial purity and social Darwinism. The empire is represented as a Leviathan state which, thanks to its cultural economic superiority, its military strength, and the enforcement of social order, not only managed to survive over the centuries, but achieved also to expand continuously. The indigenous tribes and barbarians are represented uncivilized, violent, threatening, incapable of producing great technological and cultural achievements. Although they are a permanent threat to the empire, they are equally necessary for it because the planting of their lands or trade relations with them provide the indispensable resources for the evolution of the empire. The dominance of the empire over them and the other empires marks the end of the game or the end of history, according to Fukuyama, who considered the rise of economic liberalism after the fall of communistic regimes as historical causality. In a similar way, both games present the domination of one empire over the others as the only logical evolution of humanity. For this reason, they are nothing more than a simplistic but emphatic representation of Western colonialism and American imperialism, a historical reading through the color blindness of Western white gaze. The analysis of the basic structure of both digital games, as presented shortly, was also confirmed by the participatory observation of 10 students who played The Forge of Empires. In these games, those students who didn't follow the logic of constant accumulation, didn't increase the military power, and didn't expand territorial area, led their empire to stagnation. Even when they choose to invest in culture creation, which increased the pleasure and productivity of the citizen, the results were temporary and meager. The function of citizen satisfaction with the increase of productivity did not initially trouble the students. On the contrary, mobilized them to create culture buildings. Gradually, however, they discovered that this relationship was not simply analogic, but the result of a complex hidden algorithmic code. Citizen satisfaction was also determined by the total number of empire citizens, by all those employed in production or in army, and finally, by residential and cultural buildings. The balance between these variables was unstable and temporary, as the pressing need for expansion required an increase in population, productivity, and recruitment. But as the population grew, so did his resentment. Equilibrium was achieved when the majority of the population was employed or recruited. The final result of the hidden algorithmic code, as the students themselves found a comment, was that the pleasure was only for the minority of the population and completely hidden, not existent for the productive workers. The game is examined, of course, a simplified version of the history, which aimed to represent the long historical evolution. Although the primary purpose is entertainment rather than history, the selection of specific variables and their combination raise multiple questions about what history they present. Both games present a linear conception of history in which the driving force is technological determinism and not the strangler's requirement, desires, and visions of the citizen. The variable of technological progress is directly related to territorial expansion. The relation between them is a recursive loop, and their synchronization ensures progress and evaluation. The evaluation, however, in both games is purely and exclusively quantitative. The numerical higher is rewarded, and also the struggle for continuous but flexible accumulation, since the different variables must be combined in such a way as to achieve, albeit temporally, a systematic balance. In both games, rustic notions of social Darwinism lurk, fueled by a stereotypical representation of indigenous and barbaric races. The long route of the empire also bring out national myth and illusion and ignore the recent history of the 20th century, during which new nation-states emerged from the great empires. Finally, both games rapidly shape neoliberal logic, since citizen satisfaction function as a lever of productivity and not as an aim in itself. In digital games, the history is played, but the history itself plays many games, which is why its readings are always multiple. Digital games, although they transform history into an algorithm, have the potential to enhance these readings. But, as always, history is a matter of choice, even more in digital games, even when it is written in algorithmic code. Thank you for your attention.
Greetings, everyone. It is an honor to participate in DCAC 2021. This is Aristoteles Sakellariou, and together with my fellow speaker, Dr. Georgios Papaioannou, we're going to talk about museums in video games. Do we need a guidebook? We're going to talk about the case of the museum guidebook of the Lane Decker Museum, the imaginary Lane Decker Museum, at a game called Dagger of Amun-Ra, 1992. Dr. Georgios, please.
So our presentation today will kick off with an introduction on the aims and objectives of our work, on museum guidebooks, and on the relation between museology and video games. Then we move on to our project on museums in popular video games, and we will put some emphasis on guidebooks, flyers, and leaflets that we encounter there. Then our case study follows, the Lane Decker Museum Guidebook. We will discuss its content, its relation to the game, and the guidebook's contribution both to the game and to this imaginary museum. We will conclude with questions that have arisen and the discussion. In terms of aims and objectives, we would like to emphasize the relation between museums and popular video games, as a growing field. And within this growing field, we have alternative museum guidebooks, like the one we will be presenting and discussing today. A few words on museum guidebooks. We expect them to have the concepts of accuracy, readability, authority, relevance, linguistic skills, and to be visually attractive. Accuracy relates to the work of curators that produce the content of a museum guidebook, which also needs to be readable, easy to read by visitors, easy to read by people that they buy it. Also, we expect it to have new information relevant to visitors. These are the notions of authority and relevance. Linguistic skills are important because there's an audience to this book, and this audience is the museum visitors. And we want it to be visually attractive, and most museums are doing a great job when it comes to that, with pictures and graphs and drawings. Well, in terms of museums and video games, we have this last phrase of the current museum definition, that museums are there for the purposes of education, study and enjoyment. And we have the kind of new term of entertainment, which combines all three of them. You can see that there's a link between museums and video games. Video games are there for entertainment, are there for enjoyment, and we can use them also as places for non-formal learning. So education and study is there. And we have a lot of that in terms of academic interest. We have museum studies, we have game studies, we have serious games. So the museum can be a starting post, the museum visit can be a starting post towards this. Video games also may offer an insight into the future of museums, because there's a lot of work into putting together a video game, so there's a lot of work also in having a museum well within a video game.
In the project Museums in Popular Video Games, we try to answer to two questions. The first question is, how many video games include a museum setting? The second question is, what does a gamer encounter as a visitor, as if he was a visitor? In order to answer to these questions, we have looked at about 100 video games between 1980 and 2021. The games needed to contain a museum in any possible way. It could be just to appear as a level, as a full environment, as an open world, whatever, as long as it was a museum. We looked at PC and consoles, but we did not include mobile applications and Flash Online. That is to frame our research. As a result of this project, one of the results is to ask some more questions which relate to the topic of the current presentation. And this is, which museums in video games come with a guidebook or whatever kind of written material, printed material? Does this printed material look like a real-life museum guidebook? And finally, do we really need it? That's one of the questions that we're going to be looking at. So, which museums in video games have guidebooks, or in fact any other kind of printed material in relation to the museum? I have a selection of three quite significant ones. The first one is Professor Wendelnot's Museum of the Strange and Unusual from Sievers, 1995. We pick up this leaflet in the entrance of the museum, and once we open it, we can see information about the galleries, and on the same time it helps us solve riddles and puzzles that we face inside the game. The second one is very similar. It's a leaflet from the Stevenson Museum at Temujin, 1997. And we pick it up from the entrance of the museum as well. And once we open it, we have the floor map of the museum itself. So it helps our character navigate around the galleries. Finally, we have the Leidecker Museum guide, and this is a book, an actual book, from The Dagger of Amun-Ra, 1992. And this is the one I'm going to give attention because this is an actual guidebook. So, to create a frame of the game we are talking about, The Dagger of Amun-Ra, this is the cover of it. Lady Laura Bow is a kind of journalist detective. She has been invited into this launching of an exhibition at the Leidecker Museum and to cover it for her newspaper. But during the period that this launching is happening, we have a murder. Doors of the museums are closed, and from that point on, our character is moving solitarily within the museum, trying to discover who is the murderer. It's a very much of an Agatha Christie approach, a very interesting one. Let's look now at the content of the museum guide. First of all, it is interesting that it is mentioned as the official guide of the Leidecker Museum. It is published for the museum by the New York Press Consortium, and this is the 30th edition, fall 1926. Keep in mind that the game is 1992, by the way. There are 57 pages distributed in 10 chapters. The introduction is probably the most important one by the museum president for a number of reasons. Let's look at some of the quotations. When you cross the threshold of the Leidecker Museum, you leave the hustle and bustle of the New York City behind you as you make a giant leap back in time. How intriguing. Within the walls, you will find unique mixture of exhibits which will demonstrate the diversity of our planet's living past. Already then, we have a quotation for an invitation to the visitor for an experience. Furthermore, he states, while you make your journey of discovery through the halls of the museum, consider that you are only seeing a small portion of the museum's considerable collection. This is stated in most museums, by the way. But the items stored in the private sections of the museums are not forgotten. Our curators constantly maintain and carry out research on the entire collection. So over here, we also have collections management and research. And as a final important quotation from the introduction, our goal at the Leidecker Museum is to excite and create an enjoyable environment for you to learn. By understanding the development of our civilization and our world, we are better informed for making many decisions that we will face in the coming years. This can be easily linked with what we can mention about edutainment. So, entertainment and education at the same time. These are 3 points that would be made actually for a real museum. After the introduction, we have a presentation of the galleries and how they're called the exhibits. The first one, and probably the most important one, is the ancient Egyptian exhibit. This is the new one. This is the reason our character came to the museum. This is where the first murder happened. The next exhibit is the medieval armor exhibit. Arms and armors. Then this is followed by the life masks exhibit, which is really masks from all around the world in nice background also. Then we have the old masters exhibit, so paintings. Some of them can be identifiable in the real world, by the way. And the final gallery, but just as significant as the others, is the dinosaurs exhibit. Our long-lost brothers, as it is stated. I wonder why. Except the galleries, the official guide has also a chapter on laboratories and research. Laboratories in the game don't look exactly like laboratories in a museum, more like a horror movie, I would say. In terms of research, they mentioned about expeditions in Central America and also in Egypt, of course, but we don't see any pictures on that. Instead, we see this port and the ship, which I would say it looks more like the Titanic. The final part of the guidebook talks about credits and bibliography. the credits refer to all the stuff that made all the professionals and artists who made the game itself, not the guide itself. And the bibliography is the part that some books are recommended. It's worth mentioning, well, a quotation from the guide itself. If you enjoyed the game and want to read further on topics of archaeology, anthropology, criminology, dinosaurs, Egyptology, hieroglyphics, murder, museums, and the roaring 20s, we can recommend the following books available at your local library. Two things to mention. First of all, that the books that are recommended exist in reality. Also, a lot of them are printed in the 90s, which is much later than the guide itself, which is from the 20s, if you remember. As a final note, it's worth of mentioning that we found them invaluable in providing background information, both for the game and for the documentation. So we've got a very enjoyable game, we have a very interesting museum guide from the game, and finally we have the resources that the developers used in order to make the game and the guide. I can say that this is very unique. I have not seen it in any other printed material in museums of video games. Let's move on now to the conclusion. And to try to answer the question, does our guidebook, does the Leidecker Museum guidebook look like a guidebook of a real museum? Dr. Papaioannou earlier mentioned about the principles of a real-life guidebook of a museum. Accuracy, readability, authority, relevance, linguistic skill, and to be visually attractive. And here is our guidebook. Accuracy, yes, actually it is really accurate. As you can see, all the information are drawn by real academic books. Readability, yes, it is very much attractive. Authority and relevance, which links to new information. In a way, since they're presenting the projects they're doing outside of the museum, yes, it is authoritative and relevant, and certainly it does have a linguistic skill. There's no question to this. You can read it, you can understand about it. I still have some reservations about how visually attractive it is. This is a little bit more subjective, I suppose. Dr. Georgios.
Let me continue on another question. Do we need a guidebook in a museum, in a video game museum? Well, we do need it. Well, for the video game's plot, it contributes to the plot. And also it offers, the video game museum guidebook, extra information about the museum and the game. When it comes to real museums that have been used in a video game, as well as objects from real museums that relate to the video game, well, then the museum can be a marketing tool, a dissemination tool, something that can promote both the museum and the video game. And last but not least, for fun, for entertainment, for edutainment. Before we close, well, we would like to acknowledge the contributions of Clint and Sierra Wallpapers towards this presentation. We are open to your questions and discussion after this presentation, and we thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
The subject of my presentation is going to be the revelations of the death drive in video game culture, from Dissant's bachelor machines to the new forces of digital sublimation. Now, this paper is part of a wider study concerning the aesthetic aspects of the death drive. Thus, I will attempt to form a dialectical narrative between the artistic practices of 20th century avant-garde and a certain selection of artistic practices concerning our contemporary video game culture. First, I will attempt to explain the basic concepts of the Freudian death drive. In Freudian thought, Tode's trip, also known as the death drive, describes a process in which living organisms lean towards their own destruction as a result of a natural inherent tendency to revert to a previous inorganic state. This comes to be through a mechanism called repetition compulsion, a tendency of the human subject to constantly return to traumatic memories regardless of whether or not he derives pleasure from them. Freud positions the death drive, thanatos, as an opposition to eros, the force of life, which leads to procreation and hedonistic maximization of life. At the same time, according to Geoffrey Gorer, the increased living standards that came with the 20th century have led the experience of death to an unprecedented marginalization, turning it into modern society's most prevalent taboo subject. However, rather than being marginalized, the depiction of especially violent death started to appear with increased frequency in popular media, more as a means of entertainment rather than a reflection on the now marginalized experience of grief. This overrepresentation of death in pop culture has led to the recognition of a pornography of death phenomenon, referring to death having deposed sexuality as the primary forbidden object of desire, which rather than be actively involved with, is meant only to be distantly observed by a viewing subject. Now, I find it very useful to see pornography as a process of sublimation in which the erotic drive of the erotic subject is mediated through the machine in an autoerotic relationship. Now, concerning Dissant, it may seem rather strange that I chose to observe together two things that seem completely unrelated to one another. But I have to say that I really drew inspiration from Dissant's work for the understanding of the very discourse I'm trying to present concerning the death drive, because I think that Dissant has managed to prophesize among many things something that is rather close to our contemporary situation concerning the way that the younger generations prefer to mediate their erotic experiences in a passive manner with the machines that they are more accustomed to, rather than pursue a natural and physical erotic behavior. As we can see in the work of Dissant, it's pretty hard to make out, of course. The bachelors are pretty much a group of. First of all, this work of Dissant is called "The Bride is Stripped Bare by Her Bachelors Even." So Dissant pretty much creates a title referring to an erotic imagery that really is hard to see in the aesthetic result, and he does that on purpose because he tries to show how the industrialization of our own bodies and our own lives pretty much has seemingly made us devoid of our very erotic energy and has alienated us from our own nature. So here we see the group of the bachelors who have become some very small introverted machines who are seated together on the lower panel and are observing the bride, which is an immense figure which looms above them like a specter, like a mechanical specter of death. And the relationship between them is completely passive and autoerotical. Nobody touches one another. And thus I found that very prophetic on this deathly aspect of this machinization of the human body and the human behavior. However, at the same time, this this circumstance of erotic behavior creates a safety wall for people to mitigate experiences of pleasure with the least amount of danger. So, in a sense, Duchamp's work presents a pornographic relationship which is at the same time observed through the concept of similar to the death drive. Now, as not only the erotic drive and the death drive are certainly linked to one another in ways I do not have the time to explain, further than that, we have to see that being two inherent forms of which are rooted in human psychology, both of them can be mediated into the machine in a process of sublimation. And that's why we speak of the pornography of death, because pretty much this idea of the pornography of death explains how artistic measures can create ways in which people can sublimate their own death drive, which they cannot come to grips with in their lives, which have become all more and more safe. Now, as far as video games are concerned, I will initially see them as these forms of sublimating the death drive through a process of repetition which is linked to the repetition compulsion. Of course, this process at the same time, in a very bizarre manner, seems to annul the most important aspect of death, which is its very finality, because of this repetition. So, does this completely mitigate the experience of death into a safe and meaningless entertainment, a pornographic experience? Or do games actually have the ability to mediate some more serious concepts concerning death, which are rooted in our own reality? And I truly believe that video games, with their own mechanisms, not only are capable to do that, but they also have unique ways of attempting this process, exactly because the aesthetic experience that one derives through video games comes from the traditional experience of passivity to the modern experience of activity. It transforms passivity to activity to create a new form of aesthetic experience. Thus, I would like to begin. First, I have to use a quote from Hand of Fate, a very self-referential game on this very this very aspect of repetition that exists in video games, and how at the same time it touches on some true subjects concerning death. Death. We use the word so often. You run out of food and you die. You lose your health and you die. Yet you're still here. We do not speak of the true death, the final oblivion, only the death of the game, where your piece begins again and moves across the table. This game, like all games, touches on that true death, however, for a life must be lost, and lost for all time. Now, we see how the game can touch in a very self-referential manner on how this repetition, how this aspect of repetition in death does not truly annul the severity and the seriousness and this aspect of finality of death, on which a game like any work of art can touch, and not just like any work of art, but it can do it in unique terms. So now to go on the next artistic example is Dark Souls, which is known for its notorious difficulty and the amount of times that literally one has to die in order to overcome the obstacles eventually, if he ever manages that. However, it is the very thematic and aesthetic aspects of the game which are constantly linked to the player's need to experience the death drive. And he experiences this death drive as repetition, but without at all mitigating its seriousness and importance. Because in this game, each time you die, you are reanimated as a corpse, as a living corpse, that in the second installment of the series, each time you die, you lose more of your maximum health, so you become eventually weaker, and this also shows on the amount of rot that your body has developed, and each time you die, you seem less and less human, unless you can use some special items that can restore your humanity, and in this way it makes you see the value in humanity, in the humanity that we occasionally seem to lose as we transform ourselves into these bachelor machines. This game has also been presented as and explained as an allegory to depression, in which one searches for this lost humanity, trying to save it, but the actual experience in which he lives this is through repetition and repetitive deaths over and over again. Now, the most interesting and important part of my discourse, I believe, is the concept of permadeath and how it touches on the very finality of death, as opposed to what we called as repetition or as a pornographic view of death through video games. For example, in the action-adventure RPG Diablo 2, not only does the game punish you permanently for each time you die and are reanimated, there is a special hardcore mode in which a player can choose to basically be unable to reanimate himself, and thus, even though this may seem extremely tedious or masochistic, there have been many people who have poured dozens and dozens and perhaps hundreds of hours into developing their characters until in a matter of seconds they can simply die forever. And this finality of death is what helps us to see the value in our own lives and as a result in our own video game experiences. Thus, the concept of permadeath can lead us to the concept of grief that the player can experience for his lost character. As we can see in, for example, the game Darkest Dungeon, in which the character controls randomly generated parties of heroes who delve into dungeons, pretty much leading to their own deaths. This process cannot be resurrected, and thus he feels the grief for each character lost or sacrificed in order to win a presumably pointless mission. At the same time, this game also touches on a concept similar to depression, as your characters, when they become the objects of extreme stress, they can either develop an affliction that will lead them to mental illness or a specific amount of virtue, which shows how the death drive and our tendency to lead ourselves to a brush with death can serve as a breaking point from which we can see our actual characteristics and our actual personality. And as we can see in the final battle, the player ultimately has to make the choice of sacrificing a certain amount of characters which, according to the quote, willingly accept their own death. So it's a game which is self-referential towards the death drive. Now, the sincerity of this feeling of grief is not necessarily derived from the dark and morose nature and aesthetic style from the previous games I have presented, because as we can see in Fire Emblem, a similar permadeath mechanic can cause the same sentimental involvement in terms of the player, regardless of the more upbeat and colorful presentation. This digital experience of death remains either repetitive and at the same time final, all the same, and does not reduce any of its severity. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this presentation about integrating psychotherapy practices and gamified elements in novel game mechanics for stress relief. This presentation is about the work of Stella Zigotegu towards her bachelor's degree in game programming, awarded by SAE Athens. This work has been supported and supervised by Yorgos Anastasakis, Yorgos Tsatiris, and myself, Kostas Karpouzis. I'm going to start this presentation by introducing some definitions that are necessary to present our work in the following. I will start with serious games. Serious games are those games which are designed not with entertainment as their first purpose. That of course doesn't mean that they're not fun and entertaining. It means that their game mechanics and narrative and their win or lose conditions are designed with specific soft or hard skills in mind. Hard skills are those skills that are relevant to someone's line of work or profession, and soft skills are usually related to social skills or to therapy, as is the case with the work I'm currently presenting. The choice and role of the different gameful and gamified elements have usually to do with some sort of behavior change. So we want the players to follow specific patterns during gameplay or during using an application or a serious game in such a manner that will serve some sort of purpose in our work to regulate stress. And to further motivate and reward the players, we're usually, when we detect the specific correct lines of patterns of gameplay or app usage, we are rewarding them with elements such as points or badges which they can display in their profile, or even some points which they can exchange for real goods in real life. However, the latter is not usually the case with serious games related to therapy, because we want our players to focus on the aims and targets in the game design and not relate them to actual tangible rewards. Finally, casual games. Casual games are characterized by their minimal mechanics. That means that they don't involve special combinations or special motor skills. Sometimes they're even called hyper-casual because they only require users to utilize only one mechanic, and this allows them to focus on the target of each level, which is usually correlated to some sort of regulating their behavior. This is also the case with the game that I'm currently presenting. A few words about the effects of stress, which are relevant to gaming and how they can be regulated during gaming. First of all is the biochemical footprint. When individuals are stressed for a long period of time, we have secretions of different hormones and different substances in their body, such as cortisol, adrenaline, and noradrenaline, which are secreted by the body in order to prepare them for the fight or flight decision. That is, that when posed in front of a danger, usually individuals have to select between fighting for their well-being or for their lives, or flight, which is running away to a safer place. This also results in the muscles being tenser and the brain using more oxygen, and it can have adverse long-term effects. Some of those effects are actually observable by other people close to the person experiencing stress. For instance, the most usual observable effect has to do with faster and shorter breathing, which is necessary in order to lead more oxygen to the brain and to the muscles. The body uses that oxygen in order to, as I said, prepare for either fighting or running away. Sometimes people under severe stress experience neuroticism, so they think that they are constantly in danger and that everyone in their surroundings wants to harm them. And it can also be manifested by repetitive behavior or jittering behavior such as nail biting. Video games have been used in the past 1 or 2 decades to actually help the users regulate stress, not only through their narrative, but mostly through their game mechanics. Researchers have found that video games can help with increasing coping mechanisms because they're actually a fun and engaging thing that players can engage with, and they're also a distraction from the sad or even life-threatening thoughts. Players can also deal with their fears in the sandbox or safe environment of a game world, and they can experiment with different options and coping mechanisms, mostly in the framework of serious games. So this is actually something that people under extreme stress can use in order to avoid harming themselves, which is sometimes, as psychologists say, a choice that they opt to follow in order to move away from bad thoughts and emotional agony, so to speak. The context of our game has to do with regulating the social anxiety disorder syndrome. This is a syndrome that tends to lead those affected by it to isolation in order to avoid the anxiety caused to them by social interactions. And sometimes in research you may find the phrase that rich get richer, because apparently research has shown that people who are extrovert and easy to be around with are more likely to have more social connections than people who are not. Despite the headlines in some news outlets, online game players actually report establishing good friendships within the game world with other players who engage in the same game. In most research, this has been reported to being more than 3 out of 4, that is 75%, and around 40% of them have met in real life, and even close to 1/3 of them have been romantically involved. Another important issue, which also has to do with how people choose to cope with stress, has to do with the fact that almost 2 out of 5 players would discuss their problems, would discuss their issues with other game players, while they chose not to discuss them with their real-life friends. So it seems that the concept of gaming brings people together and allows them to open up and discuss the things that make them sad or make them want to harm themselves. This is a chart of the design of the Embrace game, of the Embrace app. As you can see, it consists of 4 different levels, ranging from a very easy and introductory level to a harder one, which has to do with regulating one's rhythm of breathing, which is also, as I mentioned earlier, related to stress, because people under extreme stress tend to breathe very quickly, and this is used to lead more oxygen to their brain, but it also results to increasing their heartbeat and make them more tense and more anxious as well. So we have 4 different exercises, so to speak, that players have to go through, and they have to, in all those exercises, move actually a ball through a level, ranging from an easy level to a harder level as they progress, in order to, as I said, regulate their breathing patterns. So stress control in the Embrace app is achieved by controlling a virtual ball. I will show a few screenshots in the following slides. We start from one end of the level of the mobile phone screen, and players have to guide that ball across a maze, and in subsequent levels they have to guide the ball across a maze with different obstacles which If they hit those obstacles, they have to restart that particular level. So the design of those levels had to do with practices used by experts, and they were actually contributed to the design of this work by actual psychologists that Stella interviewed in the beginning of the design phase of her work. So the first person is to isolate the player from the outside stimuli so that they're focused in actually controlling the ball, and increasing the feeling of being in control in terms of moving the ball. So players feel that they're in control of their situation because the effects that take place in the game actually are a result of only their own choices and actions. And then they are actually forced to reason with different options in mind, where to go, where to stay within the maze. Maybe sometimes they opt to retreat if they want the danger, so to speak, to go away. And this is actually also a very useful process suggested by psychologists, because actually this process helps people under severe stress to regulate their thoughts, which again may lead in a positive manner. It may lead to them regulating also their observable manifestations of stress, as I said, faster breathing or increased heart rate. And then in the final level, they will have to deal with their emotions during the whole moving the ball around activity. So this is the introductory phase, the introductory level of the Embrace app, of the Embrace game. As I said, it has to do with earthing, so to speak, the users, with isolating them from the external stimuli. And then the more advanced level actually involves some sort of planning or some sort of weighting. The words in the right-hand screenshot are actually the obstacles that players need to avoid, and they move around. And as I said, if the ball hits one of the obstacles, players have to start from the beginning again. So thank you for watching this video about the design and implementation of a psychotherapy app using gamified elements. The work done by Stella Zygotegu and supervised and assisted by George Anastasakis, Yorgos Tsatiris, and myself, Kostas Karpouzis. Thank you.
Our presentation focuses on the design and development of a guerrilla-based gamified experience in the Museum of Asian Art of Corfu, Greece. This is an experimental case study designed to materialize our views and ideas regarding the development of new museum experiences and the process of content democratization. The main idea behind our approach is to re-engineer and extend common cultural heritage experiences offered within cultural institutions through content exploitation and ludification. Our goal is to design and develop interactive transmedia learning experiences via the use of guerrilla gamification and using state-of-the-art technologies like augmented reality and the gaming process. We utilize and explore the capacity of ludification as a mechanism of incidental learning, and we aspire to contribute to the discussion for the democratization of cultural heritage. There are two questions that emerge from this research. Can we design and develop unauthorized gamified and gaming experiences without the consent of the institution possessing the content? How can our experience be ludified, allowing the transformation of linear narratives to transmedia interactive and extended story structures? In this process, in our attempt to create non-authorized experiences, we take into consideration the constraints and regulations imposed by institutions regarding their possessions. We wish to use their artifacts and exhibits as recognizable markers for augmented reality systems supporting the storyline and transmedia experiences that we design. The functionality of the underlying systems supporting interaction can clearly be implemented as a non-invasive technology, as we can choose image recognition to furnish our augmented reality requirements. In layman's terms, the mobile device does not emit light, laser beams, or radiation of any kind, so the artifacts remain safe throughout the experience. However, our implementation can be considered disruptive by the institution, but as explained, this may only hurt its authority and not its content. We consider the gamified experience implementation as a parallel presentation mode to that imposed from the institution, often described as a proper use of content. The questions still stand. Can we do that? Who and how can they stop us from realizing it? Before we continue, there are two crucial terms that we should take into consideration. Gamification could be defined as the use of game design elements in non-game contexts. On the other hand, ludification has been defined as the use of game design elements in non-game contexts, with a special emphasis on ludifying story structures and story objects residing in linear stories. The suggested experience is closer to the essence of ludification, which could be realized by this case study. The experience stakeholders are the key figures for the implementation of the project. The content owner, the content expert, the experience designer, the media expert, and the game designer collaborate to ensure the desirable outcome regarding the design and development of the experience for the player. Continuing to the design and development of the case study, the first element that we should analyze is the scenario. The Old Woman Who Lost Her Dumpling is a Japanese fairy tale from Lefkadyo Hearn's translated collection of Japanese folklore and literature. We follow the adventure of a witty old woman who ventures to find her escaped dumpling and, despite the help she receives from 3 Jizo statues, finds herself captive of an Oni, a monster. While enslaved, she is given a magic rice paddle and a pot to cook for the Oni and his friends, but soon decides to flee. She escapes and crosses the river with a boat, but the Onis find out and pursue her. Arriving at the river, they drink the water and keep it in their cheeks so that they too can cross to the other side. The old woman then turns around and starts doing grimaces so funny that the Onis burst out laughing and release the water back to the river. The old woman escapes and, with the acquired magic rice paddle, becomes very wealthy and happy. The key elements of the story are to be used as game elements that visualize the narrative of the experience. The old woman, another country, the dumpling, the Jizo statue, the Oni, the pot and rice paddle, the funny faces, and the woman's new wealthy state. Our protagonist, the old woman, seeks help from the potential player and asks them to accompany her in her adventure. Our experience design is based on a transmedia implementation realized within the museum and its artifacts. The scenario here is king. The information points may or may not be different in each route, as one or more exhibits can be shared between both routes. Our experiential design employs narration to provide meaning and trigger visitor interest. The experience can cover the interaction requirements for 1 or 2 players and for different player teams, using gamification and gaming elements. Gamification is a way to make boring, repetitive processes interesting again, while gaming is the actual process of playing games that, when concluded, decide if the task was completed efficiently. The algorithmic process for one player consists of preparation and implementation stages. First of all, we need marketing tactics to communicate the experience. Users are introduced to the experience, its purpose, and the possible guerrilla tasks that need to be implemented. Our suggestion is to communicate this through flyers, social media, and a video guide. At the end of this process, the user is able to download the appropriate AR app or web AR app and start exploring. The user is then instructed to identify the specific recognizable item at the entrance of the museum to start the experience. Successful item recognition triggers the game intro with instructions on backstory and what to search for. In this stage, we also describe the need for great secrecy. The player is then asked to find the oldest engraved date on the palace's 2 gates through a riddle. Finally, they could fill a 4-digit passcode to start the experience inside the museum. The first artifact that the player has to find could be the ideogram of spring. Now, the player has to locate and successfully identify each item. Correct identification reveals instructions to find the next item in the queue or the final item. This can continue for complex scenarios. It is important to clarify that the same exhibit can provide the second player with different information that will lead them in a different direction. Alternatively, when the player scans the exhibit again, the information could be different. This procedure ensures that the game information exists separated from the historical information of the exhibit in question. That way, the experience can be differentiated according to what the designer wanted to be used for. For example, as a means of incidental learning, as an educational program, etc. Also, a transmedia narrative could be achieved with side quests that unlock backstories, different perspectives, and complementary information that could extend and complete the storyline. On the final stage, the player is provided with the full story as the puzzle has been solved. For the 2-player mode, the first stage remains the same, but a separate yet complementary transmedia scenario is designed and implemented for each player within the latter stages. Under the second stage, players are asked to locate and successfully identify items as usual, but each player is introduced to different information channels according to their individual scenarios. It is also possible to implement different scenarios on the same collection of items. For example, artifacts that have different meaning and use for each group. After players have combined their parts of the storyline, they need to combine their individual information discovered to answer collectively the final question. For example, if they are given a number at the end, they need to add both numbers and enter this information on a password-protected Google Drive to access the final video. Further research on the aspect of legal issues that may occur is crucial, as subject to provisions of the law and especially the legal framework on intellectual property as it stands today, it seems to us that this case study may be implemented for any cultural institution. However, this remains to be researched and legally verified. Further research should be realized in reference to the potential of implementations of transmedia experiences. We believe that the next step to the development of a transmedia gamified experience could be implemented with the involvement of more than one institution. Using transmedia experience design, one artifact can be connected to other artifacts distributed across various museum collections.
Good evening, everybody. I want to welcome you to this live session. We had today, this morning, until some minutes before the morning and noon sessions. They were pre-recorded. We are now to the first live session of the DCAC 2021. As I mentioned in the this morning greetings, we would like to have everybody in person and meet in person. We could discuss about all the nice ideas we hear in this conference. We hope this will happen next year. But as I mentioned again this morning, I really believe that even with online means, we can have all the exchange we need for the new ideas we hear every time. So I don't want to say much. I have the honor to have today with us the rector of the university that will give us a greeting. Please, Professor Floros.
Thank you, Michael. On behalf of Ionian University, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all at the 13th Series International Conference on Digital Culture and Audiovisual Challenges. A conference that's organized by the Department of Audiovisual Arts and aims to bring together technology, art, and culture in the digital era. Founded in 1984 and located in 4 islands at the very, very west part of Greece, Ionian University is an academic institution that has adopted a particular multidisciplinary approach as a key objective of its strategic, academic evolution and development. The DCAC conference is a practical demonstration of the rapidly growing scientific and artistic potential that is now taking shape at Ionian University, a regional, multi-island institution which proves that excellence is possible with systematic work and realistic strategic planning. Its evolution, the topics of interest, as well as the significant number of the high-quality presentations included in the conference, defines it in the set of the most important regional scientific events. It also documents in the best possible way the future of the combination of scientific and artistic excellence. This represents exactly the strategic approach adopted by our university. We do hope that the DCAC conference will continue its important academic journey in the future, allowing new and significant discoveries in the respective scientific areas and spotlighting the relative state-of-the-art trends in the service of digital culture, creativity, and art. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the persons that contributed to the organization of this year-complex online event, especially to Professors Michael Panagopoulos, Agnis Papadopoulou, and the head of the department, of course, Andreas Giannakopoulos, all distinguished colleagues for leading this effort in a very effective way. We hope that you will all enjoy this year conference, a memorable scientific event. We also hope to be able to welcome you in person in Corfu soon within the context of a next in series DCAC event. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Now I will give the speech to the president of the Department of Audiovisual Arts, Professor Andreas Giannakopoulos. Please, Andreas.
Thank you very much, Michalis. Good evening, dear all. Speaking on behalf of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, it is a great pleasure to have reached the 3rd edition of the International Conference Digital Culture and Audiovisual Challenges. It is a conference that underlines the characteristics of the department and enriches, supports, and highlights its scientific profile. The Department of Audio and Visual Arts, according to its founding act, has the mission to cultivate and promote audiovisual expression through teaching and research on the applications of modern audiovisual technology in the wider field of art and modern media. On the basis of its interdisciplinary characteristics, Our department combines art with science and technology, and since the first years of its operation, it has already undertaken very important activities, both at the artistic and at the scientific level, through the organization of festivals and conferences. And today, we are at the heart of the biggest event of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, the annual Audiovisual Arts Festival, in the wider context of which the DCAC conference is held. In parallel with the interdisciplinary conference Taboo, Transgression, Transcendence in Art and Science, DCAC is one of the main pillars of extrovation of the department, both in the purely scientific part and in the intersection of art and science in the digital era. And it's really a challenge, as it is mentioned in the title of the conference, to try to combine the artistic with the scientific element in the wider set of the department activities. The scientific conference, as you all know, is the place and time where the research work performed in an academic department is presented. It is the place where young researchers meet, demonstrate their research, discuss and interact with each other in a fruitful dialogue that helps everyone, those involved and those watching. The presentations, the ideas, the thoughts, the proposals, everything that happens in such a conference constitutes the corpus of an unformed knowledge that begins to take shape and form precisely during this dialogue. In its third year, DCAC has already begun to establish itself as a dynamic and promising conference, covering the space occupied by creativity, technology, arts, and culture. On behalf of the Department of Audio and Visual Arts, I would like to deeply thank and warmly congratulate the organizing committee for making happen the DCAC 2021, and especially the head of the committee, and I am tempted to say the head and the soul, Assistant Professor Michail Panagopoulos, and the founding member, Assistant Professor Agni Papadopoulou, as well as the other members, namely Vasilis Koumnianos, Ioanna Miliaresi, Xenia Kaimara, Sofia Vlachou, and Iris Labrogiorgos. A special mention and thank you on behalf of the department is reserved for Professor Ioannis Zanos, who organized and scientifically supervised the special session Reflections, Bridges Between Technology and Culture, Physical and Virtual, which takes place within the framework of the European Arts Science Technology Network, Digital Creativity. Such collaborations improve and enhance the international orientation of our department in the contemporary, globalized scientific and cultural environment. Since this is a digital and exclusively online conference, nothing would have been made possible without the laborious and high-quality work of the technical support and the web team of our department. Thank you very much, Giorgos Miliotis, Nikos Moustakas, Minas Pergadis, Aris Labrogiorgos, and Rubin Ikonomidou. My only closing remark would be a wish to all of us to have a fruitful conference and to keep staring optimistically at the digital horizon of a bright, artistic, and scientific future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. What you didn't mention was your contribution to this organizing committee, which was huge. So I have to say, now it's time. Now it's time to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Giorgos Giannakakis. Giorgos Giannakakis is the professor and director of the Institute of Digital Games in the University of Malta. His specialty is artificial intelligence in games, among others. His work is extraordinary in this topic, so we are very happy that he's here, so he is going to talk to us about this. I encourage, if you have questions, to write them in the chat so we can collect them for the questions after the talk. His keynote speech is entitled Gaming the Algorithm. Giorgos, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. All good. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Such a pity that I'm not there. We're not there in Corfu. I've been there a few years back. It has been a wonderful conference back in the days. So I'm very glad I'm here on this stage, virtual stage, to share my thoughts and my experiences when it comes to the intersection between artificial intelligence and games. The talk title is Gamifying the Algorithm, and by that, I mean, I want to emphasize on the different ways that AI has been advanced through artificial intelligence, but also the other way around. The ways that artificial intelligence has advanced audiovisual content production within games, right? But not only audiovisual, in general, the various facets of creativity that exist in games. So, yeah, I'm based here on the tiny island of Malta, and I see some colleagues from Malta actually here, which is great on this panel. There I'm directing the Institute of Digital Games. I'm a professor there. We have a great team of, quite multidisciplinary team that varies from with people with backgrounds in computer science and AI all the way to the humanities, the arts and social sciences, and that is all great. At the same time, I'm a co-founder of a company called Multimodal AI, which utilizes AI for automatically testing games. Today, I will be showing you research results and research-based products developed in Model AI as part of this talk. So I'll be wearing both hats once in a while. Right, so I said all about this. This talk is dedicated to this vicious cycle of AI getting better through games and then AI informing game design and development and making them better. So it's like, the better and more non-linear games become and more complex they become, they offer better environments for AI to advance. The more AI is advanced, the more tools we have in our hands to make better games, more complex, more interesting games. So obviously, some of us think of artificial intelligence as this sort of evil thing that is watching us out there, who is going to take our jobs as designers and so on. I prefer to see it as to see artificial intelligence in a different role, in an assistance role, in a slavery role, if you prefer, or in a collegial role. A popular definition about AI is the one that, the study that makes computers able to do things which currently only humans can do. Now, if you bring games into the mix and you want a definition about AI in games, then you're talking about computers that are able to do things which we can do in games. And that brings us to the question, what do we actually do in games, right? And humans do many things in games. One of the first things that comes to mind is play. And when it comes to play, there are two questions that naturally come in our heads, at least as AI scientists, is how about AI is actually playing the game? And if we think of artificial intelligence trying to play games, then there are two questions. Is the AI playing to win? Yes or no? Is the AI taking the role of a human player? Right? So if you give various questions to this, various answers to these questions lead to completely different research directions, actually. Right? So you can think about it, AI that wants to optimize the way it plays versus making believable play, AI that plays in the role of the human versus, challenging us as an opponent. Now, as a matter of fact, over the last 70 years now of the existence of artificial intelligence, most research has been dedicated on answering the question, how can we make AI how can we give it super intelligence capacities, in the sense, how can we play better than any other human in board games initially and lately in digital games like StarCraft and so on. So what you see here is a synthesis of popular moments, milestones of artificial intelligence over the last 70 years, starting from this guy here, the father of AI, Turing, testing some research algorithms in early versions of chess, all the way to today's, or a few years back, success of DeepMind in playing StarCraft better than any other human out there. Now, while this is exciting, and actually while all this indicates that games have unique properties that assist the AI algorithms to advance. I believe there are better ways to, or more exciting at least, routes, research directions one can follow when it comes to AI in games, and especially playing. And I'll show you some examples about that. So what you see here is an research-based product that we call Glitch Finder, and it's developed in Model AI. And what you will see is a live demo, more or less. I mean, it's a video, but it runs in real time. And this guy now, this agent, uses reinforcement learning and rapidly scans a level as fast as possible and trying to find glitches in the level that a human has just designed. Very quickly, in under a minute sometimes, it is able to report back that, listen, you have particular issues here that, in this particular case, I was able to jump outside the level, so you might want to fix that. Or in particular cases, I couldn't pass through this door and so on. And personally, I believe this is a so much better use of AI in the serving game development and game design. And personally, I'm more interested in AI roles that serve humans than, playing the game in the best possible way. Here's another example of what we call the flexible play trace demo product. This is essentially a rapid imitation learner. So you as a human player, you play one round of this racing game, you leave this green trace, and then this blue car rapidly, just live, learns how to play how to play like yourself, imitating your style. Now, why is that important? Because you rapidly have agents that play like your style, and you can test games and levels that designers develop rapidly with utilizing different styles of play. Okay, so now we move on to something else I want to show you about AI for play, which is very, very recent results that were published like a few days ago at the Conference of Games. This is work by my PhD student Sintan Trivedi in collaboration with Adonis Liapis. What we try to do here is ask the question, can we use AI to create general representations of games just by looking at their pixels using computer vision? And can we throw away, ideally, the style of games, the visual style of the games, and focus on the game structure instead? Which AI algorithm can actually help us identify that this is a tennis game, regardless of the style of the tennis game, regardless of the background, right, and regardless of the court? Which AI algorithm can help us identify that it's an FPS game versus a football game, and so on, right? Now, you might wonder, why is that important? Well, for AI, it's critical. If we want to play believably in a general fashion, if we want to understand emotion, if we want to generate content that is tailored to players, it is critical to just observe the image and understand that this is a tennis game, right? So we applied a technique called contrastive learning, machine learning algorithm that essentially works so much better than traditional supervised learning algorithms and is able to throw away the style and detect the various genres within sports games as you see them here. Like, I can detect that this is a fighting game over here versus a basketball game and so on. That is quite exciting news because you can think of throwing away, again, the style and focusing on the let's say, the structural elements of the game. What defines a game when it comes to rules and play instead of style? Right. Now, I'm referring back to my first question about what do humans do in games? And the first thing they do is play, obviously. So AI could play games, and you show some examples. So the second obvious thing that we do is we design them, we develop them, and so on. And when it comes to AI taking that role, then there are certain questions here, like how can AI help us? In which role? As an assistant, in an automatic way? Can AI generate content in an autonomous or a semi-autonomous way? What sort of content can AI generate? And there are multiple answers here. It basically opens up the entire field of generative systems and procedural content generation in games. And obviously, AI can generate anything from visuals all the way to music and sound, narratives, parts of narratives, and so on. levels, functional, structural elements, and aesthetical elements, obviously. And often, and as it is the state of the art nowadays, often we're actually trying to make it happen at the same time. AI is trying to orchestrate nowadays many of these creative facets. So create, for instance, the right levels, the right visuals for this particular level, and the right music for this particular visual, and so on, right? So it is a creative process across facets of creativity, obviously, the same way that a collaborative way that we create a game in a multidisciplinary collaborative fashion. And I'll show you some examples. It's essentially work by Adonios Liapis. He called that tool Sentient Sketchbook. And here we demonstrate, this is all work, but I think it is critical within the community of mixed initiative co-creativity, in the sense that you have on the left here, you have a designer specifying particular high-level sketching, particular high-level concepts within a strategy map, like you have some impassable areas, you have some resources here and there, and you have some bases, for instance. And then what you see on the right is recommendations from AI that could be used as creative prompts. They could be used as inspiration. They could be completely ignored. They could be taken into consideration. And these sketches optimize particular objectives within a design process. Like, for instance, a map becomes more balanced in one of the cases, or it becomes more novel in the sense that we keep track of your history of design, and we're trying to AI is trying to propose something that you might not have thought or you might not have considered, so that it tries to break more or less what we call with the lateral path of creativity here. Again, AI here is used as inspiration, as a colleague, more than an evil colleague that wants to basically replace whatever you're doing. Right. Now, another example here is within first-person shooters. We introduced an algorithm we call lost me. Not sure you can hear me. Most likely you lost me.
No, we can still hear you. Please go on.
Really? Oh, I feel that my computer is breaking down.
We can hear you.
That's good, but my presentation is stuck. My computer is completely stuck. Sorry about that. That's strange. Wow. Let me try to do something about this. Interesting. Let's give it some time, because if you can still hear me, that's great news, but my presentation is stuck. I can go on and discuss and talk about stuff without slides, but yeah. Very, very strange. Wow.
We can hear you. We can see you. So if your PowerPoint, can you restart it or something?
I just can't do anything at this point. It's like my computer is completely frozen, and it's a surprise you can still hear me, actually. Okay. Yeah.
Right. You can hear your computer trying to
do something. Yeah.
Something, yeah.
Trying to.
If you want to restart your computer, it's okay. You can connect to Zoom. I don't know if you think it will be better, or if you feel free, you can continue talking, and maybe we can hope that PowerPoint will restart.
It doesn't allow me to do anything. It's really strange. Can you just, Michalis, can you do me a favor? Can you start sharing something yourself, or do I have to unshare? I mean, because I need to stop this presentation. I don't know how.
Now you are not sharing your desktop.
All right.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's see if we... I think the best approach by now would be to, I don't know, maybe restart or something. It's just, I have a computer that is not responding to anything. No.
Yeah, yes, okay. You can start your computer, and we will see you when you connect to Zoom meeting again. And
yeah, it's
I think it will be okay.
Controllers. I'm so sorry about all this. I'm getting back in a minute or two, and then I'll cover everything. Don't worry about it. So
okay. See you. Okay. These things happen to live events. Anyway, I think it was very interesting. As far as it got until now, the talk of Mr. Giannakakis, we can maybe we can discuss a little bit what we've heard so far, or we can discuss maybe something from the previous talks. Well, I think we will discuss the previous talks anyway after the open mic session. So as we wait for Mr. Giannakakis to come back. Is there anybody that want to comment something about his talk until now? What we heard from now is there anybody that want to say something?
Hello. I would like to ask something, Mr. Giannakakis, but he's not present, so I don't know if we can discuss about it. Maybe it would be also very interesting to do that, so I don't know.
Okay, you can ask your question, and we can write it in the chat. But yes. I don't think he won't see it because he's not connected. So you can ask it, and we can ask it again later.
Yes. First of all, I'm a big admirer of Mr. Giannakakis' work, and I think that he's doing excellent research in Malta. And I've been following all the recent developments in AI and designing video games, which is my research field. So I was wondering, where is the creation process of the designer and how the AI is, he just mentioned that it's AI is a colleague in the design of computer games. But if these things goes up and maybe AI tomorrow is able to design a video game just like there are AIs today that can compose music. So I was really wondering what will happen in, let's say, 10 or 20 years. Will there be a design space for the designer, or the computer games will be just developed and designed by an AI? That's a big question, but I think it's probably better to ask this question at the end of the discussion. So at the end
it's a very interesting question, and I'm not going to answer it, of course, instead of Giannakakis, but I also get sometimes this question to my field of research, and it's a question in general that has to do with AI. Is AI going to replace this? Is AI going to replace that? Since we discuss it, it's not Mr. Giannakakis is not here. My opinion is that there is no reason to worry about this, because there's always what we say, the human touch in every aspect of creation, especially creative. Now, AI can design, also can draw paintings. What does it mean, that we don't need painters anymore? I don't think so. It's a nice tool, AI, and as Giannakakis mentioned before, AI proposes stuff to the designer. Anyway, I think he's here again.
Yeah, I think I am here again. we'll find soon. Thank you so much for waiting, and apologies for all this. I hope we stay here until the end. So I'll skip a few slides so that we make it on time. So I'll just move on to this. But we're talking about design, actually. We're talking about ways that AI can assist design in an autonomous way or in an assisted way. What you see here is an example of a game called, which is entirely created by an algorithm. The algorithm name is called Ludi, which was developed by Cameron Brown. You see the names down here. And the name, the board, the rules of the game were actually proposed by artificial intelligence. And it is one of these games that they have been competing in game design competitions and they won. So it opens up a very interesting discussion, like to which degree Yabalath is the product of Ludi, whether it's a creative product or a process from Ludi, or is a creative product of Cameron Brown as a second order creative process, right, through Ludi and then Yabalath. So I'll just leave that as a philosophical question, and then we can move on into the next role that AI can take in game development, which is the experience. And so AI can, as humans, we experience games, in so many different ways. AI could, in principle, try to understand how we feel and make something out of it, inform a design process, play a game in the same way that we do so that it feels the same way that we feel, and so on. So in general, the way we model experience of users and players, the overview, you can see it here. So on the left here, you have some sort of information input from users. It could vary from physiological signals all the way to facial expressions, speech, and so on. On the right, you see we have some labels to predict, right? So, and these labels are usually very subjective, obviously, because we talk about emotions, frustration, engagement, and so on. So as a machine learning expert or AI researcher, these are often come with a lot of frustration because they are very ill-posed and they are never accurate. They're not reliable and so on. So if you want to model emotion using artificial intelligence, and I'm just entering the world of affective computing here, you need proper data. Proper in the sense of reliable and valid. One gradually dominant way I feel in the way that we annotate emotion, and I think overall hopefully every subjective experience that we report and we annotate, is what we call within the community of affective computing the ordinal nature, the ordinary approach, or the relative approach, in the sense that no matter how you collect data about emotions, the best way, and the best in terms of validity and reliability across many studies, is to process these labels in a relative fashion. So it is better to talk about a happier face between two options and consider that your machine learner considers that instead of trying to predict the level of happiness, or instead of trying to classify between a happy face and a non-happy face. Same applies with arousal trace. It's more important to value the degree of change in arousal rather than the actual value of arousal, because what is more important, and what it turns out to be the case, is that humans do agree on the change of a subjective value rather than the absolute value of it, obviously. And since we agree on the change, then machine learning could also consider learning from changes, learning to rank between options rather than learning to classify or learning to predict a particular scalar. So we have adopted this approach across several studies, and I'll show you some examples within games on how to model experience. This is the first project in collaboration with Ubisoft. It's a recent work with the Institute of Digital Games and the game Tom Clancy's Division. Ubisoft had a number of a rather big data set of players playing this game. On one end, the game featured a number of gameplay characteristics, and on the other end, we had scores about the motivation profile of players that was gathered through tailor-made questionnaires in Ubisoft, which were relying on self-determination theory. So essentially, our role there was to understand if there is any relationship between the way players play this type of games and their motivation scores, or at least their reported motivation scores, across 4 factors. And that included relatedness, autonomy, competence, and presence, right? So to the question if we can do this, the answer is yes, and with quite high accuracy. So at this point, we are able to detect levels of motivation in players based only on critical features of their gameplay, like, how many people they shoot at, how long was the level, for how long they played a particular level, and things like that. Very, very high level statistics about their play. And we utilize the preference learning algorithm in the sense that an algorithm that learns to predict the ranks of this course, right? Which was quite interesting. Now, this work, which was recently published at the Transaction of Effective Computing a few months ago with Kostas Magadas and Antonis Liapis, again, people at my team, is one of these things, one of these projects that makes me really proud, in the sense that traditionally in effective computing, there is, and especially when we use games for understanding emotions, there's a long debate about how important is the multimodal information for understanding emotion. In the sense, how important is, for instance, skin conductance, facial expression, head pose as input to a machine learner that would help us identify emotions, right? In this work, we decided to not do that. So we decided to ask the question, is it possible to predict emotions like, dimensions of emotion, like arousal, so intensity of emotion, in games just by looking at the pixels of the screen and listening to the sounds of the interaction? And the answer was quite interesting and quite exciting, in the sense that yes, it is possible. We can do that with very high degrees of accuracy, but it really depends on the game. So I'll show you some examples of that. What you see here is 4 different games that we tested this algorithm. It's a plug-and-play computer vision system that looks at the pixels of the screen. It hears the sounds of the interaction. You don't hear any sound now, but the system does. And you see on the left, you see the screen of gameplay. On the right, you see this sort of heat map that changes all the time, is what is called an activation map of a neural network. And that basically, that visualization tells you that red means basically the area, well, it shows the areas that the neural network sees, focuses on, puts attention on in order to predict arousal. So it might be obvious to you that the neural network in this case really is looking around the player character in order to predict arousal. But at the same time, it looks at features like score up here and the health bar once in a while here and the timer, right? So what was revealing for us was that in order for a neural network to predict our arousal level just by pixels, it needs to associate the things that we do as a game character, but at the same time, it needs to factor in information from user interface, like the score, the health bar, and so on, which was quite exciting. So we can do very, very well. I mean, we can predict arousal with 90% accuracy. 9 out of 10 players we haven't seen, we can predict their arousal levels, which is quite fascinating in these 3 cases. In this case, we failed. This is a horror-like game. It's called Sonantia. We built in-house at the Institute of Digital Games. And the visual information we get, the visual auditory information we get, was not really helpful for the neural network to predict arousal. Somehow, the information that is portrayed here is not directly linked to arousal. So the model couldn't really learn to predict good models, which is, it is a great finding in the sense that, yes, we have a great way of understanding arousal automatically through predicting, not understanding, predicting arousal automatically, but we fail in many cases, and that needs to be reported, and it was reported. Right, so next step was with Model AI, to look at streaming content and look at a popular game that you see here. It's PUBG, streaming videos over PUBG, and also observe the behavior of the audience of this streamed content. So we took several videos from Twitch of very popular streamers of PUBG. We looked at their behavior, what they were doing during the game, and then we also looked at the behavior of their audience. And through machine learning, we were able to find some sort of mapping between what the player is doing and how the audience react. So if we look at this as an engagement proxy, in the sense that it turns out actually that the more engaged you are in the content that you observe, the less you type, for instance, right? And the less engaging the content is, the more you sort of engage in chatting dialogue. So the outcome of this research is that you are able to, any streamer is able to upload their video on our engine, and then we're able to sort of output, we're able to output this engagement line that you see here. So every streamer is able to know in advance if the stream content is going to be engaging, and Twitch, like platforms like Twitch, could actually create summaries of these videos by picking the most, let's say, engaging moments in a video. So that's, that's all I had to say about this slide. So it's basically moment-to-moment engagement prediction of streaming content for uses that I just went through. Right, now the next step is through is a recent project which it's a Marie Curie fellowship called Tamed, through which we were trying to investigate the generality of these models. So far we have been seeing models that are tailored to a particular game, like motivation model for tone class division, or models that they are plug and play, that can predict arousal via pixels. In this project, we asked the question to which degree there are transferable characteristics from game to game. Which elements from game to game can be used for us to understand player experience across the board, right? And is that at all possible? To answer this question, we gathered a lot of statistics, a lot of data. We crowdsourced annotation values, annotation traces like arousal traces across 9 different games in this dataset we call the game dataset. We have over 1,100 hours of gameplay, over 1,000 sessions of gameplay, 37 hours of annotated videos, and we have 3 genres. We have racing, platformers, and shooters. And again, we did many experiments, obviously. We tried to train models on specific arousal models on specific games, and that was successful, but we knew that before. What we wanted to do is, what if we could train a model of arousal in 2 racing games? Would that be able to generalize in the 3rd racing game? What about if we train a model in 8 of these games, which is a mix of different genres? Would it be able to generalize in the 9th completely unseen game? And the answer comes here. The answer is yes, to various degrees, depend on the game. Yes, you can transfer characteristics from game to game with quite high accuracy in games like, this shootout game, which is this one, right? It's like the old-fashioned sort of shooting game. You see things and you shoot them, which is the easiest game of all. So there are games out there that we can use information from other games in order to predict what happens in the experience of their players. Now, this is the first sort of extensive study of investigating this generalizability of player models, of player experience models across games. And the results are quite, at least the first results that are published like a few days ago again, are quite promising. Now, there's another project that makes me quite happy, and this is not published work, it's under review, but it's one of these things that makes us happy as a group. This is work by Matt Bartet with Antonios Liapis again, and we believe it is the first sort of instance of using reinforcement learning to blend behavior of an agent with predicted effect, with expressive effect, with effective expression. That's the right expression. So let me make this a bit more clear. So usually in the community of AI and games, you have agents that essentially learn how to play a game in the best possible way. This is where reinforcement learning is used. Then in the community of affective computing, you have some sort of supervised learning models that they try to learn to predict affect. What we do here is we use reinforcement learning as an affective computing paradigm, and we learn to predict affect. We learn to feel like an annotated arousal, and at the same time, we learn how to play like a human. So you have a model that does both at the same time, and that's quite exciting. In a very, very simple game, these are preliminary results, but I'll just show you this video of an agent trying to learn how to play like a human up here. You see the score up here, developing over time, and feel like a human. And by feel like a human, I'm referring to arousal and annotations of arousal of human players. The algorithm that we use here is called Go Explorer. It's a very promising algorithm, very recent algorithm in the area of reinforcement learning. It was published in Nature a few weeks ago. So we want to capitalize on the great exploration capacity of this algorithm and bring it into that sort of domain of games and behavior and effect. So as you see over time, the agent is trying to feel like a human, sort of trying to mimic those annotations of arousal and also performing even better than a human. Great. The last part of my presentation is going to focus on things that are not games, and that mainly includes architecture. So let's go through a number of other projects that are recent at the group. Here's again work from Matt Bartet. In here we use generative systems. We use a combination of what is called deep learning with neuroevolution. Blending different types of algorithms with different capacities that they iteratively generate more and more complex buildings in Minecraft. What we're trying to achieve is achieve high quality buildings in the sense that they are similar to, let's say, Zaha Hadid buildings, but at the same time, they're as novel as possible, right? So it's basically similar to Sentient Sketchbook for strategy map generation, but we see the application here for architecture. Again, we're trying to maintain high degrees of quality. By quality, we refer to particular constraints that are set by architects, but at the same time, achieve high degrees of diversity, so things that architects maybe haven't thought about, right? It could be inspiring for their work. Another paper that is really recent, and I'll show you a video of that, comes along the lines of the Prismark project again, is the investigation of the relationship between architectural form and effect. We figure out that there was no study that investigates the spatiotemporal relationship between space and affect, arousal in this particular case. So we had several people annotating videos like this, as you will see. So we presented a number of rooms that we would change particular characteristics. We selected a number of key features that define form, like curvature or ceiling height, the size of the room, whether the room has obstacles or not, the different lights that you see here, blue, red, white, whatever. And And then we would look at the arousal reported through the arrivals of the room, like, you know, the moments that you will see here, like just a few seconds before you leave the room and a few seconds after you enter the room, which are the more prominent sort of annotations that we could get in terms of arousal. And it turns out that there are very interesting relationships with regards to some of these features. Again, this is preliminary study. We are looking forward to do far more than this, and this, you know, this is to us at least a quite exciting area to apply again, you know, generative systems, procedural content generation for architecture in combination with affective models. What you see here is another example of a system that can be used as a co-creator, side by side to an architect, an urban designer, let's say. We are looking at a generative algorithm that creates urban designs across two dimensions, the ground space and the floor space. So ground space is the amount of ground that exists on an urban space, versus floor space is the amount of floor of the buildings that they are created. And what you see here is the various and diverse options that are presented to an architect, for instance, that maximize the degree of comfort in a particular urban area. So we try to help the architect to find solutions that maximize comfort, and at the same time, they're very diverse. So the architect can select any of these options, and, you know, even in a creative dialogue between the AI and the architect, so sort of eventually reach a point of convergence. And this is the result of applying this algorithm we called ArcElites in the family of what is called quality diversity algorithms for urban design. And what you see here is the Harvard area, the Harvard University area. With red is the Harvard campus. With green is residential area that we sort of completely destroyed, and we repurposed it, right? We revamped it so that the Harvard area feels better in terms of comfort, wind comfort, right? So what you see here is not the actual Harvard, is somewhat modified Harvard, but the university stays intact, okay? That's the idea. Right, something that is out there and it's in the making, it's baking as we speak, and I wanted to present because it's very, very recent, is the ways we can utilize generative systems in combination with affect, but also in combination with semantic prompts. What you see here is the work of Theodore Galanos, another PhD student of mine, in his attempt to train generative neural networks, generative adversarial neural networks, combined with semantic input, so that we generate particular sort of paintings, as you see here, because the neural network is trained across WikiArt. It's a large database of human paintings, obviously. These are computational paintings. This is computational art, if there's any art here. That's questionable. But what is beautiful, I think, is that you can enter things like, affective information like angry, and then you can specify what sort of angry thing you want, and you can specify landscape, and then you can see that. Or, a depressed abstract painting, which it's one of my favorites, to be honest. And some really, really bad examples like this one, a happy genre painting with some sort of interesting features that were generated. Now, we have been running a very long, very extensive user study. We don't have results yet of this, but I'm just presenting here what is possible nowadays with semantic information and affective information for painting, computational painting. Now, I've been talking, I have like 2 or 3 more slides and then we can discuss. I've been talking about the relationship between AI and games and how they have been helping each other. And I want to show you some interesting examples in that direction. The first one comes from the work of Tougelius and Risi in collaboration with Unity. They created a system, a game that basically generates itself, right? So it's a procedural content generation game that continuously generates new levels. And at the same time, you have an AI algorithm that tries to play these levels. So in a sense, the game level design is boosting artificial intelligence because it keeps adding more and more complex problems for AI to solve. And AI, in a sense, boosts game level design because it sort of solves those problems. So the computational level designer, let's put it this way, is trying to challenge AI even more. So we're talking about a symbiotic relationship, a co-evolution of how we play, how AI plays, and how AI designs. And here's some work from my group, from Elizabeth Camilleri, some time ago, in which it's similar, it comes along these lines in the sense that the question was there, okay, let's suppose we have an AI agent, we don't touch the controller, but how can we make an AI agent look more believable by not touching its controller, by not actually changing its behavior? How can we make an AI agent look more believable by changing the environment in which it lives? And this is the result. I mean, it's one of the videos. What you see is an A-star agent, a very basic AI agent that moves around. We change the environment, we change the level so that A-star looks as believable as possible. How do we measure believability? Again, we have a surrogate model of believability. So we asked many people to tell us which one of two options or two mini videos looks more believable to them. So we could construct a predictor of believability in this case. So yeah, so the final, I hope it is the final, I think it is. The final, no, it's two more, sorry. The final video before the last one is something that makes me quite proud again. It's very recent work with some Chinese colleagues, Xu and Liu. What we are trying to do here, and what you will see in this video, is an AI agent that plays Super Mario, and at the same time, live, it creates the levels it plays. All right, so the level hasn't been generated as we speak, as we see here. It's a still image. Of course, this is a video, but it happens live. So basically, from the point, it takes some time for Mario to go from here to here, right? And during that time, the level is generated actually. And we use metrics like, what we're trying to do is maximize diversity here. So the agent, the reinforcement learning agent here is a designer. So every action of the agent is not playing the game, but designing the game for an AI agent to play. Might be a bit sort of hard to grasp, but because traditionally AI is used to take an action. In this case, it designs parts of the game. So let's look at this. So what you see here is generated live in the sense that we haven't seen it, and it's endless generation, and with the purpose of maximizing the diversity, the novelty, let's say, of what the agent sees, right? So you will experience that things change over time. Things are different, and you don't experience the same sort of screen very, very often. And at the same time, we maximize playability in the sense that we don't want the A-star agent here to die. So that sort of video shows the relationship between what we can do with affective models, procedural content generation, and AI. So it puts everything together. As a last note, as a last example, I want to emphasize on the importance of bringing all that knowledge to education. This is something that we do quite a lot at the Institute, and using game-based learning to teach young students, primary and secondary education, about the basic principles of artificial intelligence. And we did that with a number of colleagues involving Marvin Zamit, Iro Vulgari, again, Adonis Liapis. We co-designed a game called Artbot. It's available at the website that you see here. The game is funded through LearnML, through the LearnML project, Learn to Machine Learn. And essentially, it trains primary school students the very basics of supervised learning and reinforcement learning. and opens up the discussion about the ethics of AI and so on. So I'll show you a video of what we have designed. And you're welcome to play it. I mean, it's quite robust, so we're welcome to download it from Google Play and so on. So this is the first mini game. It's a supervised learning game. Kids can go in and select paintings. They have a data set of paintings versus sculptures, so they can label them, right? So that they give labels to the algorithm. Then they select some parameters, and then there's a decision tree algorithm that basically tells them, it learns to classify unseen paintings and unseen sculptures, and it tells them why it does that, right? Because, for instance, this image has more than 3% red, for instance, right? So users can go through the training set and the testing set, so basically learn the very basics of supervised learning. Then in minigame 2, they move on to the next task, which is a gamified reinforcement learning experience. So they have this robot here, their character, that they specify rewards for, like positive rewards versus negative rewards, and they observe it learning, right? And then at the end, the bot is able to show them what it has learned and how many times it failed, how many times it succeeded in maximizing reward, for instance. And students are exposed to basically all the parameter tuning that is naturally happening in AI research. And we are currently actually developing scenarios, educational scenarios with regards to output. And, go ahead and play the game. Let us know how you feel about it. Send us your feedback if you're interested in AI education. Right. So as a final thing, and I think okay, these are questions. Okay, good. Questions are arriving already. So I'm wrapping up. I just want to emphasize on the fact that games could be seen as the final frontier of artificial intelligence at large, because they are very complex environments where design meets play, behavior meets affect, and creativity meets art, right? So there's so much to be done there when it comes to AI. AI has traditionally been advanced through games, and that will continue happening. But on the other end, I want to emphasize on the very fact that AI could be viewed as the final frontiers for game development and game design, right? So we need to creatively find ways where AI can help us make better games, because it's happening already. We will be seeing more and more games that feature more sophisticated AI. If you want to know more about all this, academically speaking, you're welcome to download my book here at gameaibook.org. It offers an interesting introduction to the field. It's free. You can download it. You can buy it if you want. That's fine. And if you want to know even more than that, you're welcome to join us at the at the latest Artificial Intelligence in Games Summer School that happens the first week of July, in partnership with DeepMind, Unity, King, Ubisoft. Are very giants in game development. So I'm looking forward to welcome you there as well. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm really happy to be here. I'm open to your questions.
Thank you, Yorgos, very much. It was an amazing talk. I was astonished. I have so many questions and so many things we could discuss. But it's better to start with questions that maybe some people from the audience or some other have. I see here the question from Obed. Have you read it, or you want me to read it?
I'm trying to go through it now, so I can read it.
Okay.
So that says that my study involves interviewing senior white male academics within a critical analysis of knowledge creation. One of the surprises in the analysis of the audio data for me was that many of the key emotional affective transitions took place during long pauses in verbal expression. Might this observation apply within the interface of gaming and AI you're working on? Yeah, that's very interesting. That's really interesting. Yes, I think there's a lot of unexpected results that you get with emotion, and one of it was through our PUBG study. We're expecting people to be more actively engaging with the content by through chat behavior, but that wasn't the case. We also expected in an earlier study, we also expected that people will be emotionally expressive through their face when they play games. But it turns out that that's not the case, especially pro players. They don't express any emotion right, from their face. And it's usually the younger generations, maybe smaller children, that they are more expressive. This is a very interesting finding that you have here. I haven't noticed anything like that, but it makes a lot of sense, actually. We haven't reached that conclusion in our work, in any of the studies, because I guess we didn't have groups or sort of multiplayer sort of social settings which we could see that, but it is really, really interesting, really interesting. Do you have a paper maybe you can share, because that's very interesting? Yes, thank you, good. And we have a question then. I hope that answers the question, actually. We have a question from Yoros Lukakis. Are there any data about player experience or game levels that they are designed by AI? Not sure. Data about player experience of game. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but if the question is if we have data sets that feature game level information and player experience information, the answer is yes. And it's quite a few. We wish we had more, but we're also making an effort to actually create those data sets. If you're interested, I can send you some links if you email me. It's referring to the fun factor of player experience. Yeah, fun factor. I mean, fun is one of the dimensions of player experience. It's one of the hardest, actually, I think. There are data sets with different labels, annotated experiences, let's say. There is also a data set, if you want something with regards to fun, I think there is one that there's a data set called the Funny data set that was developed by Ubisoft that has labels of fun, of players playing Ubisoft games. I hope it's available online. Maybe it is, it was published. All right, great. So another question, I don't know, Mihaly, you stopped me when you...
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. So there's another question from Yanis Zanos. What educational tools, methodologies are you using or developing to address the task of teaching gaming and AI technologies? We use, if you refer to general educational tools, we are doing something quite non-traditional in the sense that we create games using Unity. And then those games, we make them publicly available and accessible by any teacher. That's at least my style as a researcher is to make things available to everyone. Like through Google Play or online, because I think that makes them deployable much easier. One of the biggest challenges we have with technologies, game-based learning and so on, is that they are not easily deployed in schools. So my strategy is to design technology that only requires internet. Now, if a school doesn't have internet, then we have issues. Now, some of these tools could be integrated with learning environments like Moodle and so on. But if that is your question, again, I'm sorry if I'm not answering. But we design independent games through Unity, and this can be integrated in existing educational practices and tools. Yes, we agree. Thanks. I don't see any other question here, Michali.
Yes, thank you, Yorgos. According to the program, now it's the open mix session where we discuss about all the previous sessions, all the previous papers that were introduced today. Of course, we hope that we have here most of the speakers of these sessions. For some, I have a problem with my Zoom. Okay. To see, let's see how many of the participants are here and if we can have some questions. But since it's an open mix session and we can discuss about everything, I think we could continue with your keynote, or we can have any kind of questions. If somebody has a question about any of the talks and want to discuss something about the previous talk or the talks, we are available here. If it's somebody that is participant here, he can ask here in the Zoom chat, or we can accept questions in the chat of the YouTube we have for the streaming. I'm waiting for any kind of question, but I would like in the meanwhile to ask me some questions about your talk, if you are, if it's okay with you, okay? So, and we will see if there are some other questions about the morning talks, and if there are some participants that want to answer them. I wanted to ask so many things about you mentioned so many different topics. It's unbelievable. Congratulations. I know your work. I watch it, but it's I'm amazed. It's amazing how many different
thank you
topics
so much.
And they are all of them so interesting. I wanted to ask a general question about the kind of data you have input in many of these. I mean, you had this project about the painting that had the different, let's say, angry landscape or something. What kind of data do you have input so the machine learning algorithm gives this outcome? Or even if in the architectural program, okay, the architects give you some constraints, but how do you know that the algorithm is going to create something that is a prototype, original, and not something? I have, I could ask all this to all the projects. If you want to give a general.
Right. So the first question is about what we call in artificial intelligence representation, how we represent knowledge, and it varies from project to project. Obviously, you've seen projects where we consider the pixels of a screen. You've seen projects where we consider a number of a vector, let's say, of what happens from the player. So it really varies, and we have actually playing with these representations because we want to explore, for instance, to which degree those representations are general across many games. And it really depends on what you're trying to do. And it's a matter of, the richer the representation is, for instance, if you go all the way to pixels, the more computation you would need. But you would assume that you will have all the information that you need to predict, for instance, experience. Sometimes this is an overkill. So sometimes looking at frame by frame what happens in the gameplay, it's a verbose, let's say, procedure. You don't need all that information. Many studies have shown that pixels is not all you need to play well or to understand emotions and so on. When it comes to your second question, it's the second part of the question about novelty. Well, because you're talking to machines, right? And machines understand numbers. You need to somehow represent novelty, and there are different distance measures established in the literature about novelty. which are essentially based on similarity or dissimilarity metrics, like, divergent metrics, or, the simplest thing is, for instance, in Minecraft buildings, you can measure the voxel to voxel difference between two buildings, right? So this is a measure of novelty or distance between two buildings. It is the most naive you can think of, but you can establish those mathematical formulations and then ask the algorithm to generate buildings that it hasn't seen before. From all the things that it generates, it pushes itself to generate something that has a big distance from the things that it generates. So that's one way to continuously and iteratively create more and more novel buildings, spaceships, whatever you have, right? So yeah, I mean, as in every AI algorithm, especially in reinforcement learning, you have some form of representation and you have a reward or a training signal. And in our case, very often for a training signal, we have been using novelty or surprise. Formulations of unexpected, for instance, or formulations of novel, which are not precise. Obviously, they're not. Who knows what novel is, and who can measure novelty? But they generate interesting things, and that's what counts.
Yes, I saw that there are original things and novel. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing of this is precise. This is not exact science. We're not. You might think we are doing computer science, but we do. Sort of like, I feel that our work, that Donis and the team, and I have to emphasize, this is not just my work. I'm not one person that is doing all this. It's impossible. It's like, a big team of 20 people or so that they are able to deliver this. And it's due to them that this happens. So our view of artificial intelligence is more, loose definition, softer definition. We don't see, at least I don't see myself particularly as a scientist, more as a person that utilizes as an engineer of, let's say, creativity, or as a person that uses AI for art, for understanding emotion and so on. So, and as you saw, nothing of that is exact. Emotions are not exact, they're fuzzy. Creativity is fuzzy. Nothing is clear. And this is exactly where we're entering. This is at least is what is intriguing for me, that the labels or the objectives are not really clear. They are imposed. Yeah. And I can talk for hours, so just stop me. I just I'm an academic.
Most of us are, so we can talk for hours, all of us here. We have a question from Agnes also. It's also for you, Yorgos, so if you want.
So AI has been characterized by deep philosophical differences. Yeah. In particular, thinking is computation. Consciousness is a feature of specific physical actions of the brain. Consciousness is a feature of specific physical actions. Again, sorry, yeah. Consciousness cannot be explained by physical, computational, or any other scientific term, etc. I wonder if you have a different version of the above mentioned viewpoints. Yeah. I'm not an expert in philosophy. I'm not working specifically in that area of AI, the philosophy of artificial intelligence. So, but I have opinions, as everyone, right? So I can just tell you what my opinion is. I don't think I have a different viewpoint. When it comes to, yeah, if I have a strong opinion, let me throw it out there as how AI should be treated and how machine learning should be treated. I think it was emphasized in my presentation. I think AI needs to take the relative path when it comes to decision making, when it comes to understanding emotion, when it comes to creativity and so on. I feel we have been misguided from particular paradigms in machine learning, like classification and regression. And I think there are many cognitive tasks that we do and that AI, let's say, needs to imitate, that needs to be treated in a different way. And I think the ordinal path is offering a very, very interesting new paradigm. And what I'm saying is supported by philosophical debates from neuroscience evidence, from behavioral economics, like the work of Kahneman, for instance, back in the days, even from social psychology. So I think if we adopt an ordinal stance when it comes to machine learning, we will see interesting advancements. That's one thing. The other thing is that we have left, as an AI community, we have left a bio-inspired approach when we design algorithms. And I feel things like open-ended evolution or more evolutionary computation approaches that they're bio-inspired could make the next step forward in artificial intelligence. As you realized, I'm trying to deviate from your question because I don't have a good answer. So I'm just, I'm going, I'm just giving you answers about other things. But yeah, I hope that satisfies you to a degree. I don't have strong opinions about philosophical takes, about consciousness and so on. Yeah. All right, so another question from Yorgos. Should I move on, Mihaly? I don't know. There are questions here.
Okay, yes, move on. As I said before, it's the open mic session for all the sessions we had today. If somebody wants to ask something about any of the sessions, we will see it. Since most of the questions are for your talk, you can continue. It's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, feel free to stop me. It feels like a domination of the discussion, so maybe other people want to talk.
Since the audience doesn't have any questions for the others, we can continue. We can, of course, if we see that you dominate at all the whole session of the open mic, I will stop you. Okay.
Okay, it's not my fault.
Yeah, it's not, of course.
Do you think that AI level design can promote or narrow the notion of emergent gameplay? Obviously, I would go for the latter. No, sorry, the former, because I see AI as our extended self. There's a long debate about AI roles and where the AI sits within the creative process, whether it is for games, for creativity, for architecture, and so on. We have long debates with, for instance, architects on where AI should sit in their creative process, and it's not easy to actually identify that. But my take would be, I would see AI as a consultant, as a colleague that helps me, sort of extends my creative paths. And in that sense, I think we can only promote if it's designed properly and if it sits well within the creative process, within the level design process. I think it can definitely promote emergent gameplay. I mean, we will see more and more of emergent gameplay as we go along because games will become, I feel, more and more non-linear. Simply because we can utilize better technology, more sophisticated technology. So yeah, so you agree with me. Thank you. Or just, it's good that you agree with me. So we could disagree, obviously. So we have one more here from Ioannis Zanos. Since you mentioned metrics extensively, do you think that there can be alternative methodologies for dealing with games and AI, not so much relying on measurement, but on the reality of adoption of modes of practice and its dissemination in society? Trying to see how to respond to this one. It's not. So yeah, there are alternative methodologies for dealing with games and AI, not so much relying on measurement, but on the reality of adoption of modes of practice. Maybe it is, and maybe it is a difficult question. Maybe it's the discipline gap here, if there is one. I'm trying to understand the terms and the adoption of modes of practice, dissemination in society. Yeah, maybe the question is about the ways that AI operates and how, if adoption can happen in the way it operates today. Yes, obviously, yes, yes. I'm glad that the question is there. So I think yeah, rely on measurement, unfortunately, either we like it or not. I don't like it, but it happens. Measurement is essential for AI to operate, whatever measurement means. AI needs, especially machine learning, because nowadays we refer to AI as machine learning, but AI is not just machine learning, it's far more than that. So machine learning in particular, which is the dominant approach nowadays in AI, and deep learning in particular, relies on measurement, relies on a training signal that is provided. Measurement as sensing, yes. I see. Yeah, I think it is the easiest thing to do, to sense easiest. Well, the most obvious, like you want to understand, you're a machine learner, you want to understand how a human feels, then the first thing you would do is sense, try to recognize facial expressions and so on, and try to understand the emotion, for instance, or sense the design patterns and then build on that to create new content and so on. We do that as humans, don't we? We sense other people's sort of emotion. We sense the way they operate, and I guess maybe the answer is like I think AI could better sit, because it's not sitting very well within a social context of humans. We need to see better coordination between AI and humans, not just one, but more, so that AI eventually learns how to operate in different modes, not necessarily in the sensing mode. Okay, you're right. In a way, it is also an educational question, how we communicate such paradigm to young students. Yes, I think these paradigms are the sensing bit is particularly important, because it basically, sensing and databases are the key source of issues and limitations of AI. In the sense that nowadays you have databases that only, as Odette put it, that only, for instance, portray white males, right? So you train a computer vision system that learns about the experience of white males, and then it is unable to do anything beyond that. So we are just created the gender race biases on our data set. And I think what AI does these days, and the way it processes data, can be used as counterexamples to train students in how to not do that, right? How to avoid biases in the future, how to make better algorithms that are inclusive, that they're transparent, that they're expressive, and so on. Because there's so much more to be done. One moment. I don't know.
Okay, this is okay. We have it's a nice talk. Maybe I would like to.
That's a monologue.
It's interesting. Actually, I think that Odette and Yannis could talk make these questions orally instead of typing them down. We could have a discussion. I just want to make a last, or not a last, maybe it's not, maybe because we would like to talk about others. I also wanted to get in this discussion. I wanted just to mention that Mr. Lukakis had the question before when you had your computer crashed down, and we wanted to spend the time waiting for you, which I answered. My opinion, it was for you the question, but I gave, since you were not here, I gave an answer. And I wanted to combine this question with the talk that you have now with Yannis and Agnes and stuff, because actually his question was about if AI is designing everything, what is to humans to do? And I think it was something like that. So Yorgos Lukakis, if you want to rephrase it, please feel free. But I wanted just to add that since you have the discussion now, that we had also some talk in the morning about the humanities, the scholars in the humanities section, and about the applied sciences. How, and yet you mentioned before that you don't do exactly science because you don't measure all these results in some time in paintings, some examples, or in the architecture. And we have this idea that science is only what you can measure exactly in applied sciences, but in humanities it's not like that. How we can combine humanities and applied sciences, and all this together with Yorgos Lukakis' question about what is to do with humans and artificial intelligence. So if I said it wrong, Yorgos Lukakis, you can correct it, rephrase it, and we can discuss about all this.
No, I think more or less that was the question. But I think that Mr. Giannakakis answered it in the beginning of the second part of his, because he talked about it's not the AI does not design, it's an assist to the designer, I think. I don't know if I asked correctly. So, but I just want to make a little comment about the misunderstanding that is between the two different notions for me, because I also teach game design here in the University of Thessaly. So I try to explain to my students that there is a big difference between designing and developing. And it's something that I also see, this big difference between architecture and construction. It's two different things. So the designer will never be missed from the design process, I think, because the designer will always be present. And AI or temporary technologies, these are all assistants to the designer. So that's my opinion, and that's just what I wanted to say. So sorry.
Okay, Yorgos Giannakakis, you want to say something about all that, or no? Or you're okay.
I could. I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Right.
It's obvious to me. I said it so many times that AI should be used, especially within game design and game development process. It could be used from both because it can both make the construction bit and inspire for the architectural bit of game design. But yeah, I'd like to see it as our extended self, as I said several times, can only improve inspire us to do better things, to make better games.
Okay. So as I see, Obed is a question about Katie Luta. Is she here? I don't see in the participants. Hmm.
Katie isn't here, but I was quite taken by her presentation, and it was just prior, that collection of sessions was just prior to this. So if I'd understood correctly, this was an open session on what we heard here today.
Okay, okay. So I thought it was a question for her, not just, is it?
No, a general question.
Okay, general question, okay. So you want to say something about this, to discuss about her presentation?
I was taken by, and I guess because it comes to me through many of the things I'm involved in, and I'm going to relate specifically to the United Nations generation equality things I've been involved in recently, and the discussions around AI, women in technology, and the algorithms being developed within certain contexts and therefore with certain perspectives. And when there's a global community of women coming together, moving into AI, they're saying, are we actually addressing how the multifaceted ways we see and move in the world, especially as we move into the future?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's AI, so it's a hot topic for many years now, and it can be applied to almost not on everything. Since since AI is trying to copy, let's say, the human behavior, it can be applied to everything. And it's actually it's amazing how effective it is in most applications. But it's also interesting the mistakes that AI is making. It's not so accurate. As Yorgos mentioned in his talk, we should not count too much on AI. It's a very, very interesting and nice tool for help for everything. But it's not that it's like humans. No one is making no mistakes. So Anastasios Kidis has it's actually this is a comment, I think. Okay.
Yeah, if you want me, I can maybe express it orally, but I can also read it. I mean, I was just triggered a bit by that presentation, which was really interesting and really full of information. And I happen to have made a previous project on a similar subject. And having really played the Civilization game, I think that there are some strong misconceptions that we can see from how an academic procedure, an academic work on a game does not necessarily represent the mechanisms and the actual narratives of that game. I mean, for example, Katie talked about how barbarian civilizations are projected as undercultured and underprivileged and as meager and weak and unable to develop. But a civilization has a tremendously different take on what has been historically perceived as barbarian or as primitive, because civilization is all about counter history and about allowing these presumed lower and destroyed civilizations like the Aztecs, the Mayas, the Incas, the Zulus, that they could have developed completely differently. And of course, they would have developed in a Darwinist sense and in perhaps in a sense of arena of history. But it allows these civilizations to de-victimize themselves by becoming the oppressors. That's the whole point. I mean, this idea that barbarians exist is completely, this is a different mechanic that is somehow misunderstood, in my opinion. And we didn't have the chance to comment on that. But I'm just saying it now that that presentation raises many questions, and it's really interesting, all of these subjects. But at the same time, I'm wondering how such a conference can allow gamers to actually speak about games rather than read about them and try to imply or imagine what these games are about. How academics and video game culture and digital culture can come together in a more organic sense. That's my personal criticism, at least. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that barbarians are the others.
It's always the others. In a game, you can be the barbarian and you're no longer a barbarian. That's the thing. I mean, in civilization, barbarians are the ones that don't belong to a civilization, but the Aztecs, the Mongols, the Huns, the Zulus even, they are a civilization, and they can grow into a superpower, into an industrialized superpower, which is completely historically inaccurate. But it's a completely different take on history. It doesn't try to be accurate. It tries to be algorithmic, pretty much.
Yeah, I think this is a huge talk. You could say a lot about. You could combine this with what about Obed said before about white males and about women and stuff. How we see there are opponents, some different categories in the society.
If I may, my personal intention isn't to antagonize. It's to
no, I didn't say that.
With people going, okay, are we as the leaders actually considering who's at the table and I would say particularly at the design and research stages.
Yeah, okay. I didn't say that we want to do antagonism or something. Anyway, I think our time for this open mic is about to end. And I want to thank very much Yorgos Giannakakis for his very interesting talk and about all the issues, so many issues he mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the organization. Excellent job. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your good words. Now I will give the mic to Yannis Zanos for the next session, for the East NDC session, a special session. He will be the chair. Please, Yannis.
Hello. Thank you very much, Michali. And thanks to Andreas, to Agnes, and to all my colleagues here at the department, the technical staff as well, Yorgos and Nikos and Minas, and also to Martin, who is going to be monitoring the comments on YouTube for this session. I welcome you to the special session by East NDC, and to introduce the session, I will explain what East NDC is and what we're going to do during this conference and on Sunday. East NDC is a short for European Art Science Technology Network - Digital Creativity. It is a EU culture project. It is the second in a series of projects, and it has been going now for 3 years. It's its third year. It was started by Annie Luciani and Claude Cados, who work in a center called Acroe that specializes on sound and interactivity at the Polytechnic of Grenoble in France. And currently, the second project has 16 countries, 16 partners from 8 countries in Europe and 3 countries in the Americas. The background of the project is somehow at an odds to the audiovisual department as well as to what we call arts in general, because the main starting point for the project was indeed sound arts and music. But the title doesn't mention that. So it is a project that is going towards the general synthesis of arts in the sense of digital media providing a basis for bridging art, sciences, and technologies of all sorts. And that is what connects us also here as a session. It also brings a different perspective to the project from the point of view of sound being a sound-based art, time-based art. Sound and music are time-based arts, and in that sense, they belong also to the performance arts. They are more associated to theater, to performance, to film, and other time-based arts. And this gives us a different perspective, a perspective of performativity. In a sense, this is a bridge to what we were discussing just previously in the session of this open discussion, and also with Professor Giannakakis, which I wanted to posit. Perhaps the sense of performativity and can give us a different approach on the whole subject of how we view what we are doing here interdisciplinarily under digital arts, under the hat of digital creativity. It's a perspective that moves away from viewing the whole discipline as being oriented toward producing objects, and more away from that and more towards facilitating modes of interacting in social realities. And in that sense, the session is called Reflection and Heterotopia. Heterotopia is a term borrowed from Foucault, and it's a term that has been applied a lot in architecture and urban design. It is about places, real places where social realities, conventional social realities are cancelled, and people have the possibility of entering a different kind of social reality where they can reconstruct stuff. And in that sense, it is a bridge to the topic here, one of the major topics of the DCAC conference this year, of games, of virtuality, of networks being a type of heterotopia. But to be brief, the objective of our session today and on Sunday, the whole day, as part of East NDC, is how to bring back this virtual aspect into the real social world, the world of not of just people in front of monitors interacting, but of students learning, of real human beings interacting, how to bring that perspective. It's a very general perspective that we're talking about, but that is one that definitely addresses our research group. And there are different points of view for that. There's a point of view of the performer artist, the theater artist. We have today in our session, we have Harry Marini, who is a theater performer. There's the point of view of the music performer. There is a point of view of the game designer who is socially engaged and an activist. And that is in our talk, the third speaker, who is Dr. Pavlos Antoniadis, Professor Ricardo Clement, and the third is a performer, a pianist, Pavlos Antoniadis. And finally, we have a composer, Rui Peña from Portugal. These are our four speakers. The first speaker was scheduled to be Annie Luciani, who is the actual leader of the project, the coordinator of the project, but unfortunately she could not make it at this late time, so she asked me to represent her. I'm going briefly to read about her work then, and then we'll play a short extract from her work, which serves as an introduction for our session. Professor Luciani is a researcher and a visual artist at Acroe. She developed physically based modeling software for arts, Mimesis for computer animation, and GraphDin for physically based visualization. The work that she proposed is inspired by the myth of Echo and Narcissus in Greek mythology, and takes the idea of Echo as an nymph punished by Hera who can only repeat the last words in order to talk about the human aspect of echo and repetition and reflection. Echo is what is heard by a listener facing a petrified world which hears the last words spoken. In both cases, it is a phenomenon which manifests itself in the acoustic dimension. The myth of Narcissus, on the other part, is mirroring himself in the water as also a mirroring phenomenon, a repetition phenomenon, but transposed into the realm of the optical, of the visual. If now we consider not only the point of view of the myth or the listener or the viewer, but that of the world that they are facing, such perceptual phenomena are perceptual expressions of the interaction between someone and the world altogether. Thus, by shifting from both acoustic and optical situations to a more global interaction with the world, we generalize the echo phenomenon as a kind of response of the world to our actions. Taking the case of a petrified world, for example, a mountain, the echo reflects and mimics emitted sounds from that world, giving it an entity, giving it agency. In this work, we suppose that we can simulate this world through physical computer simulations, and we are able to generate not only acoustical echoes, but several other types of actions of how this world reflects our actions. The world's feedback could be acoustic, but also visual and gestural, and more generally multisensory. More generally, we could generalize echoes or reflections, not only to imitate our actions, but to transform them. This kind of leads over to my general introduction previously. It is now time to play the example given by Professor Luciani. We will stream it. It is a brief example of 2 minutes. Extracts of 3 works that will be played during the concert on Sunday evening. Can we have streaming now? Has the example finished? I only see myself on the screen.
Yes, it has finished successfully.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 more minutes. I will repeat our speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Hari Marini, who is assistant lecturer at Queen Mary University. Yes, can you mute me, please?
Hello. Yanis, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right.
Harry, would you like to start?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And many thanks to the organizers for such a wonderful and thought-provoking conference. Thank you, Yanis, for your introduction. So I'm going to share my screen. Just let me know if you can see it okay. Okay. And all right. Can you see it? Can you all see it? Yeah. Okay. Great. So my paper is first of all, I'm Harry Marini, and I'm a researcher and lecturer in performance, and I'm an artist as well. So the paper that the presentation that I'm going to show you right now is called Encountering Counter-Sides Through Live Performance and Video Work, the practice-based project Spirals. So I'm going to start by just setting up a little bit the case. Live performance is an encounter. Live performance is experienced in the present in front of the physical presence of an audience. It happens here and now. It takes place in front of live bodies where live bodies performing. As the feminist scholar Peggy Fennell puts it, performance's only life is in the present. Performance implicates the real through the presence of living bodies. Video and audio recordings capture a moment, an action, a voice, a body in time and space, and they can be repeated and re-experienced by the projection of the material. However, Fellon argues that performance cannot be saved, recorded, documented, or otherwise participate in the circulation of representation of representations. Once it does so, it becomes something other than a performance. Performance's being becomes itself through disappearance. At the other end of the spectrum, Philip Auslander argues that documentation does not simply generate image statements that describe an autonomous performance and state that it occurred. It produces an event as a performance. Although Fennell's point is a valid one, since liveness and presence are important ingredients of a performance act that creates a unique experience that cannot be repeated, the performativity of the documentation that Auslander suggests opens up ways of thinking and working with recorded material, performance to camera, and documentation of a performance gesture. As Maria Hadjikristodoulou claims, performance often deploys digital technologies in order to generate interventions that cut through the fabric of everyday life, personalize the theatrical event, explore different types of liveness and live interaction, disrupt geographical divides and their social counterparts, facilitate the active engagement of participants, attain new economies of scale, or embedded documentation as an organic trace. Given that live performance is connected to here and now, or in other words, with space and time, the deployment of digital technology in performance can make us reconsider the spatiality and temporality of performance event, of a performance event. In here, I would like to briefly discuss the meaning of space within a theoretical framework that can be useful in analyzing spatiality of performance. Space is a product of relations, social, political, cultural. Therefore, city spaces become one of the main arenas where gender divisions, inequalities, and relations are reproduced, manifested, maintained, or can be eliminated and changed. Space is connected with power relations, usually conflicting with one another, and embedded in ideologies. As Lefebvre suggests, the produced space can serve as a means of control and hence domination of power, but also as a tool of thought and action. And possibly through new thoughts and actions on the production of space, the dialectical approach between possible and impossible can be achieved. It is an imperative then to re-examine the question the way that space is produced and experienced, and reflect on how the conceptualization as well as the use of space through spatial performance practices can disclose new ways of thinking about space production. The way that spatial knowledge and experience is produced can challenge established notions of fixity, closure, and stasis, and untangle space from what Michel Foucault has called the dead, the fixed, the undialectical, the immobile. The feminist geographer Doreen Massey's proposition to consider space as always been made and therefore always unfinished offers us a way of imagining and acting in space otherwise. Massey's view on space opens up directions of thinking about the space, the way that space is conceived and produced and also experienced. Looking at space as always unfinished and open, always under construction, offers a great potential for action and empowers human presence and initiative. For space to be unfinished and open, we need to think about it not as a container of predetermined actions and relations, but as a sphere that includes a heterogeneity of practices and processes. In this way, space becomes a sphere of possibility for diverse thoughts and actions. Performance practices and interventions that engage with the urban environment, space, and technology can be one of the ways in which heterogeneity and liveness of space become evident. In here, I would like to focus on the performative intervention entitled Spirals, created by the group Participated. The project Spirals has sought to articulate the female experience of time, movement, memory, nature, and sense of belonging in a poetic way. It crosses geographical borders and unites European female voices in an exchange of languages, cultures, personal narratives, and modes of expression. For the project, I have been collaborating with female poets, performers, musicians, and video makers. The performers reflecting on the poems, which have been selected for the project, walk in cityscapes, making spirals and walk along them. They select materials such as flowers, coil, chalk, corn, oranges, beans, ice cubes, pieces of glass, feathers, fabric, so on. And they mark their own pathway by leaving traces behind them. The materials used were inspired by both the poems and the selected sites. Their gesture, as well as the voice of the female poets reciting their poems both in their mother tongue and in English, create a poetic version of pathways that are transient and personal. The project employs leftover spaces in Europe, and the work has been filmed and performed in a variety of settings and cities such as London, Barcelona, Broadstairs, Athens, Coventry, Belgrade, Agorst, and Devon. The project embraces a variety of art forms and consists of series of performances, poetry, exhibitions, online incarnations, interventions, live art, collage, workshops, videography, recorded material, music, and movement. The spiral is connected with time and space, challenging the idea of productive linear time and opposing values that often govern contemporary human action and interaction. The symbol of spiral can be found in nature in countless ancient and contemporary artifacts, often representing evolution, transformation, rebirth, growth, life cycles, fertility, cyclical forces, and patterns of nature. It can also make a reference to a movement from internal concepts and the inner self to the outer world and vice versa. The spiral acts as a sign of becoming, transforming, and awareness. Through the symbol of spiral, the project emphasizes how opposite lands meet, how curve challenge the straight lines and ordered environment, how time is linked to cyclical movement of exploration, migration, discovery, path, and nature. And here I would like to show you a short excerpt of one of the video poems. Please let me know if you have any issue in watching that. This was filmed in Barcelona.
para hallar la casa. Tracks for finding home. Parece que para que haya casa, tiene que haber árbol. For there to be a home, there apparently needs to be a tree. Raíces, tronco, a trunk, olor a tierra. The smell of earth. Han de brotar las ramas. Branches have to sprout. Desprenderse las hojas. Leaves to fall. Ha de pasar el agua cerca. Water has to flow nearby. Tiene que caer la lluvia, llevarse el polvo. Rain needs to come, taking the dust away. Secar el aire, las hojas. The air needs to dry the leaves. Para que haya casa, ha de haber tiempo para ordenar. For there to be a home, there has to be time for tidying up. Y espacio para el desorden. And space for what's left untidy.
Okay, and now I'm going to show you another short extract from Belgrade. Sorry, this is that was filmed in Belgrade. I don't know if this is the right one.
Autoportret. Vukovi i medvedi umjesto cveća oko vrata. Self-portrait. Wolves and bears instead of flowers around my neck. Svađa. Quarrel. Nije baš bila situacija da se prećuti. This wasn't exactly a situation to be silent. Ali ćutalo se jer se nije moglo drugačije. But not a word was spoken, because it had to be that way. I nije se ni gledalo, a trebalo je gledanje da bi se nešto napravilo. Neki most. Nor the eyes met, even though they had to meet to build something.
Okay, and so these are extracts that you can find them on the YouTube as well. And just now I'm moving to the final part of the paper. So in this part, I focus on the live performance of the project, and I examine the ways in which the deployment of video poems, some of the extracts that you have just watched, in live performance, invite the audience to experience the multiplicity of times and spaces. Technology deployed in the performance challenges geographical boundaries and divisions. Performance practice and technology has been treated as equal partners that have been brought together organically. The dialogue between live performance and digital technology created a space of coexistence. The embodiment of performance gestures simultaneously in live performance and video projections bring together fragments of different presences across geographical borders and through bodies that are simultaneously here, now, and elsewhere, some other time, to quote Maria Katristovou. The video projections echo actions happening live on stage, while the spirals shaped in live performance reflect the spirals created in other city spaces that become present via video projections. Through this process of reflection, the experience of space and time is multiplied. Considering Michel Foucault's heterotopia as counter-sides, a kind of effectively enacted utopia in which the real sides, all the other real sides that can be found within nature, culture, are simultaneously represented, contested, and inverted. I argue that the experience of the space produced by the intersection of live act and recorded material create a counter-side in which spaces and times exist simultaneously, and their traces act as a reminder of the world interconnectedness and the cyclical movement of time and space. According to Foucault, the heterotopia is capable of juxtaposing in a single real place several spaces, several sides that are in themselves incompatible. And in this sense, a performative space can act as heterotopia, as it can host a whole series of places that are foreign to one another. The echo of the recorded performance gestures in the live event create a space that embraces the most simultaneity of stories, times, and spaces, emphasizing the connection, unity across borders, and at the same time, the fluidity and multiplicity of space and time. And here, I would like to show you just a brief, if I have a minute, to show you a brief example of performance.
You have just 1 minute. You have just 1 minute, Harry.
Great.
So if you can conclude there, we're okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
great.
Okay.
Can you give me this one?
Yes, this 1 minute, yes. Is it the one that we are streaming?
So this one is just from a live performance where you can see the projections at the back. Oh, sorry.
First, from the farthest exile comes the land of snakes. They whip the harvest. With the dance of language, death and thirst.
Okay, I hope you got the idea, but we can have a chat later on if you need some more information about this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Harry, for keeping in time. And we should proceed immediately to a different world introduced by Ricardo Clement from the University of Manchester. Without further ado, Ricardo, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Janice, and thank you to the conference and organizers. I was delighted to already have some input on Wednesday when we had the workshops, presenting the game and meeting all your students and so on and so forth. So basically the structure of my talk is, I think, is quite straightforward. I will be talking to you very briefly about my research. I have one slide and one short video to share. And then we will move into a YouTube video where I'm explaining what is at the core of the presentation, which is how to move from academic research to spin out into a social venture. So creating from your research something that can change the world for the better, if I may say so. So if I may share the screen, I only have one slide. So hopefully, can you see that? Yeah, okay, so my research is at the intersections of the so-called non-virtual or the real and the real. And I mostly work, at least for the last 12 years, on what I call musical duels. I play against a fantastic performer, an acoustic instrument. Some of the, I would say, really inspiring musicians I found around the world. And I use electronic means. I work on interfaces and things like that. So I play with them on a stage. And until that point, there's nothing new about what you see in normal interactive music performances. However, what I do is also to design our digital counterparts in the form of digital doubles or doppelgangers, or simply just representations in an abstract form or a different kind of form in a screen just behind. So the idea is that this visual information and sonic is shared with the audiences, and they can make a decision of whether to look at the physical or the real. But what I found beauty and rules for musical expression is precisely at this intersection, this sort of back and forth between the two worlds, between these two projected realities with dual meaning, as in Foucault's different taxonomies. So just to give you very briefly a sample of one of my pieces, hopefully we will see that in a second. This is a battle with Maiko Matsuoka. Okay, so I stop sharing here. As you can probably see, you don't see just one. You see just one experience, and the two sound worlds connected, and the two physical worlds are non-physical. Somehow, through the technology, through sound, through interaction, and we let the audiences to navigate their own experience, connecting that with the personal experience. Let them create a unique experience, and I think it works quite nicely in terms of performance and so on. But I felt that somehow this is what I've been doing for the last 10, 20 years. And I was thinking, well, as a result of the pandemic, maybe the situation where we are living in a very strange reality that has become the virtuality has become the new reality, as Zizek said. I was thinking that I should take this research to another level. And then I created this idea of expanding the research from the academic space to social innovation. How? By creating a spin-out company that, using this technology and this concept, will solve current social challenges. I know it sounds very ambitious, sounds very pretentious perhaps, but this is what we've been trying to do, and Keep It Human, which is the company. So the video coming up just now, if Yanis, you can instruct your colleague to do it, and you will see a resume of 8 minutes and a half that Adriana Ruiz prepared for us for tonight. And it gives you a glimpse of what is this transition between academic research. It's not meant to occupy this heterotopian space of deviation, as Foucault will describe, where we put individuals that whose behavior is outside the norm. So there's this people that really disadvantaged into the connection with our research, so that connecting the two realms, we can create a reality that is totally connected and has the one meaning but one purpose.
We are ready to stream now, okay? Shall we start now?
Yeah.
Okay, we start now.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Clement and I am founder at Keep It Human. Keep It Human's journey from academia to entrepreneurship began about a decade ago, when some of our PhD students at the Novartis Research Center started developing technology and solutions for their portfolio that rooted in our existing research teams, which resulted in successful entrepreneurial opportunities extending their usual academic life. I thought, that's amazing. We should do more of that. But then I thought, well, if they made this transition almost on their own, what could it be if we were to build some minimal infrastructure and start conversations with our wonderful colleagues at the business school at the university? So I founded the Copland Hub as a result of many different discussions. The Copland Hub is an ecosystem builder space intended to create awareness around the benefits of transitioning academic research in music into entrepreneurial opportunities. Just before the pandemic started, an opportunity came up and I applied to the Aspect Success 2020 Accelerator to spin out my research in interactive music and media. Aspect Success, now called ARC, aims to demonstrate that it is possible to create successful business in the social sciences research space. Basically, they claim that while the commercialization pipeline for STEM research is well established, the potential to migrate that success to the social sciences research space is underexplored and totally underestimated. So they have a clear focus, which is to solve present social challenges connecting industry with the social science space, and why not the arts and the humanities as a whole. The main aim of the Aspect program was to validate the hypothesis. So try to find routes to market, have a use case, maybe select one use case out of 4 or 5 as we had. But it was not meant to be a platform for you to construct the minimum viable product, the outcome. Then I thought of a piece I composed for a percussionist and dear friend, Miquel Bernat, exploring the timbila, which is a marimba-like instrument from Mozambique, at the heart of the Chopi people and culture. This was one of these projects involving other cultures, where you work very sensibly around the concept of cultural appropriation, but you always feel that you have taken more than you have given back. So, well, this was my opportunity to give back, to balance out this problem. Over the summer of 2020, I put my usual team of collaborators together, including Manu Samuel Sika, who originally developed the 3D models of the timbilas for the original project. And then we built an entire video game experience. The demo was called Timbi World, and it went slightly beyond what the expectations for Ars Electronica were, but nevertheless, we built the demo we were looking for Aspect. So we got a bit too excited, but that's fine. For Timbi World, we worked with an NGO in Mozambique called Maputo Skate. They have a program called EduSkate, combining skateboarding and education. Basically, they keep young people away from drugs by keeping them busy doing sports and other things and education. Alongside Timbi World, we continue building a viable business model with the help of many people. These included Anchorin, who took care of the route to market and market validation, Tony Walker, our amazing technology transfer officer, Aspect with the many trainers and advisors that were helping us to build the social venture, and also even thanks to Julio, our work experience student facilitated by the Masud Enterprise Center, who work on a lot of research ideas and also on the finance. Our video game multiplayer went really well. It was even nominated by the Instituto Valenciano de Visual for the Best Video Game Award. So we went to the very last 3, and although we didn't get it, it was amazing. I mean, the companies in the final were just professional video game studios. At the end of the Aspect program, after 9 months of training and having a lot of fun, meeting a lot of people, we were in a situation where we have to do a Dragon's Den-like pitch for money in 3 minutes. So that was extremely hard. Pitch day arrived, and we were all ready. We went for it, 3 minutes, extremely focused. It was fun. I mean, it was a bit terrifying at the beginning, but then ended up being quite nice. It was a bit disappointing that I didn't get the money at that particular time, but on the other hand, I have plenty of discussions after the pitch. So I realized that the pitch was not about the money. It was about creating this network, talking about the value proposition, about building new use cases. And that was the real value I took from the pitch. But having said that, take the opportunity, learn from it, and move forward. And this is what we did. After completing the Aspect Success 2020 program, we were asked to remain as ambassadors for the new cohort at the ARC program. And of course, we were delighted to accept the invitation. And then we applied for the Aspect Fellowship 2021, and we got it. So we were delighted with the success. We've been planning with our broker at the University of Manchester the activities for the next couple of months. And this is where we are in. So we've been looking at other causes and other routes to market, including the integration of microlending and microsharing with video gaming as a new vehicle to connect with charities, foundations, and NGOs with a new generation of people, younger people mostly, eager to own social challenges. We are delighted and really excited about what is going to happen in the next couple of months as part of the Ask Fellowship program. Please stay and watch this space. See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And we have had two projects that come from a totally different field rather than technology. It's more in the social field. So bridging these, for me personally, with more technological stuff that we do is becoming even an ever stronger challenge. But I hope that within our team, we are motivated. Okay, so we will have the possibility of continuing this within the project and also within the Eastern DC project and also within the work that we do at our university. Our next speaker is Rui Peña from Porto, a composer who represents Miso Music within the Eastern DC project. Mr. Peña.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for Yanis for hosting this session, and for all of you to be here. It's a pleasure to actually also meet Ricardo. I haven't seen in a few years. It's good to meet you, even if virtually. And I would like to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to do that. And are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So my talk will be perhaps a bit different from the previous ones, but it's mainly made to be provocative. And as a preamble, I should say that I'm a composer working with technology. So it might seem that I am talking against technology, but that's precisely because working with technology is my main thing. So I always like to keep myself in check. And basically what I'm trying to share with you is my thoughts that do keep me in check. And of course, one of the things that, I don't know how many of you follow that, but one of the things that if you think about composition in the 20th and 21st century, if you read PhD theses, master theses, articles, even composers talking, one of the expressions you will read a lot or listen to a lot is this idea of musical gesture, the idea of a gesture. And what does a gesture mean? Of course, if we go to a dictionary, the dictionary tells us that a gesture is a movement, usually of the body or limbs, that expresses or emphasizes an idea, a sentiment or attitude. The use of motions of the limbs or body as means of expression. And this is a very important thing because usually when we think nowadays in terms of gesture, namely in terms of gesture following, for example, in terms of machine learning, etc., we think of gesture in a very geometrical way. But if you go to the origin of the word, actually gesture means bearing, means carrying something. So this idea of the geometrical movement that actually carries an idea, carries an attitude, carries something that can be understood by other people. And so one of the things that I've been dealing a lot with is this idea on how do you convey something with musical gestures. And of course, if we go into the traditional way of doing music, that's actually very easy to understand, because most of the uses of music and most of the origins of music would imply some kind of physical gesture. And this physical gesture has sonic implications. And so it's fairly easy to understand at some point that if you have a similar body to the person who's performing a musical instrument in front of you, and if they, besides the musical instrument, if they have to interact with a physical world that has some physical properties that we know from firsthand experience of using our own body against the world, that will help us understand, for example, concepts of virtuosity, understand concepts of effort, understands concepts of trying to convey, for example, a musical phrase far beyond what would be usually possible with one breath, things like that. And these things can be very powerfully, can very powerfully convey ideas and convey sentiments and convey anything we want to convey with a musical gesture. As soon as we became interested in electroacoustic music, and even in the early times of electroacoustic music, of course, we no longer had this physical gesture of the musical instrument on stage. But as soon from the very beginning, we have several examples of people using other kinds of means to convey musical gestures using the body movement. We have on the right, perhaps the earliest example actually, Le Pupitre d'Espace or Potentiomètre d'Espace, developed by Pierre Schaeffer, Pierre-Henri and Jacques Poulain, an engineer at JRM, which was basically a spatialization device that would enable a performer. So we took away the performer in the beginning of the electroacoustic music, but as soon as in 1950, we came back with a performer, and the performer would do actually physical gestures on stage that would be conveyed as sonic gestures around the audience. Of course, in the Stockhausen case, that's the table, the rotation table he developed for Contacta, for the spatialization in Contacta. He wouldn't do it live, but still, the whole idea of conveying space was made physically using your own body to convey whatever was happening. So I was seeing some messages here, but okay, no, not for me. So in this sense, what I was trying to convey with this is that even when music started to go away from this idea of the physical performer on stage, we would still have realms of this idea of people using their own body and the embodied knowledge of their own body against physical space to convey gesture. Sometime after that, we have seen some examples of that today. We started having a growing number of examples, and here I bring Messa di Voce, but I could bring many other examples of performances that used electronic means, digital means, both in video and in terms of audio. And perhaps earlier than this Messa di Voce, we would have the whole tradition of pieces for instrument and electroacoustic music that use the electronic means to expand the gesture of the performer. So in this case, in this example, you would see a video and actually also the audio expanding whatever the performers were doing. So the performers could amplify their presence on stage. And after some point, they could actually interact with this expansion or interact at a distance with each other. But still, we would have most of the times actually still have we would still have this, sorry, I'll have to shut down the chat for now because otherwise I'll be distracted. We would still have this physical modeling of spaces, even if the physical modeling was not actually a physical modeling as the actual space, the bodies that were interacting with it were still human bodies that we could empathize with. Or on other cases, we could have, for example, dancers that would prepare their own bodies, in the same way that John Cage prepares the piano. So they would alter things in their own bodies, and they would interact with space with different kinds of bodies, but still the space was the same and the basic idea of the body was the same. So we could all have a fairly easy way to understand the kind of gestures that were implied in this movements and in the resulting musical gestures or artistic gestures that were derived from this movement. But at some point, we got the introduction of this idea of synthetic performers. And these synthetic performers were, in this case, we have Hur, a very old Czech theater play, but in this case made by Leonel Moura, who's a Portuguese artist that has been working with robots for many, many years. And in this case, we had a performance of this Czech play that in fact introduced the word robot for the first time. We had this performance using actual robots on stage, and these robots would, some of them follow a script, but some of them actually have kind of unpredictable behaviors on stage that the actors had to interact with. Of course, in this case, it's a very particular example. We are not supposed to empathize with the robotic characters. But at some point, we began expanding so much this idea of musical gesture and musical gesture made by machines that some questions began to be poignant, like, who's the agent behind these creations? Can we talk about mechanic creations at some point? And of course, we have been hearing about the first piece of music composed by AI, this idea of AI compositions, etc. We have been hearing that for a long, long time. And I must confess at this point that even though nowadays the zeitgeist is all behind this idea of artificial intelligence, artificial consciousness, and also in this philosophy trends against anthropocentrism and against this idea that the humans have a privileged way of looking at the world, I'm very, very old-fashioned in the sense. And I still go back to this Martin Heidegger's The Question Concerning Technology from 1954, which I still believe it's for me the best text about the idea of the essence of technology and about this idea of how we relate to technology. But in this sense, actually another article was very important to me, which is this Thomas Nagel's very famous article on what it is like to be a bat. And this article is basically a defense on the irreducibility of the ontologically subjective experience. So this idea, I wouldn't dare to resume this article, but I think the most important idea that it conveys is this question that it's at some point Thomas Nagel puts, which is, does it make sense to separate my experience from the appearance of my experience? In the sense, does it make sense to ask the question, what are my experiences really like, as opposed to what they appear to me? And of course, his conclusion is that my experiences are what they appear to me, and this is a very strong consciousness claim that it has become very important in the philosophy of mind, etc. But the point that he takes to get there is to put us in this idea of what it is like to be a bat. Can I think about what it is like to be a bat? And of course, he defends anthropocentrism in this idea that it is impossible for me to understand what it is like to be a bat. What it is possible to me is to imagine what it is like to be a human pretending to be a bat. So I'm condemned to this anthropocentric way of seeing things. And together with my friend Miguel Carvalhais, who is an expert on artificial aesthetics, we've begun discussing around these things and around the first claims of AI creating music and the AI agency behind musical gestures. And we had many, many discussions because we were on opposite ends of the spectrum. I would deny the idea that singularity is possible, so I don't believe in strong AI. I don't believe that machines will ever be conscious. And he believes that they will do, that there's nothing special about the human wetware. And for many, many years, our discussions revolved around that. But suddenly, we realized that we agreed on something. So we disagreed on almost everything, but we agreed on one thing. And so, as good academics, we decided to start writing about the thing that we agreed with. And this became this article, Will Mechanic Art Lay Beyond Our Ability to Understand It? And in this article, we claim in a very detailed way that if machines are to gain consciousness, and if machines are in fact in some way in the near future becoming creators of art, the only thing we can know about it is that we will not understand it. And this is a limit of our human understanding of things. So another point of this claim is that, in fact, whenever we are able to understand mechanic artistic gestures, as artistic gestures, as musical gestures, etc., that means that we are either misinterpreting them or that they are actually human artistic gestures and human musical gestures done with machines. This article was kind of complicated, and we did a simplified one for Aeon that was published a year ago or 2 years ago, I don't remember. And this is a very funny thing about going outside of academia and into the real world journals, is that we had to resume our 10-page article into 3,000 words, if that much. And what happened was we had to let go of many of our original arguments. And in the end, most people only debated the title. So if machines want to make art, and people would only debate this, like machines will never make art, etc., etc. And of course, I actually think that's not the strongest argument we can make, the most interesting argument we can make. But the most important thing that we conclude, and that's the conclusion as a provocation I want to bring into this table, is this idea that artists have been using technology, and computational art has begun many, many decades ago as a way of actually creating this kind of heterotopian worlds, creating new kinds of worlds that we can explore using our own bodies or using surrogates of our own bodies in terms of avatars in digital games, etc. And artists have been using the computers to explore precisely this kind of variations that go beyond the arbitrary caprices of each artist. But one of the things that we didn't go out there and claim was that the agency of the creator was different than the one who created the algorithms or created whatever was happening. And we have many examples. I chose two. Sol Lewitt, of course, from his paragraphs on conceptual art and his idea that the idea has to become a machine that makes the art. Of course, this goes very well with this idea of computational creativity. Or in music, our very own John Cage. I could choose many, many examples, but John Cage is a very good example of how someone can throughout his career actually try to, my time is up, I know, but I'm finishing, can spend a whole career trying to create new sonic worlds that we can explore, and that we can explore in order to expose ourselves to actually misunderstanding and not understanding things. But I don't think that we need to go all the way, at least for now, of making the claim that we are co-creating with machines or that machines have any agency in the performing arts. I think that will be a very interesting discussion for the future, but for the future, not for now. And that's it.
Thank you, Rui.
Okay,
thank you, Rui. There's lots of food for thought and discussion. We will have only 10 to 15 minutes at the end, after we listen to Pavlos Antoniadis, who has something in a way related to our last talk. Pavlo, would you start?
Hello, very nice to see you all. Thank you, Ioannis, for the great opportunity. I have to say that this is a collective work, so I'm not presenting alone today. I'm being joined by Aurélien Duval. And let me share my screen right away. So, this is a project which was developed at Université Paris 8, EUR Artec and IRCAM in Paris. by myself and Aurélien Duval, Jean-François Gégaud, Frédéric Bevilacqua, and Makis Solomos. The title of our presentation today is Merging Symbolic, Physical, and Virtual Spaces, Augmented Reality for Yannis Xenakis Evriali for piano solo. And I will start by presenting you with the conceptual framework for this project, namely the development for interactive systems for the visualization and optimization of extreme score-based piano learning. The theoretical foundation for that is an ecological theory of embodied interaction with complex piano notation. This theory has materialized in a modular sensor-based environment for the analysis of notation through multimodal recordings. And at the current stage, we have developed mixed reality applications that merge physical and symbolic spaces in an augmented environment. The theory of embodied navigation asserts essentially that instead of internalizing and mentally representing a musical score, the performer navigates during learning and during performance spaces which are hybrids of symbolic and physical elements. The theoretical background involves radical embodied cognition by Anthony Chemero, ecological psychology by James J. Gibson, and dynamic systems theory by Port and Van Gelder, among others. We have developed means of representation of those spaces, as we call them, tablatures of affordances based on movement co-articulation. So essentially from an initial very complex image, we have different layers pertaining to fingers or hand grasps or arm trajectories, and then those basic units of movement are being recombined, coupled and decoupled with parameters like complex rhythm, and we have created state spaces of learning through multimodal data. At the second stage, beyond representation, we went to real-time interaction with notation through the development of gesture. Gesture cutting through textual complexity is the meaning of this acronym. So essentially, we created a modular sensor-based environment for being able both to longitudinally document the musical act and to effectuate real-time activity monitoring with augmented feedback and adaptation of the notation's complexity to the user's developing skills. Here you may see some examples of MaxMSP patches developed at IRCAM. In the left hand, we have the multimodal documentation and movement analysis. So on the basis of several datasets like gestural signals from inertial sensors, MIDI, capacitive sensing on the keys that gives us the traces of the hands, audio, video, and other data sets, we are able to create a basic skeleton of gesture and then employ motion following methodologies developed by Frédéric Bevilacqua in order to change the notation and have a system that follows both the notation and gesture. At this point, Yannis, I would like to diffuse the first video.
We are waiting, Yorgo.
Okay, so I guess I can go on right now. So I'm passing the second part concerning Evryali by Yannis Xenakis, composed in 1973 for the French pianist Marie-Françoise Buquet. Evryali is another name for Medusa. It means the open sea, and contains one of the basic technical characteristics of Yannis Xenakis' late work, the arborescences, that is, tree-like polyphonies of lines that undergo several transformations in space, like rotations, dilatations, deformations, etc. The whole piece is composed in graphic paper as a graphic design and then transcribed in musical notation. And what I did was, first, as a pianist, I worked against the usual narrative that surrounds the piece, a narrative of impossibility and anti-virtuosity. Most people omit notes in places that are impossible to perform. I decided, on the contrary, to rather bring out the polyphony and make sure that the textures are overflowing, so to speak, to use a sea-like metaphor, over the tempo by developing stride-like techniques borrowed from piano ragtime and, of course, romantic pianism, breaking chords, and so on. Then I also developed the representation, which I like to call a palimpsest, like the manuscripts where one stacks information. And here I might show you a more detailed view of that. So this is the analysis of the sketches by Xenakis in relation to texture, form, impossibility or not, and in relation to recordings we effectuated in the University of Athens, University of Thessaloniki, and Atirkam. And this sort of stacking of information was instrumental in my communication with the visual artists. So essentially we needed a means of accessibility to this really abstract music. Eventually we integrated GestCom data, and the idea is that this stacking of symbolic information eventually acquires a depth which makes it explode in the virtual world that Aurelian is going to present right now.
So hello everyone, thanks for having us. So I will share my screen now. Okay, I hope you can see it. So I will present the technical parts of the performance that we did. So as Pavlos previously explained, that Evryali is translated as the open sea. So we opted for aesthetics related to waveforms and light, aiming to create a synesthetic experience combining sounds, visuals, and motion visualization. This resonates with the ubiquitous mixed media works by Xenakis in archaeological sites known as polytopes. We designed a minimalist virtual environment inspired from brutalism, glowing lights, with the goal to present an augmented live performance, whereby the motion of the performer can be visualized through different real-time projections on stage and around the stage. To do so, we used a motion capture suite named Perception Neuron, based on accelerometers and gyroscopes. The software Axis Neurons allows us to record data, but also to stream it in real time in our 3D development platform. The platform was designed with the real-time game engine Unity. We have created a virtual setup made of 3D elements inspired by brutalist style, mixed with visuals of glowing neon lights and underwater effects. The modularity of our platforms allows to articulate data visualization and visual effects which can be controlled with real-time interfaces such as tactile screen. The goal is to arrange the graphical elements as a palimpsest stacking layers of information. The process is similar to the overlaying of symbolic elements on the score presented before. So here we can see the Xenakis sketches reworked and as a timeline where the bar is following the current notes of the score. Here we are showing the speed, velocity, and jerk of each hand in shape of 2D graphs and 3D vectors, which can be placed anywhere in the 3D space. In this case, we monitor the hands, but we can monitor any part of the body. So on the left, we've made a first-person point of view, which is more intimate and close to the performer, and on the right, a more general third-person point of view of the avatar. So on the left, you can see the particles that float in space. And on the right, the water-created reflection known as caustics. So for all effects, the parameters of color, speed, types of movement can be modulated by the musical textures. So we designed the scenography we designed this stage made of several interactive projections. So we were able to project on the main screen, the ceiling, but also the audience. So visual effects are controlled in real time by the visual artist. Regarding the virtual avatar of the performer, we were then able to switch from egocentric to allocentric points of view of the avatar of the pianist in real time. So here you see another view, more from the control area. And so we did this performance in March 2021 in France. So on the left, you can see Pavlos playing really while wearing the motion capture suit. And on the right, it's the view from the stage during the repetitions. So here's an excerpt of the performance. Can we play, please, second video?
Yes, the second video now, please.
Okay, thank you for this. So here you can see some references related to our work. And so this is all. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Very, very challenging. Very interesting. Altogether, we had some very contrasting presentations. I'm looking forward to more work also with you, as we were discussing with Pavlos. But now my role is stopping, and it's the time of the moderators to help with the discussion. It's Dana Papachristou and Martin Carle. So we can see you, and you take over, please, for the discussion.
everybody. Very interesting papers, very interesting talks.
Do we have any questions from YouTube in the meanwhile? No?
I was following it, and there's no real question to any of the subjects. There are nice clappings and brilliant exclamation marks and things, but not a question up to now.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a comment to Rui Peña, also who referred to the earlier sessions during the day. I don't think I agree with you entirely. I think the problem that we are facing with machines right now is self-imposed. It's not necessary. We can possibly change a point of view and avoid the question, do I understand the machine? And maybe say more, how can I interact with the machine? How does the machine make meaning to me? So,
well, I actually have, one of the, let me say, I'm not 100% sure if I agree with myself either. Because actually in my artworks, I do a lot of this idea of interacting, of humans interacting with machines, and what can humans learn about this interactivity with machines. And I think that's a very interesting question. But still, I do that in a very, I take a lot of poetic liberties in doing that. And so, strictly speaking, for example, I think we can do the same. I think we can use animals as an example. Of course, there are many situations where we develop an understanding and even a deep empathy towards animals and towards the kind of gestures that they have, and they are very meaningful to us, and we learn a lot through them. But myself personally, I can never be 100% sure that I'm not anthropomorphous. How do you say this? That I'm not anthropomorphizing. Hopefully, this is somewhat right. Them. And I think that with the machines, I will always have the same difficulty. I will never be sure if they are trying to imitate me, if they are trying to trigger my anthropomorphization kind of features, or if I'm simply wanting to believe in something that I'm not ever sure if I can believe in that. Of course, you can tell me that's valid also with humans.
Exactly,
And
it's already
that
been
would be a nice discussion.
It's been said by John Tzu, and Bill Vaughan, a Canadian robotic artist, had a project where he tried to create a machine that does not behave anthropomorphically on purpose as an artwork. But anyway, one thing that I wanted to put here to open the discussion also to the other participants like Ricardo and Harry.
I think there is a question,
Yes.
Yanis.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
There is a question,
Please.
Yanis.
Yes.
Another question for Rui. It's from Tassos Ansonitis. I have also posted it on the chat, but I will read it to you. You mentioned whether AI technology will advance so much it might become incomprehensible to us. Do you think this is happening already to some extent with the black box of AI?
Well, that's a tricky question because on one hand, I don't think so, because computers are strictly mechanical machines. So if we look into it, if we really want to look into it, we will be able to understand everything. The problem is we choose not to. And the way that we are using statistics as the basis, we're using computational power to make automated statistical analysis of everything. And that is happening already, but that I don't think that's a problem of the advances of AI. I think that's a problem of our reliance in statistics, not necessarily a problem of the technology, but the problem of our confidence in our methods. I think that's a different thing.
If I may, would like to place a prompt to one of the beginners of the Eastern Project, who is here with us, Claude Cados, and perhaps Annie Luciani as well. I remember you had a big project that resulted in a book, a lexicon about enaction. You were into enaction for many years when it was a big, big topic in Europe. And from enaction to embodiment, it's only one step. You may even say that enaction and embodiment and what we're talking about right now are actually one concept. So maybe you can talk about the human and social aspects of the technological aspect of that, if you want to comment the session. Claude or Annie.
Yeah, I may. Hello, everyone. I could join only recently, so sorry for that. I don't know if you see and hear me well. I suppose so. I am Nicolas Castagne. Hello, Yanis, everyone. Yes, okay. Yes. I didn't see my camera. So Annie is around. Perhaps she's away for some time. In this project, which was called Enactive Interfaces, we were looking on the technological aspects of the computerized interactions in regards to the capacity to enact the virtual worlds and the computer-mediated relations with the world. Globally speaking, on that aspect, I would say that the irruption of the interactive computer in our everyday lives, especially in arts, but more generally in our everyday life, is quite a big problem, because by principle, if we don't take care of it, it will lower our capacity to embody what we do, to embody our interaction with the virtual worlds, to embody the interaction with each other through chats, through video conference, and etc. For example, my embodiment of our interaction tonight through this computer-mediated workshop is obviously a lot lower than it would be if we were all together in the same space, in the same room, with the capacity to see each other, the capacity to share the same visual aspects, to share the same acoustical room effects when we speak to each other, etc. So, of course, this example we have tonight of this computer-mediated workshop throughout Europe in many points is absolutely amazing, but in terms of enaction, of the capacity to enact our relations, even though it's mainly through language, and our capacity to embody what we do together tonight, there is quite a bit of problem. And if we go to, for example, the instrumental interaction we have with our everyday objects, I mean, the instrumental relation we have when we cook with things which we have in our hands, or in the arts domain with the instrumental interaction we have with a musical instrument, for example. I would say that from a technologist point of view, since I am a technologue, we are losing something. With the digital world, we are losing parts of our aptitude to enact the world and to interact with the world. And that's quite a big problem today in regards to our human interaction and sensorimotor aptitudes. Well, so on the one hand, of course, technology, networks, networking, etc., are an absolutely new and amazing things to work with, to deal with, to live with. But at the same time, at the very low level of the sensorimotor capacities that are aptitude skills that are required by all these digital things, we are losing our body. We are somehow losing parts of our fundamental sensory motor skills. The project we had in the science domain and technology domain, which was called Enactive Interfaces, developed, as you said, a lexicon talking of enaction, all the aspects from the cognitive aspects to the technological aspects. But globally speaking, it was positioned against this, let's say, constat, how do you say that in English? This observation we can make of our everyday interactions due to the computerized aspects of our lives today. Of course, we can, well, in our lab and in many labs, we try to work on the fundamental interactive technologies toward an improvement of the enactive qualities of these technologies and their aptitude to stimulate a real embodiment of the interaction we have with them. I know that in Eastern, for example, you, Yanis, with the dance aspects and etc., many people in Eastern are really interested in that. But, and I will finish with that, I think on the fundamental aspects, the fundamental technologies, the fundamental science, we are still quite far from the real capacities our human bodies, our human sensory motor apparatus has. So, okay, the computer to communicate from far away, like we do today, the computer to edit text and so on. But the sensory computer, the sensory motor computer, the one who talks to our ears, to our eyes, the one that makes us able to get in our hands some virtual things, is still in its infancy, and we have to take care of that.
Claude, do you want to add something? I thought we were thinking.
Okay. Yes, it's quite difficult after so long discussion. But of course, the most important thing in this situation where we are interacting with so complex object and where we want to that this object and representation express something very fundamentally, very in deep sense. Of course, the gesture interaction, which is one of the most important way to interact with other people and with the object and with other people through thanks to physical object. Of course, the bidirectional interaction, that is to use the gesture to act on things and to transform and to move things and to perceive things, and also to perceive other people through gesture and through ergonomic situation is, of course, very, very important. And it is in this sense that inactive interaction is very important, because in inactive interaction situation, the subject and the other subject and the world are deeply interacting thanks to this very important channel, which is the gesture channel, the gesture interaction system. So it's a long subject, but of course, inaction is a very important topic.
Perhaps more questions, or some speakers want to react to this? Pavlos or?
Yes, I have a follow-up comment from both Nicolas and the Maestro Cadot, which is to do with the fact that in the propositions they're assuming that the virtual is mimicking the real as we understand it. But as we can see in the propositions, and in fact in Foucault's taxonomies, they are connected, but they don't necessarily need to be the same. They can represent dual meaning, they can represent things that are opposites. And in fact, when I've been working at the intersections of the virtual and the real, I always thought that mimicking reality in the virtual, in a video game environment, in a live performance environment, is fundamentally boring. Why? I don't know. Because people told me that, because we saw ourselves scanning 3D on the stage, in the virtual and the real in front of it, and we thought it was not interesting. So why is that? Because representation is what brings to the virtual the interesting aspect of it. So yes, you see the virtual as a mimic, as a copy of the physical. There are a lot of shortness. I mean, Nicolas described a few of them. I think there are even more. But when you see the advantages of not being represented as humans, and in fact not only talk about anthropomorphism as Rui was very well describing, but thinking about Latour's theory of the opposite, the counterpart of anthropomorphism, which is technomorphism, how humans can acquire qualities of machines. The kind of the robot dance is one example of that. The boundaries between what is real and what is non-real becomes very blurred, meaning that we as composers, artists, technocrats, scientists, we can explore this real in many different forms of representation. And I think the ultimate form of representation is what these machine learning algorithms will think about the data we are providing. So which is connected to Tassos Asanitis' question, it's one of our PhDs. So why are we assuming that everybody wants to make in the virtual world what we already experience in the physical world? The proof is that nobody's interested in doing that. That's why there's so much fatigue nowadays with virtual concerts and things like that. People want reality or something else. What is this something else? I mean, I don't know. I don't really know.
Okay, yes. I want to round this up because of respect for our time, I have to. But I would allow myself one comment. Art is in itself a symbolic system, a semiotic system that goes far beyond just imitation. And if we look at other cultures also, we can see different ways of making meaning. So there is hope there that our Western mechanized culture can go there in that direction. And certainly some of the examples that we've seen today, for example, the Xenaki species, have this richness coming from Western tradition and from mathematics. There's semantic richness that goes far beyond in the symbolic realm and opens different ways of creating meaning. So to round this up, we will have a panel discussion and open discussion lasting a long time on Sunday afternoon, starting at 5:30. And whoever is still around, we will take this topic up after we have tomorrow's sessions from DCAC and Sunday sessions from Eastern DC. And then maybe we can revisit this in more time. So thank you for your attention, and I hope we see each other again tomorrow, Sunday. So bye from me. Bye, everybody from me. Bye. Andrea, it's you.
Yanis?